Don't want to steal your freedom. I don't want to change your mind. I don't have to make you love me. I just want to take your time. Sam Hunt. Prologue. I may not be that smart or talented or coordinated, but actually, I forget where I was going with this. Delilah Sinclair, attempting to cheer herself up. I'd like to point out that none of this is my fault. I know, people always say that. But seriously, folks, I mean it when I tell you none of this is my fault. None of it. Not the police sirens or the stolen car, or even the unfortunate state of my hair. You probably have a hard time believing that, examining this situation from an outside perspective. I can practically hear you judging me from here. Sure, Lila, it's definitely not your fault that you landed yourself in this debacle, at this time of night, wearing that outfit, with exactly $3.17 to your name, missing a multitude of things, not limited to your iPhone and any remaining semblance of dignity. Trust me, I know how it sounds. Frankly, I wouldn't believe me either, especially given my track record. Just ask my friends, family members, and former teachers. Over the years, I've come up with a variety of colorful excuses to weasel my way out of taking responsibility. For school assignments, you'll never believe it, Mrs. Tibbin. My essay on photosynthesis was torn to shreds by my grandmother's schnauzer Peaches, just as I was leaving this morning. For a traffic ticket. Oh, officer, I didn't even see that stop sign. I'm just in such a rush to get to church. I'm volunteering today. For my friends, wow, there was so much traffic. Who knew it would be so congested during rush hour? For my parents, you called? Twice? Oh, yikes. My phone has really been acting up. I should take it to the Apple store this week. I'm not proud of my little white lies, but let's be honest, I'm not the only one who does it. Heck, there's a scientific study that claims 60% of Americans can't go 10 whole minutes without telling a whopper. Sampling from my ex-boyfriends alone, I'd peg that statistic closer to 85%. But I digress. What it comes down to is this. We're all big, fat liars. We lie about our dress sizes, our fears, our favorite movies, and our accomplishments. We lie about things that matter greatly and things of absolutely no consequence. Big things, small things, and all the in-between things. I'm not exempt from that. But not this time. This time, I'm not making excuses or attempting to pass the blame off on another unsuspecting soul, or schnauzer. My credibility may be shot to all hell, but I swear on my favorite shade of MAC lipstick, may they discontinue it if I prove to be lying. This is not my fault. I just wish the police officer slapping handcuffs on my wrists saw it the same way. Chapter 1. I don't answer blocked numbers, or unknown numbers, or really any numbers ever. In fact, you should probably just text me. Delilah Sinclair, waiting for her phone to stop ringing so she can use it again.
You get one phone call. Make it quick.
The burly policeman walks away, his broad shoulders filling out his uniform in a way that would normally make me do a double take. Except, right now, seeing as I'm currently standing smack dab in the middle of a jailhouse in a notoriously sleazy Boston suburb, surrounded by drug dealers and drunk drivers, and more than a few ladies of the night in seriously killer plastic stiletto heels, I really have no business checking anyone out. Especially a police officer. See, the handsome single cops don't really go for the criminal element when it comes to the women in their lives. Not that I'm a criminal. At least I wasn't. Until about 6 hours ago. Sigh. I'd tell you all about it, but honestly, it's kind of a long story. And I don't think Officer McCuff-me anytime you please was messing around when he said make it quick and stalked away to file a report without even bothering to give me a good frisking. My brown eyes dart a glance down the dingy, fluorescent-lit hallway, and, to my great amusement, I find he's watching me with disapproval behind the smeared plexiglass pane separating me from freedom. Judging by his expression, I have a feeling even my infamous puppy dog look won't get me out of this one. His brows are pulled together and there's a muscle jumping in his cheek as his frosty stare sweeps from my strawberry blonde waist-length waves to the perfect shimmery pink polish coating each one of my fingernails. I can't help but notice he seems personally offended by my outfit. Normally, a man giving me crap for my fashion choices would inspire several choice expletives. However, seeing as I'm currently dressed in a ridiculously skimpy French maid uniform that just barely covers my curves, complete with garters, enough cleavage to shock a priest, and a pair of patent black leather pumps that lend an extra 4 inches to my height, I suppose I can't really blame him for judging me. A little. Who the hell gets arrested looking like Plumette? The officer's lingering eyes take special note of the frilly white apron cinched tight around my waist, but it's the thigh-high stockings that really seem to do him in. When he spots the sheer black lace, his eyes go from tepid pools of displeasure to pure polar ice caps that would freeze a lesser woman where she stood. He probably thinks he's intimidating. Hell, he should be intimidating. Little does he know, intimidating is my type. You see, I, Delilah Sinclair, better known as Lila to those who learn my name the normal way, rather than reading it off the thin plastic license in my favorite leather Kate Spade wallet, as their partner smacked metal cuffs a bit too aggressively around my wrists and shoved me into the back seat of a squad car, have always found an undeniable thrill in chasing men who don't want me. The stiff upper lips, the commitment phobes, the bad boys. The ones a smarter girl would take one look at, turn on her sensible shoes, and run from full tilt. Do not stop, do not pass go, do not rack up $200 in credit card debt at your favorite outlet store, even though they're having a truly incredible sale. The thing is, I don't even own sensible shoes. And if you see me running, well, you should probably start running too, because it means something scary is most likely chasing me. That, or Marc Jacobs just released his new summer line. I can't apologize for it. I won't apologize for it. These days, everyone is so afraid of being politically incorrect or posting something offensive online, or accidentally saying something uncouth in casual conversation. Most times it's safer not to say anything at all. We edit ourselves within an inch of our lives, every day, every damn conversation, just to please people we'll probably never see again. Hardly anyone says what they feel, or owns up to their honest-to-God opinions. Not me, though. My friends describe me as blunt, which I'm pretty positive is just their way of calling me an asshole in the nicest possible terms. They're right, though. I say what I feel. I do what I say. I leap before I look and think about the consequences on the way down, just before I hit the ground. Splat. I don't believe in all those boring bullshit standards of propriety in modern society that dictate everything from first date etiquette to thank you card procedures. Which probably explains why, when I see a man who lives by the rules, who runs his life with unwavering restraint, well, let's just say that old opposites attract saying became a cliche for a reason. I don't do it to be cruel. I do it because it's addictive. There's something about a challenge that excites me. The more disinterested a man appears at first glance, the more I seem to want him. In my book, unattainable is the ultimate form of sexy. Give me a tight-laced man with a stern-set mouth any day. I'll drive him wild, just to prove I can. Tie his orderly little life right up in knots, until he's so tangled up in me he can't even recall what it was like before I melted his cool-blooded calm into an inferno of chaos. Before you say it, yes, I'm perfectly aware a therapist would have a field day with me. Whatever. He'd sit there for a $200 an hour session, trying to diagnose me. I'd sit there, refusing to take things seriously, probably trying to seduce him. Hell, if he was cute enough, There's a significant chance I'd get him full frontal on his leather recliner before my time was up, exploring alternate limits of the term doctor-patient confidentiality. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh, right. I generally make a point to pick men who are allergic to relationships. The players. Not only to beat them at their own game, but so I can teach them a few new rules of engagement along the way. And let me tell you, I'm always the MVP. The only problem with this, of course, is when I inevitably attain the unattainable, catch the uncatchable, snag and shag the guy all the other girls couldn't even get close enough to brush with the tips of their French manicured fingers until he'd bend over backwards just to make me his. Well, that thrill I was chasing, it disappears, and it's back to square one. To be more specific, back to the closest bar, where I'll speedily identify another perpetual bachelor over the rim of my martini glass and start the cycle all over again. My girlfriends, worried by my constant revolving door of conquests, frequently remind me that, statistically speaking, I'm bound to stumble upon a good man eventually. Don't worry, Lila, they assure me, frowning slightly as I laugh off yet another breakup. There are plenty of fish in the sea. True though that may be, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't mean I have to eat seafood every night. In fact, I'm more of a catch-and-release kind of girl when it comes to reeling in men. Officer McStudmuffin is still glaring at me from down the hall, so I tilt my head, pop my hip, and waggle my fingers at him in my best flirty wave. My lips twitch when I see his scowl intensify. Damn, he's even hotter when he wants to throttle me. Rather than push my luck, I call on my final shred of common sense and turn to the payphone. I can't recall ever using one. Hell, I didn't even know they still made these obsolete contraptions anymore. In this modern, thoroughly mobile world, I rather figured they went the way of typewriters, floppy disks, MP3 players, and pagers. I pluck the heavy plastic receiver from its cradle and lift it to my ear. Listening to the dial tone buzz flatly, my eyes lock on the small, square metal buttons in front of me. I raise a hand to punch in a phone number, mentally preparing to plead with my best friend Phoebe to come bail me out, attempting to think up some way to explain these rather odd circumstances, and freeze as I realize I can't call Phoebe. In fact, I can't call anyone. Because, thanks to my shameless overdependence on my iPhone, which, unfortunately, I left laying on the floor of my former employer's bedroom in my hurry to get the hell out of there in one piece, I can't recall a single flipping phone number, not even for my immediate family members. How pathetic is that? Not that it matters much. They'd be pretty useless to me at the moment. My parents are abroad again, closing another business deal. I swear, these days, they're off this continent more frequently than they're actually on it. Unreachable except by email. My big brother Duncan has been incommunicado for the past few months, in the throes of a quarter-life crisis after his latest startup venture failed miserably out in California. This might be worrisome if it was the first company he'd sunk, instead of the sixth. Frankly, I'm not sure why investors keep giving him money. I am sure of one thing, though. Even if I knew his number by heart, there's a slimmer chance of a cat calmly taking a bath than him actually coming to my rescue. Especially considering he's the whole damn reason I'm in this mess to begin with. Of course, it would be different if my sister were here. So many things would be different. I push away that train of thought before it can derail me completely and focus on reality. Me, Delilah Sinclair, alone, desperate, and soon to be forced into a severely unattractive striped jumpsuit of some kind if I don't find a way out of this mess. What's black, white, and red all over? No, not a newspaper. A redhead in prison stripes. My heart drops into my shoes. If inanimate objects were capable of mockery, this obsolete payphone would totally be mocking me right now. Alas, As this isn't the enchanted castle from Beauty and the Beast, the phone is just a phone. It offers no wisdom or advice about what to do in this situation. I stare at it blankly, racking my brain for a number. Any number. Sadly, the only one that comes to mind is from one of those annoying radio jingles for carpet cleaning services. Oh my God, I think. Horror dawning. My options are either rot in jail forever with a street-walking cellmate named Destiny, or agree to steam clean my entire apartment in exchange for bail money from a man named Stanley. I'm genuinely not sure which alternative would be worse. I really hate to clean. My grip tightens on the receiver to keep it from slipping from my increasingly clammy palm. I'm not generally one to freak out, but I've also never been in a situation quite like this before. Even when I dragged Phoebe to Burning Man with me last summer and we got lost in the desert wearing nothing but gold lame bikinis and body paint, I managed to keep my cool. Then again, I also knew that, if necessary, Nathaniel Knox, Phoebe's private investigator / all-around badass fiancé, was one satellite phone call away, fully capable of airlifting us out by helicopter in under an hour, if necessary. There's no extraction plan for this, though. Thanks to my general flightiness and tendency to go dark, Phoebe's words, not mine, for weeks at a time, it'll take ages for my friends to even realize I'm gone, let alone track me down in this godforsaken place. It's safe to say, the Mattapan County lockup doesn't typically make the list of my most frequented Saturday night stomping grounds. My hands have really begun to sweat now, and I can feel beads of perspiration gathering on my brow. Panic is setting in. I won't last long behind bars. 3 days without Starbucks, Wi-Fi, a blow dryer, and a constant stream of relatable internet memes, and I'll probably spontaneously combust. I'm about to set the handle back in its cradle and beg Officer McChiseled Jawline for access to a phone book, or, at the very least, my email account, when I spot it, a streak of smudged Sharpie on my palm. My heart begins to pound faster as I turn it over and scan the numbers scrawled in messy, masculine script across my skin. Barely legible, after the thorough scrubbing I gave my hands this morning, but mercifully still there. I'm saved, or screwed, depending entirely on your perspective. In the craziness of the past 24 hours, I'd completely forgotten about the number on my hand. Though, if I'm being honest, it's been impossible to stop thinking about the man who put it there. My mind has wandered to him more often than I'd like to admit today, since the moment I woke up with no recollection of the moment he wrote his digits on my palm, like a bad lower back tattoo you get while wasted on your college spring break trip, and regret for the rest of your days. Insufferable man. I was pissed off this morning as I scrubbed at the indelible ink in my bathroom, wishing I had something stronger than lavender-scented soap that might remove it in the 5 minutes I had to spare before dragging my hungover ass off to work. Now, as my eyes scan the faded numbers, I'm so happy I could do cartwheels. I could, but I won't. I have a feeling Officer McHoly Shit Have You Seen Those Biceps wouldn't appreciate any further antics out of me. I don't let myself think about the consequences of making this phone call. There's little point. I have no other options. No one else to turn to except him. I shiver involuntarily. Steeling myself, my fingers still shake as I punch in the digits, one after another, trying to think of something cute or clever to say as the call connects. Hey, what's up? You'll never guess where I am. I listen to the rings. 1, 2, 3 jarring peals, and begin to think he's not going to answer. It's late, well after midnight. He's probably sleeping, or his phone is on silent, or he'll think it's a misdial.
Talk.
His voice is deeper than usual, as if I've woken him, but I'd recognize that trademark growl anywhere. It's him. I open my mouth to say something, and find I cannot formulate one single non-idiotic word. My tongue quite literally refuses to cooperate.
Hello?
He waits a beat, listening to me breathe.
Who is this?
I hear a rustling sound, skin against sheets, and an entirely NSFW image shoots into my brain. Does he sleep naked?
Last chance,
he grumbles, impatient as ever. Crap con queso. He's going to disconnect. Wait! I squeak in a small voice that makes me sound like I've swallowed a balloon animal. Please, just don't hang up. Utter silence blasts across the line. I hold my breath, afraid to squeak out another word, completely at a loss as to what I'm going to say next. To my everlasting regret, before I can think of a dignified way to explain my current situation, he speaks again. And when he does, that sleepy edge is gone from his voice. It's been replaced with something that sounds a lot like amusement and gloating.
That you, Delilah?
My jaw clenches. Don't call me that.
So she finally uses my number. If I'd known all it would take to get your attention was a Sharpie, I might have done this months ago.
A low chuckle hits my ear, and I squirm a little.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
I grip the receiver a little tighter, wishing I could reach through the line and punch him.
If you're hoping for a booty call...
He pauses pointedly.
I can be at your place in 20.
Oh, dream on, I snap, indignant at the suggestion. As if I hadn't been picturing him naked approximately 27 seconds ago.
I was dreaming, he reminds me. You just woke me, and it was a good dream. Amy Adams was in it. So, unless you're about to make a point, I suggest you let me get back to her.
I roll my eyes.
Well,
he prompts.
What's it gonna be?
My teeth chew my bottom lip. I sort of need your help. He goes silent for a beat, contemplating that.
Gonna need a few more details, babe.
I hedge. Well, see, I'm in a bit of a jam. I'm sort of stranded. My voice drops. And I didn't have anyone else to call. I can't see him, obviously, but there's a tangible change in his demeanor, evident even across a phone line.
Are you safe?
His voice is abruptly serious. In less than 2 seconds, he's shifted gears from teasing to intense. It's disarming. Yes, I murmur. I'm safe. I hear crinkling sounds, him pulling on clothes.
Will you be able to stay safe until I get there?
Yes, I assure him, feeling like the grandest of fools. I'm fine. Phoneless, but fine. Honestly, I swallow hard. Listen, you don't have to come. I just need you to get in touch with Phoebe for me. She won't mind.
Not a chance. I'm coming.
My eyes widen. You're not going to ask me any questions? He barely hesitates.
Babe, you called me, a man you usually refuse to give the time of day, in the middle of the damn night, sounding scared, instead of like your usual sassy, full of shit self.
I roll my eyes at that.
And you tell me you're in trouble. I know you said you're safe, but I also know you're in more than a bit of a jam if you had to resort to calling me.
He pauses.
Furthermore, I know I'm gonna be the one who helps you.
My mouth parches. But Phoebe really won't mind. In fact, she kind of owes me. He cuts me off, sounding even more growly than usual.
Address.
I blink in surprise. Phoebe's address?
No.
I hear a door slam closed through the receiver.
I'm already on my way. Tell me where I'm headed.
Bossy, arrogant, stubborn man. My hold tightens on the receiver. I could be in Tibet, for all you know. There's a beat of stony silence.
Are you in Tibet?
I sigh. No.
Delilah.
An engine rumbles to life.
Address. Now.
Mattapan, I mumble, wincing. At the county jail. He pauses, digesting that tidbit, and when he speaks again, his voice is almost soft. For some reason, that unnerves me far more than his growls or grumbles or gloating comments.
Hold tight. I'll be there in 30.
The line goes dead as he clicks off. Crap, with a side of extra fries. If you'd told me 24 hours ago that Luca Buchanan, Boston's most badass MMA fighter, would be on his way to bail me out of jail, I'd have laughed in your face. Now, all I can do is set the handset in its cradle with a dull click, lean back against the gunmetal gray precinct wall, and wonder what the ever-flipping heck I'm going to do when he gets here. Especially given the last time I saw him. Chapter 2. Sure, I'd say I'm a hard worker. I make almost everything harder than it needs to be. Delilah Sinclair, interviewing for a job she absolutely will not get. 24 hours earlier.
Another round? You guys are just asking for a hangover at this point.
True. I grin as I slam the cluster of shot glasses down on our high top and cast a glance around at the 4 women gathered there. 3 gorgeous brunettes and 1 blonde with a platinum pixie cut. My best friend Phoebe, her big sister Gemma, our recently divorced pal Shelby, and married mom of 2 Chrissy. You know what they say, 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila more. No, Lila. Gemma's nose crinkles. I think it's actually 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila floor. Because after 3 shots, that's where you wind up. Shelby shrugs. Irrelevant, since it's about our 5th round. 6th, Chrissy corrects. Assuming you're counting the body shots we did off the stripper. Who could forget that? Gemma rolls her eyes. I'll never get those images out of my head. In fact, I have photographic evidence I plan to use as blackmail, should I ever need to exact a favor from any of you. I scoff. Blackmail? Oh, please. As if I'd be embarrassed by that. Did you see the abs on that guy? Seriously. Phoebe nods, wide-eyed, before her gaze slides to her sister. And, Gemma, I'm sorry you can't drink with us, but just because you went and got yourself knocked up doesn't mean the rest of us have to act like Quakers, especially tonight. I know. Gemma sighs and leans back with her hands on her stomach. She's more than 7 months along, but you can barely tell with her small frame. I'm not trying to be a spoil sport. I am, however, trying to prevent you all from getting hit by a car, or losing your panties, or catching chlamydia. I guess those maternal instincts are already kicking in. Phoebe pats her sister's small bump and makes clucking noises. Gemma bats her hand away. Her blue eyes narrow in menace. Keep touching me like that, and my fight-or-flight instincts are going to kick in, and your ass will either be stranded here or thoroughly whooped. Gemma, you can barely waddle. Flight isn't much of an option, Phoebe teases. I may be more pregnant than April the giraffe, but I will still kick your ass, little sister, Gemma fires back. I snort. Shelby and Chrissy hide grins behind their glasses. By this point, we're all used to the sisters bickering, and we know better than to interfere. Whatever disagreement they're having usually resolves within 45 seconds, and they're back to being best friends before you can say mood swing. I pick up my shot glass. A toast to the bride. Bride-to-be, Chrissy amends, brushing platinum blonde strands out of her eyes. The wedding isn't for another week. 1 week. Less than a week, actually. Can you believe it? Phoebe asks dreamily. Her voice is slurred, but I can't recall ever hearing her happier. On the 26th, I'll be a married woman. Married. To a man. No, to the man. She hiccups. Of my dreams. Oh no. Her eyes have begun to gloss over, a telltale sign she's about to dissolve into weepy tears. Once the waterworks start, with a BAC level this high, I fear there will be no stopping them. Determined to avert a total meltdown, I force my features into an expression of alarm and grab my best friend by the arm. Wait, you don't mean June 26th, do you? Of this year? I wince. I actually have a commitment that day. Phoebe shoots me a death glare with eyes that thankfully have stopped watering. Just as I predicted, any threat to the impending nuptials promptly incurs Bridezilla's wrath and puts an end to all tears. You are not funny, Lila. I sigh. My jokes tend to go downhill after 5 drinks. 6, Chrissy corrects again. Speaking of drinks, Phoebe scoops up her shot glass. Tequila! Gemma throws up her hands. I take no responsibility for what happens after this round. For the record, I tried to talk you out of it. Oh, come on. This is my bachelorette party, for God's sake. Phoebe bellows over the band, drawing the attention of several surrounding tables. We are required by law to drink until our feet go numb and dance until we drop. Oh, really? Is this your bachelorette party? I had no idea. Gemma rolls her eyes and sips her water. It's not like I planned the entire evening or anything. Her eyes slide to me. Except the strippers. That was all Lila. Guilty as charged. I shrug unapologetically. The movement makes the room spin a bit. I have officially reached white girl wasted status, the point of no return, which means Gemma may be right. I'll probably regret taking this last shot in the morning. Correction, I'll definitely regret it in the morning. God, I'm going to be so hungover tomorrow, Shelby says, mirroring my thoughts. I have to teach a sunrise yoga class at 6. Chrissy groans. Ugh, you want to trade? Try having 2 toddlers in the house. You'll be begging for your early morning exercise. Thanks, but no, Shelby says quickly, wincing at the thought. Isn't that what husbands are for? Phoebe asks. Taking care of the kids when mommy is too hungover to move? Otherwise, I've been entirely misled about this whole marriage thing. Usually, Chrissy confirms. Unfortunately, Mark has a meeting tomorrow. Phoebe, don't forget you have a dress fitting at 3, Gemma reminds her sister. Think you'll be able to move by then? Phoebe screws up her face in a grimace. What's their cancellation policy? If you miss your fitting, your Vera Wang will look like something you got off the clearance rack at David's Bridal. I elbow my best friend. Drink a Gatorade, eat a banana, take a few Advil. You'll be just fine. All you have to do is remain upright while the seamstress pecks at you. At least you don't have to start a new job at 8 a.m. Like you do? She snorts as if the idea of me working is absolutely ludicrous. Lila, you're the only one here without any responsibilities. Hell, you can sleep all day. If I didn't love you so much, I'd hate you. Shit. All the tequila has evidently loosened my tongue, because I almost slipped up. Almost told them the truth about what's been going on these past few months. You're right, of course. Nothing on my agenda. I force out the lie in a falsely cheery tone. I'll probably sleep till noon. Maybe have a late brunch. Hit the boutiques on Newbury if I feel up to it. Lie, lie, lie. Chrissy and Shelby shoot envious looks my way, but don't seem to notice anything amiss. Phoebe is no longer listening. She's begun singing along with the band, belting out lyrics to an old Backstreet Boys song and swaying in her seat. Only Gemma, who is painfully sober, seems to notice my twitchy discomfort. My heart starts to race as her pretty blue eyes narrow on my face, trying to read me. I'm typically great at covering my tracks, but after this many rounds, I'm not exactly up to my usual standards of deception. Still, I've managed to keep my financial situation under wraps for months, even from my best friends. I'm not about to blow it now. Better I allow them to continue thinking I'm still an unemployed party girl than admit the mortifying truth. Turning my back on Gemma's sudden scrutiny, I reach out and adjust the neon pink bride-to-be sash drooping across Phoebe's shoulder, admiring the white Prada sheath dress she's wearing underneath. After 2 bars, 1 strip club, and several hours riding around in the party bus Gemma rented for this occasion, A 15-foot-long stretch Hummer, complete with a disco ball, champagne buckets, mirrored ceilings, and a solemn driver named Evan, who her fiancé Chase keeps on payroll. The sash has lost some of its luster. Then again, we're all a little worse for wear by this point in the night. It's nearly 2 a.m. Most of my makeup has long since melted off, and the only things that will hurt worse than my head in the harsh light of day are my feet from dancing in these skyscraper heels all night. For the record, I love you guys, Phoebe drawls, her teary hazel eyes sweeping from me to her sister, to Shelby, to Chrissy. Really? You're the best. Yes, you've told us, Phoebe. Gemma shakes her head. In fact, that's the 10th time tonight. Well, I mean it. Times 10. Phoebe's smile is lopsided, and her hair, typically immaculately styled, is tangled around the cheap plastic tiara resting on the crown of her head. I can't believe I'm getting married to Nate. I mean, have you seen him? He's hot. Hotter than hot. He makes Charlie Hunnam look like a stale piece of bread. And he's marrying me. I just can't wrap my head around it. Me neither. I smirk. Thought it would never happen, frankly. My best friend hurls an ice cube at me across the table. Her aim is so poor, it's easy to dodge, despite the fact that my bloodstream is currently 85% Patron. Guys. Phoebe adopts her most solemn look. Her eyes are watery again. Can I ask you a serious question? Uh-oh. Never a good idea to ask serious questions after this much tequila, Shelby mutters. Have to agree, Chrissy says, hiccuping. Phoebe continues as if she hasn't heard them. I'm not a bridezilla, am I? The entire table goes silent. The din of the club seems to press in on us from all sides, the longer the silence stretches on. I mean, Phoebe's bottom lip starts quivering. I do recognize that I've been picky about things. Picky? Gemma's brows lift in twin arcs of incredulity. Phoebe, picky is complaining to the caterer when they change your rehearsal dinner salad course from romaine to iceberg unexpectedly. I don't have a word for what you are. What have I done that's so bad? Phoebe pins each of us with a stern look, as if daring us to come up with something. Well, you've sent back your dress to the tailor 4 times, Shelby points out, tucking a strand of chestnut hair behind her ear. Not to mention our bridesmaid dresses. And didn't you make the florist cry last week when she said she only had blush pink peonies instead of pure white for my maid of honor bouquet? Gemma asks. Plus, you did drag us to look at about 16 venues. Chrissy blushes up to the roots of her platinum pixie cut. But really, compared to some of my old sorority sisters, you weren't so bad. Like hell she wasn't, I grumble. You guys were spared the experience of shopping for wedding lingerie. Phoebe, I've now seen more lace thongs on your body than I've ever witnessed on my own. Phoebe's mouth twitches. You guys, you're supposed to tell me I was a delightful bride. She glares at her sister. Admit it, you're just holding a grudge because that woman suggested you buy something from the maternity section at the dress shop. Gemma's face flushes. You can barely even tell you're pregnant, Chrissy assures Gemma. Phoebe snorts. Maybe when you're looking at her from the front. The profile is a whole different ballgame. You know, you really shouldn't insult the overly hormonal, aggressively sober woman who happens to be carrying your future niece or nephew. Gemma pins her sister with a scary look. Especially since you left your phone at home. And without me, you wouldn't be able to find your way out of a brown paper bag at the moment, let alone get yourself back on board the party Hummer in one piece. I had to leave my phone behind, Phoebe insists. Seriously, you try living with a man like Nate. Given half a chance, he'd have already triangulated my cell signal and sent a SWAT team in to retrieve us. Especially if he knew we ended up at a strip club. Honey, I hate to break it to you, but I'm guessing Nate has ways of tracking you down with or without your cell phone. I tilt my head in contemplation. He's the best private investigator in the city. Didn't he once put a tracking device in your necklace? Chrissy eyes the massive rock on Phoebe's left finger. You don't think... Phoebe's face blanches. Uncoordinated from the alcohol in her system, she jerks her hand up to her face so fast it bonks her straight in the nose. Ow! She blinks her watering eyes at the engagement ring. No, that's pure diamond. Trust me, if there's one thing I know, it's Tiffany and Co. Shelby laughs. Great. Maybe you can take a look at my old ring. Let me know how much it's worth. So, my voice trails off. The divorce is final, then? Shelby shrugs. Not quite. Paul has been putting up a surprising amount of resistance. But hopefully within the next few weeks, my lawyers will be able to work their magic. Have you seen him? Chrissy asks, studying her friend. Shelby shakes her head, eyes darkening with unreadable thoughts. You know what? Let's not talk about my failed marriage while we're out celebrating Phoebe's impending one. No need to tempt the universe. We all stare at her for a beat, wanting to ask for more details but afraid to push. When it comes to Paul, Shelby has always been notoriously close-mouthed. In the year I've known her, I've only met her soon-to-be ex-husband once, in passing, and we traded no more than the most basic of greetings before he got called away for work. Right, so, deciding a change of subject is in order, I seize my shot glass and hoist it into the air. I'm never one for big shows of emotion, but I figure my best friend's bachelorette party warrants an exception. A toast. Chrissy, Shelby, and Phoebe raise their tequila. Gemma raises her water in solidarity. To Phoebe, I say solemnly, the most lovable, psycho, wonderful, batshit crazy bridezilla who ever walked the streets of Boston. I'm so happy someone is finally making an honest woman of her because, honestly, her dog Boo really needs a solid male figure in his life. Phoebe tosses another ice cube at me. This time, it hits me square in the forehead before I can dodge, which makes the entire table, myself included, dissolve into drunken laughter. Okay, in all seriousness, I take a deep breath and gather my thoughts. Phoebe, you've been my best friend for as long as I can remember. I don't have a childhood memory without you in it. You've been there for all the bad hair days and awful fashion phases and terribly embarrassing life decisions I'd rather not recall at this precise moment in time. Like when you dated Kevin Hollowell because you had it on good authority that his older brother was the drummer in that band, and you thought you could score us free tickets, but it turned out he was just a roadie who hauled their stuff around. I grit my teeth. Like I said, embarrassing life decisions I'd rather not recall. Oh, Phoebe claps. Or that time you got pulled over by that cop while we were driving home from that gallery opening, and you tried to flirt your way out of a ticket, not realizing you had that giant gob of spinach stuck between your front teeth the whole time. Well, that wasn't really what I meant when I said, and what about that time you forgot to reschedule your Brazilian wax before that OBGYN appointment with the cute doctor and... Phoebe! I yell, cutting her off and resolutely ignoring the twitching lips of Chrissy, Shelby, and Gemma. Do you want to make your own toast? Or would you rather continue listing every embarrassing moment of mine you've ever witnessed? Nope. My best friend grins. You can finish now. I sigh deeply and hoist my shot glass higher in the air. Like I was saying, you, Phoebe Evangeline West, have been there through it all. You know all my secrets. You're my best friend. You're my partner in crime. You're practically my sister. My voice breaks on the word, but I ignore the pang of pain that shoots through my heart and push on. And, while I hate to lose you to anyone, I know there's no man on earth who will love you better or keep you safer than Nathaniel Knox. Knowing that you're marrying a man like him, it's the only consolation to losing my best friend. My voice cracks. I wish you both a life full of laughter, love, and more joy than you can measure. And I hope you know, no matter what, I'll always be here if you need me, whether it's to drive your getaway car, shape your eyebrows, help hide a dead body, or straighten that hard-to-reach section of hair at the back of your head. Phoebe laughs through her sniffles. My throat feels uncomfortably tight. I clear it roughly and carry on. Like we swore when we were 8 years old, when we pricked our fingers with a pin from my mom's sewing kit and squished them together on the beach behind your house. Team Fee Lila for life. Misty-eyed, Phoebe reaches across the table and grabs my hand. She doesn't say anything, but she squeezes so hard my bones grind together. Don't cry, you great sap, I scoff, looking around at our other friends, who are similarly weepy. You'll set them all off. I'm not crying, Phoebe lies, wiping a rogue tear. There's an eyelash on my cornea. I glance at Gemma and find her bottom lip is quivering dangerously, as her eyes move back and forth between Phoebe and me. My contacts are dry, she grumbles in a thick voice, brushing at her cheeks. You don't wear contacts, I point out. Another glance around the table reveals Chrissy dabbing her face with a cocktail napkin, and Shelby staring up at the ceiling, blinking rapidly. Christ. You're all saps, I mutter, throwing back my shot, then downing Phoebe's for good measure. In retrospect, I really should have stopped after one. I should have listened to Gemma and quit while I was ahead. I should have remembered that I had to be at work in a handful of hours, my first day at a new job, no less, and that drinking any more would lead to nothing good. I really should have, but I didn't. After my toast, let's just say, things started to get a little blurry. I have vague memories of the dance floor, me and the girls, flashing pink and red lights, a cover band belting out songs that haven't been on the radio for at least a decade, until the bar closed and the bouncers kicked us to the curb. I possess an indistinct recollection of our 3 a.m. limo ride, standing in the sunroof with Phoebe at my side, our arms thrown up to the night sky, screaming at the top of our lungs as Evan steered the Hummer toward Phoebe's brownstone in Back Bay, dropping off Chrissy, Gemma, and Shelby along the way, stumbling through Phoebe's front door, a tangle of flailing limbs and muffled laughter, her tiny white Pomeranian, Boo, running circles around our high-heeled feet, Phoebe pulling me into the kitchen, toward the distinct sound of male voices, and then, nothing. Nada. Zip. Zero. Zilch. There is one big, embarrassing blank space where my memories should be. In case you've been keeping score, Tequila, 1, Lila, 0. From the fuzzy puzzle pieces I've spent the day attempting to piece together in my mind, at some point I must have passed out on Phoebe's couch, because the next thing I can recall is her dark living room spinning around me like a hallway full of funhouse mirrors, as my body was lifted effortlessly into a set of arms that felt like they were made of iron. Other than that, all I have are imprints, echoes of memories just out of my reach. It's like catching a glimpse of someone from the corner of your eye who disappears as soon as you turn your head to look, like a camera that refuses to focus, leaving the whole world a blur of indistinct shapes. The faint scent of aftershave, the jangling of car keys, the steady thumping of a heartbeat just beneath my ear, where it rested against the fabric of a black t-shirt, the deep, familiar voice cutting through the haze of tequila.
I'll take her home. Put her to bed. Make sure she's safe.
I tell myself that, if I'd been only slightly more sober, I would have put up a fight, would have insisted on hopping in a cab, or crashing at Phoebe's place. After all, Delilah James Sinclair doesn't depend on anybody. She doesn't need a knight in shining armor. Hell, she doesn't even believe they exist any place outside of fairy tales. I tell myself this in the hopes that, if I say it enough, maybe it'll become true. Maybe I'll be able to stop wishing I could remember how his phone number wound up on my hand, or wondering why I can't forget the feeling of those strong arms around me, holding me close. Maybe I won't care whether that strange sensation of lips brushing lightly against my forehead as I was tucked into my bed like a child was real, or a figment of my drunken imagination. Maybe. I can't say for sure. All I can say with certainty is, the first time I laid eyes on Luca Buchanan, I knew he was trouble, and my opinion hasn't changed at all in the months since. This is at least in part because the man is seriously scary, cut like a Spartan warrior, with insane blue eyes I swear can see straight through you, a short crop of auburn hair, and a fuck-off attitude from years spent kicking ass in fighting circuits all across New England. At 6'4", he usually towers over everyone in the room and glowers at anyone who glances in his direction looking for trouble. He's not someone you mess with if you want to walk away with 4 functioning limbs. Still, all that wouldn't be so bad if not for the other thing. The truly troubling, absolutely awful thing. The thing I have a hard time admitting, even to myself. Which is the unfortunate fact that, in my 25 years of life on planet Earth, I've never seen anyone as attractive, as unforgettable, as magnetically, electrifyingly, earth-shatteringly hot as Blaze Buchanan. Ever. And yes, that includes the time I saw Jake Gyllenhaal on a plane at LAX when I was 17, and the all-too-brief encounter I had with Danny Amendola at Gillette Stadium last fall, and even the time I bumped into Ian Somerhalder in line for the bathrooms at Bonnaroo. One look at Luca was all it took to forget about Jake's green eyes and Danny's sexy scruff and Ian's unparalleled jawline. It happened just before Christmas. My fling of the week had told me about an underground fight at a local gym, totally off the books, the kind of match they don't broadcast on pay-per-view, the kind you'd never even know where to find without a tip-off from one of the organizers, since the locations vary for every fight. Craving a change of pace from our usual cocktail chatter, I dragged Phoebe and the rest of the girls along with me. Just for fun. Nothing special. Certainly nothing life-altering. I remember the moment so clearly. We were all laughing, placing bets, joking around, making fun of each other, much like any other night of the week. And then he strode into the ring. That's really the only word I can use, because Luca doesn't walk, but he doesn't swagger either. He strides, not with excessive drama or flair, with determination and an undeniable air of self-assuredness. He cut through that crowd like fire through paper, and when he jumped up into the ring, his fans roared so loud they drowned out the familiar strains of Shipping Up to Boston by the Dropkick Murphys blaring from the speakers overhead. I didn't pay any attention to the fangirls pressed up at the front in their too-tight t-shirts, dying for his attention. I barely glanced at my friends as they cooed appreciatively at the sight of him. The laughter died in my throat. The thoughts in my head went silent. The sounds of the crowd fell away completely. For the next hour, I stood transfixed. All my attention was used up by the man with ruthlessly short red gold hair, throwing punches and ducking his opponent's blows like he'd been born to do it. Every ounce of my energy was inexplicably coiled like a live wire beneath the surface of my skin as I watched this stranger, this man with whom I'd never exchanged a single word, dole out a beating with a level of skill I didn't even know was possible. I'm sure some people looking at him saw a savage, a monster. But me, I saw sheer beauty in that ring, in every bead of sweat, every lethal scowl, every drop of blood that oozed from his cracked knuckles by the final round, when his foe lay in a defeated heap of bruised limbs at his bare feet. He was beautiful. I don't know how it happened exactly, but when he looked up at the crowd, scanning the crush of cheering fans pressing in from all sides. Somehow, his eyes found mine in the melee. Ice blue, but full of fire, fury, and bloodlust. They scored into me like a sword, a kill strike. He could have looked away, but he didn't. I should have looked away, but I couldn't. For a long, insane moment, through the din, through the sea of 100 strangers, our gazes locked, and held, and burned. Those blue eyes raked me from head to toe, seeing more of me in a second than most men saw when I took my clothes off in front of them. There was no apology in his assessment. His was a frank, appreciative examination. So thorough, I felt like he knew everything from the color of my underwear to the precise location of the tiny heart-shaped mole just below my right hip bone. Redhead stereotypes aside, I don't blush easily, but just the weight of his stare had my cheeks staining red beneath the gym's fluorescent lights. Barely daring to breathe, I watched as some of that leftover fire in his eyes faded out, as it was replaced by something else. Something that made my toes curl inside my favorite pair of heeled leather boots. I swear, everyone in the building was screaming at the top of their lungs. But in that moment, just before someone clapped Luca on the back in congratulations, and he finally looked away, my world went totally quiet. Everything in my existence narrowed to a single ludicrous thought. A sole, insane desire. I want this man. I made up my mind right then to go after him, to do what I always do, reel him in, chew him up, then spit him out as soon as I'd had my fill. Just looking at him, I knew it would be the most satisfying meal of my life. Or it would have been. If not for the fact that, 10 minutes later, he walked straight up to my gaggle of girlfriends to say hello to Nate and Phoebe, and I felt my heart plummet like a stone as I learned he was already a part of my extended friend group, one of the Knox Investigations boys who worked security for Nate, not to mention best friends with Zoe, the girl Phoebe's brother, Parker, just so happened to be in love with. Luca Buchanan was intractably intertwined with my life before I ever met him. Just my luck. My plans of seduction flickered and died faster than my middle school goth phase, because if there's one unbreakable dating rule I live by, it's that you never, ever, ever date someone you're friends with. Also, that no one can pull off that excessive eyeliner look except Avril Lavigne. Still, my point remains. Dating a friend, or a friend of a friend, never ends well for either of the parties involved. In fact, it pretty much contradicts my entire philosophy, that a typical Delilah Sinclair relationship should never exceed the lifespan of a common housefly, or the shelf life of a gallon of milk. When you hook up with a friend, there's no way to extract yourself gracefully after that blissful month-long honeymoon phase starts to wane. It makes the latter part of love him and leave him damn near impossible to pull off without serious collateral damage. So, though it damn near killed me, I shoved my dreams of Luca Buchanan into the farthest, darkest corner of my mind, and did what any logical girl would, in this situation, avoided him like the plague in any and all social situations where our paths might cross. It's simple enough, in theory. If I know in advance that he'll be at a party, I stay away. When we do wind up in the same room, I quickly make my excuses and disappear, before he can say so much as hello, or do something crazy, like look at me directly with those damn intense eyes of his. Like I said, simple enough, in theory. Despite my best efforts, sometimes seeing him is unavoidable, especially these days, since he seems to be popping up more often than ever. Last month, for instance, when Gemma and Chase invited everyone over to their penthouse for a game night, Luca showed up unexpectedly, and I knocked over the entire Jenga tower while scrambling to find my car keys and get the hell out of there before someone could suggest a round of Twister. Everyone yelled their goodbyes as I practically bolted for the elevator. Except Luca. He stared at me in total silence, something dangerous simmering in his eyes as I skirted around him, leaving enough space between us to fit Phoebe's bachelorette party bus, as though he just knew those Jenga pieces scattered all across the floor were somehow correlated to his presence. Smooth, Lila. Then, 2 weeks ago, at one of Phoebe's dinner parties, Luca actually managed to corner me in the kitchen when I got up to refill my glass. 1 minute, I was innocently pouring water, and the next, every molecule in my body was buzzing, because someone standing far too close to my back muttered just one word, in a tone full of dark promise.
Delilah.
I nearly jumped out of my skin when I whirled around to find Luca leaning against the kitchen island, arms crossed over his chest, staring at me like one of those indecipherable IKEA instruction manuals. Pulse pounding, I did the only thing I could think of. Shoved the pitcher of filtered water in his direction with a snappy, "Oh, did you need a refill too?" Without waiting for his response, I promptly turned away and walked straight into the still open refrigerator door. So smooth. Of course, I fell flat on my ass in a puddle of water with a bang loud enough to bring the entire party running. Luca helped me to my feet in silence, while the rest of our friends laughed uproariously at the sight of me, half-soaked and full humiliated. Pulling quickly out of his grasp, I mumbled a thank you in his general direction without making eye contact, then went home to change my pants and gather what little remained of my dignity. I didn't think things could possibly get much worse between us, until last night, most of which I don't remember, though that may honestly be for the best, given my track record when it comes to Luca. I'm not entirely sure what I said to him in my highly intoxicated state, but if I had to wager a guess, I'd say the interaction likely didn't earn me any goodwill points. He already thinks I'm the rudest person alive after the way I've treated him. Hell, I am the rudest person alive after the way I've treated him. But it's not like I've had any other choice, because no matter how much I wish things were different, Luca is off the table. Absolutely. Indefinitely. Irrevocably. I just have to try to remember that when he arrives to rescue me from jail in a few minutes, like my goddamn personal guardian angel. Chapter 3. I don't do threesomes. If I wanted to simultaneously disappoint 2 people, I'd go out to dinner with my parents. Delilah Sinclair, defending her monogamous sexual preferences. Just use a little Vaseline. Does the trick every time. My nose wrinkles. Really? Oh, yeah. Destiny nods sagely, her pink-streaked hair glowing in the lemon cast of the overhead lights. I've even used a grapefruit in a pinch. My mouth gapes. A grapefruit? Seriously? Girl, would I lie to you? I blink stupidly. Would she lie to me? Hard to say for sure, considering we've just met about 20 minutes ago, but I have a feeling she's not the most trustworthy character of all time, as we're currently occupying the same holding cell. Then again, she did share her last stick of gum, and some seriously unsolicited sex tips. So who am I to judge? I'm sitting on nothing even closely resembling a high horse here. In fact, if we're being literal, I'm sitting on a cold concrete bench that's slowly making my ass cheeks go numb. My point is, I'm not exactly in any position to look down my nose at destiny for whatever choices led her here. Not when, for the past few days, weeks, okay, fine, months, my life has pretty much been a train wreck. We're talking jump the tracks, total derailment, no survivors. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's not my fault. I blame my brother Duncan for most of what's happened. After all, I'm not the one who drained his trust fund and made a series of tremendously flawed judgment calls that landed the family in these dire financial straits. If he'd only bothered to pull his head out of his ass and to fix it firmly between his shoulders, where it belongs. Perhaps I wouldn't have spent my evening letting the boys in blue take my fingerprints, along with a series of unflattering mugshots of me dressed in something more akin to a slutty Halloween outfit than an actual work uniform. Frankly, the sallow yellow lighting in this precinct is even less flattering than an accidental front camera selfie snapped by a smartphone. If not for Duncan's idiocy, I wouldn't have been forced to sell off my favorite Prada clutch purse for rent money, or be facing eviction from my chic apartment in Beacon Hill, or have taken on the ridiculous job that got me arrested, wearing this damn get-up in the first place. Alas, there's nothing I can do about that now. No use crying over spilled milk. What's done is done. Que sera, sera. I'm out of pithy anecdotes, but you get the idea. Jail is the least of my problems. Somehow, the fact that I don't know how to do my own laundry, and I'm about to run out of clean underwear, seems far more dire than a criminal record. Add to that my roommate problems, as in, I need to find one to split rent with by yesterday if I don't want to end up living on the streets. Plus my relationship problems, one stemming almost entirely from the man en route to rescue me. And Destiny starts looking so put together, a Stepford wife would be jealous. Speaking of Destiny, she's still giving a very visual play-by-play of her favorite BJ techniques. Thankfully, before I'm forced to fathom a reasonable response about her rather unorthodox use of certain citrus fruits, Officer McDreamy clanks his baton against the bars of our cell, startling me.
Sinclair, you made bail. Move it.
I jolt to my feet, casting a guilty look at my cellmate. I have a feeling she's going to be here a while. Don't you worry about me, girl. Destiny winks and crosses one leg over the other, making her micro-short pleather skirt ride up to scandalous heights. Her plastic platform pumps swing cheerily over the concrete floor. I'll be just fine. It was nice meeting you, I say weakly. Give the grapefruit a try, you won't regret it. Her sultry gaze slides to Officer McSex Machine. Maybe he can be your first test subject. The officer coughs roughly. I follow Destiny's stare and can't help but notice that, while his expression is disapproving as ever, there's a hint of red creeping up his collar as he unlocks the cell door and holds it open for me.
Sinclair, I mean it. Let's move. Unless you'd rather stay here all night.
I suppress a grin as I make my way out into the hall, waving goodbye to Destiny before she disappears from view. The smile falls straight off my lips when I follow the officer around a corner into the waiting room and find myself face to face with Luca. Damn, he looks good. Even at 3 a.m. Maybe especially at 3 a.m. Bad Lila, down girl. With a day's worth of stubble covering his chiseled jaw and a nose that's been broken too many times to count, he lends new meaning to the phrase ruggedly handsome, which, frankly, is not the type of man who typically revs my engines, if you catch my drift. In the past, I've always gone for the guys in tailored suits, preppy and perfectly styled. Their hair as immaculate as the pressed corner squares in their jacket pockets. Corporate dreamboats, I once christened them. Corporate control freaks, Phoebe amended with an eye roll. I'm relatively certain that Luca doesn't even own a suit. He may not even own jeans, for God's sake. His fighter aesthetic leans more toward low-riding gray sweatpants that leave very little to the imagination, and white t-shirts that show off his broad chest and corded bicep muscles. Like I said, not my type. At all. So, I can't really explain why my mouth goes dry at just the sight of him standing there with his arms crossed over his chest, his ever-intent eyes sweeping me from top to toe with the same intensity I use to examine the new line of Prada purses each fall. I can't understand why my stomach suddenly feels like it's made of stone, or my tongue seems to swell to twice its normal size, or my lungs seem to seize up inside my chest until just pulling breath in and out is a chore.
Delilah.
It's more a growl than a greeting. His eyes do another sweep of the French maid outfit. When they return to mine, for the first time ever, they're not icy at all. In fact, they're full of so much heat, I'm surprised I don't catch on fire. Crap on croquettes. I shift my weight from heel to heel, trying like hell to keep my expression blank when he takes a step in my direction. After his protective tone on the phone, I half expect him to say something gentlemanly, or caring, or concerned about the fact that he's currently springing me from jail at 4 a.m. I realize my expectations were more than a little off as his lips tug up in an amused half-smile.
Babe.
He shakes his head at me.
You failed to mention the outfit.
The nerve! Refusing to dignify that comment with a response, I toss my hair over one shoulder in an irked gesture and turn my back to him with a huff. As I spin, the lace petticoats beneath my skirt flounce like butterfly wings, accidentally exposing a fairly large stretch of bare thigh. Oops. My feet falter at what sounds suspiciously like a tortured groan coming from behind me. Wide-eyed with disbelief, I glance back to see if the sound could have possibly come from Luca, but his face is schooled in an unaffected mask. Officer McMake-Me-Scream looks similarly impassive. Great. Now I'm hearing things. Clearly, my extensive time behind bars has affected my brain chemistry. That explains why my traitorous cheeks are flushing with heat again. In my defense, it's tough to maintain your decorum when your ass cheeks are practically exposed. Officer McDoomy fixes his gaze on Luca with an alertness that sets my teeth on edge.
Wait, you're Blaze Buchanan!
The officer's eyes have lost their hostile edge. In fact, he looks downright cheerful now that he's not focused on me.
Wow, I can't believe I'm meeting you in person!
I tense as Luca steps up beside me, uncomfortably close. I can smell the crisp, clean scent of his aftershave in the air between us, can practically feel the heat coming off his body. I have to lock my knees to prevent myself from leaning away, as he extends one hand to shake the officer's.
Good to meet you too.
Luca's eyes cut to me again.
Sorry about the circumstances.
Officer McFanboy grins.
I saw you fight 3 months ago in Lowell. Fastest TKO I've ever seen. I blinked and almost missed it. Man, I'd love to buy you a beer sometime. It would be an honor.
Don't I have to sign something? I cut off the stream of fawning before they can launch into a full discussion of stats and techniques. We'll be here all night, otherwise. The officer barely looks away from Luca as he jerks his head in affirmation and points me toward the front desk, where his partner is stationed behind a sliding glass window. I head for it, eager to get out of Luca's space, and out of this godforsaken place. It's been pretty much the worst night of my life, and I'd like it to end as soon as humanly possible. My back is barely turned when the conversation starts up again.
Is it true you're fighting Jack Forrester again this month? He's a beast.
My eyes are still rolling as I reach the desk. An unsmiling officer slides a clipboard of release documents through the window slot, followed by a small plastic baggie containing my meager collection of personal effects. I scan the papers, trying my best to tune out Officer Mick suddenly less sexy, asking Luca details about the next fight. By the time I've signed the bail agreement and collected the things they confiscated when I was arrested, my house keys, a truly spectacular Ferragamo clutch purse, my favorite stack of silver rings, the white gold Tiffany watch my parents gave me for my 21st birthday. Luca's given 2 autographs and posed for a selfie with practically everyone who works at the precinct, from the lieutenant to the night janitor to the Hell's Angel in handcuffs, slumped in a metal folding chair by the door. I'm not entirely surprised. In the past 5 months, his star has risen astronomically fast. He's gone from sparring unofficially in dingy Southie gyms to dominating at every major regional MMA contest. And the hype is only built as more scouts and promoters have flocked to each of his matches. His following grows each time he steps into the ring. Word on the street is, it's almost guaranteed that if he wins his next championship in 2 weeks, he'll get what every aspiring fighter strives for: a UFC contract. Goodbye cash-only underground fight rings. Hello, multi-million-dollar pay-per-view matches. No wonder they want his autograph. I hover awkwardly by the door as they finish their bro bonding. Fighting the urge to yank my skirt lower over my ass, I wish for the 1,000th time tonight that I'd been able to call literally anyone on planet Earth other than the towering red-headed giant occupying entirely too much space in the waiting room. Over the heads of two cops, his eyes find mine again. I become painfully aware of the fact that my hands are curled into fists around the small plastic bag. My grip only tightens further as Luca fist bumps his cluster of fans goodbye, then crosses toward me with measured steps. Not in any kind of hurry, never breaking eye contact. Gulp. It takes more effort than I'd like to admit to hold my ground when he comes to a stop a fraction too close for my liking, looming over me, despite the 4-inch heels on my feet. I wait for him to say something, but he doesn't. He just stares at me with that same look he's been giving me for months. The one that seems to say, "What the hell is your deal, Sinclair? I can't figure you out." I swallow hard and jerk my chin higher, determined not to shy away. His nearness has no effect on me. I'm totally not uncomfortable with him invading my personal space. At all. Ha! I am so full of shit. If he notices my death grip on the bag, or the slightly manic light in my eyes, or the fact that my hair hasn't seen a brush in approximately 12 hours, he doesn't comment. All he does is lean in closer, so close I can see the darker rim of blue around the outside of his irises. Feel the weight of his breath stirring the wispy bangs near my hairline. I fight the urge to fidget as we engage in a silent conversation of sorts, each daring the other to speak first, each throwing out questions the other doesn't want to answer. It's strange, but without a single word, we understand each other plain as day. He doesn't ask,
"You gonna thank me for dragging my ass out of bed at this hour to bail you out?"
I don't snap back. You didn't have to come. And he doesn't remind me.
"You had no one else, remember?"
So I don't say, "Well, if I'd known you were going to be such a dick about it." He leans back abruptly, putting an end to our ocular sparring, a low chuckle vibrating in his throat. I flinch at the sound as I realize I've leaned forward into his space. So caught up in our soundless argument, I lost myself for a moment. Retreat! Retreat! Shuffling an awkward step backward, my hands curl even tighter around my plastic baggie. I feel my damn cheeks flushing red again. I'm afraid to meet his eyes, so I stare at his mouth instead. It barely helps. He has a great mouth.
"You about ready to get out of here?"
Luca asks finally, breaking the silence in that same soft tone he used earlier on the phone. I just nod, because I don't entirely trust myself to speak with him this close to me. His lips twitch, as if he knows exactly why I'm so silent.
"Good. Let's go."
Before I can protest, his large hand lands on the small of my back, and he leads me outside into the dark summer night. The door clicks closed behind us, cutting off the low buzz of excitement still enveloping the waiting room. I found Luca leaves a trail of stardust behind him wherever he goes, like a jet engine against a pale blue sky. Quite abruptly, we're alone in the darkness, enveloped in absolute silence. It's a stark contrast to the fluorescent-lit precinct. The atmosphere seems heavy, not just with late June humidity, but with all those unspoken words still stagnating in the air between us. At this time of night, there's not a single bird chirping in the trees, not one car on the streets. We walk across the parking lot, his hand still resting on the small of my back. I know I should snap at him to move it. What do you think this is, Buchanan, a date? But I can't bring myself to actually do it. I may be a bitch, but he did just save my ass. We walk past the police cruisers parked directly in front of the building, then make our way down a row of indistinguishable dark-colored SUVs and sedans. When he stops in front of a large navy blue truck, I break away from his light hold and beeline for the passenger's side. I'm reaching for the handle when his voice halts me in my tracks.
Delilah.
I glance back at him, brows raised.
You planning to steal another car tonight?
My features twist into an unamused scowl. No.
Then I suggest you step away from the stranger's truck.
His lips twitch as he jerks his head to the adjacent parking spot.
This is me.
I feel my face blanch. Please tell me you're joking.
I never joke about the bike, babe.
If I weren't stunned silent by the idea of climbing onto the back of a sleek, black, low-slung motorcycle in thigh-high stockings, platform heels, and a skirt so short you need a magnifying glass to locate it, I'd object to his babe comment. As it is, I'm a bit too preoccupied with visions of myself flashing my good bits to half of Boston while straddling his Ducati to think up a suitable retort. Walking over to the bike, Luca retrieves a large, round black helmet and returns to stand before me. When he catches sight of my wary expression, his brows lift.
Problem?
Are you kidding? I gesture down at my outfit. Do you see what I'm wearing? His eyes get warm again. It's even more disarming, now that we're alone.
Delilah, trust me when I say yes.
With considerable effort, I ignore his comment. Well, then you realize I can't sit on a motorcycle in this. I'll draw more attention than a parade float during St. Anthony's feast in the North End.
Good thing there's no one out this time of night, then.
That's not the point, and you know it.
No.
He takes a step, getting right up in my space, and the words evaporate on my tongue. We're so close, his chest nearly brushes mine with each exhale.
The real point is, longer you stand here debating with me, the lighter that sky gets, more people start waking up, looking out their windows.
He trails off, shrugging.
Your choice, babe. But I'm thinking, since the choices are either a walk of shame the 2 hours back to the city in that get-up of yours, or I drive us back in 20 on the side streets, fast enough so no one even gets a glimpse at you, I already know which one you're gonna go with, in the end.
I open my mouth to protest again, even though he's right, much as it pains me to admit. But my words are cut off when he lifts the helmet and plunks it down on my head without bothering to ask for permission. It rattles around my ears, ridiculously big on me. I tell him so immediately.
If you just wait a damn minute, I'll fix it.
With one lip trapped between his teeth in concentration, he grasps the adjustable strap and begins to pull it snug beneath my chin. I stand stock still, staring up at his mouth, trying not to wonder what it would taste like against mine, pretending not to feel his calloused fingertips moving by the hollow of my throat, where my pulse pounds a bit too fast. Can he feel it? There's so much power in those hands, enough to knock a man unconscious, stone cold, before his body hits the mats, enough to crush a windpipe with minimal effort. A smarter girl would be afraid to have them so close to her throat, like some inane gazelle who lies down on the prairie and allows a cheetah to lick her. A smarter girl would say, "Thanks, but no thanks. I'll wait for a cab." I suppose that makes me the stupidest girl alive, because I just stand there watching him with wide eyes, barely breathing, attempting to stave off a heart attack. As with everything, Luca tackles this task with methodical precision, his large fingers nimble and unhurried as they make adjustments to the straps. I want to snap, "Hurry up already! It's painful to have you this close to me!" But since that would further undermine my attempts to act aloof and unaffected, I refrain. After an eternity, he finally finishes fiddling with the helmet. He takes a step back to view his handiwork, a small crease appearing between his eyes as he examines me.
How's it feel?
With a martyred sigh, I shake my head to test the fit. The helmet still shifts a bit, but it's much tighter than before.
Looks good.
Luca nods his approval. I scoff. I look like a bobblehead, Or Darth Vader. He just blinks at me. What? I snap.
Wouldn't have pegged you for a Star Wars nerd, that's all.
I'm not a nerd, I insist, pausing a beat before adding, you can be a fan of the Intergalactic Empire without being a nerd. His brows lift in amusement. Oh, shut up.
Didn't say anything.
I scoff. You, Luca Buchanan, say more with a single facial expression than most men ever say out loud. His eyes glitter with interest.
Been watching me, babe?
Absolutely not.
Sounds like you have.
Can we just get on the damn bike now?
In a minute.
I screech in frustration. When I resist the bike, you insist I climb on. The minute I want to leave, you decide it's time for a chat. Make up your mind. Indecisiveness isn't attractive in a man. His lips don't twitch this time. They tug up into a full-on smile. And damn, it's so sexy, I nearly keel over at the sight.
That's your problem with me, Delilah?
He leans closer, bringing those bottomless blue eyes within a foot of my face.
Don't think I'm decisive enough for you? Should I show you just how decisive I can be?
Danger. Who says I have a problem with you? I hedge, a little breathless.
I do.
Well, I swallow hard. You are wrong.
So it's all in my imagination,
he says slowly. Totally.
Uh-huh.
His eyes narrow.
So you're saying I'm off base about the fact that every time I decide to make an appearance at a party, you're miraculously busy that night?
I'm a busy girl.
Oh, I bet you are.
He stares at my mouth for a prolonged second.
And I suppose I'm hallucinating all those times you bolted from a room as soon as I walked into it.
Coincidence, I say sweetly.
And the fact that you're the most polished, put-together woman I've ever seen. Until you catch sight of me, and suddenly can't walk straight, or talk in complete sentences.
My cheeks heat. I have no idea what you're referring to.
And the fact that you've known me upwards of 6 months now, but refused to save my number in your phone.
My storage is full.
But you've somehow got room for the number of every pizza delivery place in the city.
Did you go through my phone the other night when you dropped me off? I hiss. How did you know my password?
You handed it to me and told me to order you an Uber and a pizza, not necessarily in that order.
He shrugs unapologetically.
Opportunity knocked. I answered.
I don't remember any of this.
Do you remember the bottle of tequila that preceded it?
I narrow my eyes at him. So, you figured you just have a little peek through my cell phone, without permission.
Call me curious.
There are a few other choice things I'd like to call you, actually. I'm so steaming mad, I'd stomp my foot if I weren't wearing this outfit. That's a total invasion of privacy. You had no right to do that.
We can talk about that later. Right now, we're talking about the fact that you've been avoiding me for half a year, despite the fact I've never done shit to warrant it.
Well, I want to talk about it now. You can't just go into a girl's purse, let alone her phone. That's a sacred space, like church, or the lobby of Tiffany & Co.
Don't know what the fuck that means. Don't want to know either.
Luca leans even closer.
Care to share why you act like I've got some kind of contagious disease every time you see me?
You're imagining things.
Oh, really?
His eyes darken.
Don't think I am, babe. Nate tells me you always check with Phoebe to see if I'll be somewhere, specifically so you can avoid bumping into me.
I startle, thrown off balance by that revelation. He's been asking around about me?
Well,
he demands, impatient as ever. Hearsay, I insist, my voice somewhat less convincing.
Uh-huh.
Lucas shakes his head like he knows I'm totally full of shit. His eyes are divided as they scan my face, half frustrated, half intrigued.
Must have damn near killed you to call me tonight.
I have a strong constitution, I murmur weakly. For a moment, staring down at me, His eyes churn with thoughts I can't figure out. He seems to make up his mind about something, though, because all the frustration melts out of his expression, leaving behind a determined look I recognize. It's the same one he wears just before he steps into the octagon for one of his matches. Equal parts take no prisoners, and winner takes all. I don't know what it means in regard to me, but I'm guessing the answer is nothing good. My heart starts pounding double time. Thump, 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 thump. Crap, 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 crap. He smiles again. God damn, I wish he'd stop doing that so close to me. And leans in, taking clear notice of the way my whole body goes tense in response. I think, for a crazy instant, that he might kiss me, which would be bad, terrible, awful, right? Instead, with a gentleness that makes my pulse stutter, his hand finds mine in the darkness. Slowly, one digit at a time, he uncurls my fingers from the plastic baggie still clutched in my white-knuckled grip. I hadn't even realized I was still holding it.
Let me worry about this,
Luca murmurs, tucking the parcel under his arm and walking over to the bike, as if he hasn't just given me premature heart palpitations.
You just worry about holding on.
He throws one leg over the Ducati, then glances back at me, eyes shining in the dark.
Tight.
It's official. I am so screwed. Luca wasn't lying. We drove back to the city so fast, I'm certain we're nothing but a blur of color to the few people actually out on the streets at this hour. Which, I must say, is a good thing, since my skirt spends the majority of the ride hiked up around my waist, leaving my entire bottom half exposed. At this speed, there's no choice but to follow Luca's directions and hold him tighter than a girl with a glass of chilled Chardonnay at happy hour after a mind-numbing work week. It's more than a little disconcerting to be pressed up against him, my boobs squished against the broad planes of his back, my arms wrapped tight around his waist, my fingers locked together against each steely indentation of his abdominal muscles. It's enough to make a girl dizzy. Don't you dare judge me. The man has an 8-pack for God's sake, and I'm only human. I'm so focused on not falling off, and not wriggling inappropriately against Luca's back, that it takes me a while to realize we've flown past the exit that'll take us to Beacon Hill, and are instead winding our way slowly through a labyrinth of North End streets, tangled like the plates of pasta their restaurants are so famous for. Hey, I yell into Luca's ear. This isn't my neighborhood. In a shocking turn of events, he ignores me. Luca, I mean it. My apartment is in the other direction. No response. Luca Buchanan! We jolt to a stop near the curb so suddenly, my whole body slams full frontal into his back. Thankfully, the man is made of stone, so I don't fall off the motorcycle on my face. I'm still reeling from the impact when he dismounts and lifts me down onto the sidewalk with laughably little effort. As soon as he sets me on my feet, I yank my skirt back into place and glare up at him from beneath the rim of the bulbous helmet. Was the manhandling necessary? I snap. He shrugs. I'm perfectly capable of getting off a motorcycle by myself. Last time I checked, I have 2 functioning legs. His eyes flicker down to the aforementioned limbs, lingering on the site of my thigh-high garters. Clearing my throat, I smooth my hands over my skirt. It's 2017. Women can do all types of things. We can drive and vote and work and raise babies alone and travel the world and boss people around. We can be superheroes and CEOs. Hell, we can even become men if we want. His brows arch sardonically. Not that I want to become a man, I mutter hurriedly, feeling my cheeks start to flame again. I'm just saying, if I wanted to, I could. The option's there, that's all. Luca again says nothing. I fight the urge to scream, or bite off my own tongue, to stop my string of babble. At times like this, I often find myself wishing I kept a cyanide capsule handy in a false tooth. Without that option, I take a deep breath and try to sound calm and collected. Operative word being try. Where are we, Luca? Moreover, why are we here? Furthermore, are you planning to take me home anytime soon? Or am I going to have to hijack your bike? I promise that won't end well. For me or the bike. He shows no reaction except a slight flare of amusement in his eyes. What, are you suddenly mute? I plant my hands on my hips and glare harder. I'm sure it would be more intimidating without the helmet. He reaches up and scratches at his stubble in an unhurried gesture.
Figured you were babbling enough for the both of us. Might as well let you get it out of your system.
I do scream, this time. I asked you to take me home, not to bring me to some random building in the North End and taunt me with your taciturnity. He gives no reaction, besides another slight shrug. Getting desperate, I try a different tactic. Look, it's 4 a.m. The sun is rising. In the past 24 hours, I've struggled through a massive hangover, a boss who gives new meaning to the term hands-on, a high-speed chase, a 2-hour interrogation, and a highly informative sex talk with a hooker in a holding cell. I'm dressed in something an anime character would find risque. My feet hurt from these heels. I'm so hungry, I would happily eat that flattened gum off the sidewalk if I thought it might curb my appetite. And I'm so tired, I could sleep soundly in that gutter. Which, funnily enough, actually may end up being my new home in a few days, if I don't sort things out financially. My iPhone is missing, my wallet is empty, and I'm officially out of whatever patience I once possessed. So, while I appreciate you coming to my rescue, getting me out of there, posting my bail, all of it, please, for the love of God, please, just take me home, Luca. My voice breaks on his name, and my mouth snaps shut with a click of my teeth. Crap. I hadn't realized just how overtired and overwrought I was until the words started pouring out. I hadn't meant to reveal all those things, and certainly not to him. But once I began, there was no stopping the torrent of pent-up angst. Luca stares at me and his eyes flicker through a series of emotions so fast, I can't sort them out. He settles on a guarded look I can't read at all.
First, not a random building. I live here.
He jerks his head at the brick 5-story building behind us, built on a long wharf sticking out over the harbor.
Second, there's a difference between being a straight shooter and a mute. I don't make a habit of wasting my breath on bullshit, babe. You'll just have to get used to that.
I open my mouth to retort, but he isn't finished.
Third, you're right about the sun rising soon, so we're going inside before my neighbors start waking up and wondering why I'm fighting with a French maid in the middle of the sidewalk.
But...
Delilah.
He cuts me off before I can object.
You just rattled off a whole list of problems, including being tired and hungry, and I'm guessing a bit freaked too, even if you don't feel like admitting it. I know for a fact you want to go home, that you don't want to be with anyone right now, after the shit you've been through tonight, let alone me.
He pauses.
But I also know from dropping you off after your bachelorette bender that you've got a house full of moving boxes, you're sleeping on an air mattress, and there is exactly 0 food in your fridge.
I gasp. You snooped.
Damn right I snooped,
he returns without missing a beat. That is not gentlemanly.
Did I ever claim to be a gentleman?
I huff. No, he certainly hadn't. His eyes narrow.
You want to explain what the fuck is going on with you? Why your apartment suddenly looks like a storage facility?
I jerk my chin, jaw locked.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He mutters.
You can act all prissy, and you can yell till you're blue in the face. I'm not taking you home to that empty apartment until you're fed and warm and feeling like yourself again. That means pancakes and a hot shower.
You can't just...
I can just...
This is none of your business! I practically screech.
You called me. You invited me into this. You made it my business, babe. Second I dragged my ass out of bed at 3 a.m. to bail you out. So you're gonna let me make the rules for a little while, until this is sorted.
His voice gets growly.
That includes getting into the shit you said concerning your touchy-feely boss, who we are gonna have a talk about later. I promise you that.
My mouth gapes. This is my life. These are my problems. You can't just storm in and take over like some bossy, macho, knight in shining armor with a god complex. His eyes glitter.
Thing you should know about me, Delilah?
I told you not to call me that, I grumble. No one calls me that. Not anymore. He carries on as if he hasn't heard me.
I see a problem, I fix it. Give me a few minutes. I promise I can fix the majority of yours. The rest,
he shrugs.
Those might take a little longer, but we'll get them sorted too. You just have to give me time.
But this... Stepping to my side, he reaches out, unhooks the helmet from beneath my chin, and pulls it off. His hand deftly brushes a few messy strands of hair away from my face, then drops to the small of my back. I'm so startled by his touch, I lose my train of thought, and before I can locate it again, a wave of exhaustion crashes through me. Suddenly, I'm too tired to fight, too tired to think of all the reasons this is a bad idea, as he leads me away from his bike, toward the entrance of his pretty, brick-faced building, with gardens I can see, even in the pre-dawn light, are bursting with summer blooms. The scent of lilacs and peonies invades my head as we float past. I try to focus on their beauty, instead of the fact that I'm about to be alone with Luca Buchanan inside his apartment, wearing something so skimpy the Kardashians would object, struggling to remember all the reasons it would be terrible to throw myself at him like a heat-seeking missile. You've really outdone yourself this time, Delilah. Chapter 4. I should probably eat healthier, but Adam and Eve once ate a single apple and doomed all of humanity, so... Delilah Sinclair, contemplating a second donut. I don't know where I expected a man like Luca to spend his nights, but it was not a place like this. Somehow, I pictured him living somewhere mega macho, all concrete and steel, with punching bags hanging from the ceiling and a sparring mannequin propped in the middle of the living room, and maybe one of those deliciously entertaining salmon ladders that Stephen Amell is always making me drool over during episodes of Arrow. Okay, so that last one was more of a fantasy than an actual guess, but I never claimed to be a saint. A girl can dream, right? Half of me just assumed Lucas slept at the gym. He's there so often. Not that I've devoted an abnormal amount of time contemplating his sleeping arrangements or anything, because that would be weird and obsessive and vaguely stalker-like. What was I saying? Oh, right. Lucas' place isn't what I was expecting at all. When it comes to architecture, I'm not easily wowed. Probably a product of my unflinchingly upper-class upbringing on Nantucket. But one look around his space. Wow. Either working for Knox Investigations pays better than I thought, or he's been raking it in from his recent winning streak. Occupying a large top-floor end unit in the North End's historic Battery Wharf, he's got wall-to-wall windows that look out over the harbor, clear across to East Boston. Epic views of the ever-paling sky assault my eyes from every room as soon as we step over the threshold. I squint as I take it all in. Open plan, loads of exposed brick, soaring beamed ceilings. It's both quintessentially New England and a certified bachelor pad. The kitchen and breakfast nook have been totally renovated in clean white marble. The main living space is sparsely furnished, with a row of sturdy bookshelves and simple, efficient wood pieces in muted tones. I note the minimal artwork on the walls, the lack of a single non-essential piece of decor. It shouldn't come as a surprise. Luca Buchanan doesn't do superfluous, not in his relationships, or his communication style, or, evidently, his living quarters. The bamboo floors are unadorned by rugs or carpeting, stained so dark they're nearly ebony. There's a large gray sectional on the left, set in front of a massive wall-mounted television and entertainment system. Doors lead off the main room in either direction. It's beautiful, but feels very unlived in. Like a condo you put on the market, professionally staged by an interior designer in the hopes it'll sell quicker.
Kitchen, living room, patio's out there,
Luca says, gesturing around as he flicks on a recessed track of lights over the breakfast bar. It's still pretty dark. The sun is flirting with the sky, but hasn't quite committed to rising yet.
Pantry, laundry, storage closets, the basics. Bathroom's through there.
He points at the door to the left of the kitchen.
And that's my bedroom.
He jerks his head toward the set of slightly ajar French doors to the right. I wonder what his bed looks like. Judging from the rest of this place, it wouldn't surprise me to discover he sleeps on a wooden pallet like a monk. If I had more energy, I'd cross the room to find out. But my feet have ceased cooperating with my brain. Heady waves of fatigue are crashing through me, growing stronger with each passing moment. I'm actually swaying on my feet. I may collapse if he doesn't offer me a seat soon. He glances at me and seems to read the utter weariness in my features, because a small crease of concern appears between his eyes.
Sit down before you fall down,
he orders gently, jerking his head in the direction of the couch.
I'll make you something to eat.
I decide it's probably best not to argue with him. Faking composure I don't feel, I walk across the room with long-legged strides. My heels click like gunshots against the hardwood with each step. God, my arches ache. I swear, I'm not usually a sissy about heels. In fact, I'm kind of a stickler when it comes to my footwear, giving even Phoebe and her extensive collection of Louboutins a run for her money. Not literally, though, because running in heels is super difficult. That Jurassic World actress is my hero. I wear pumps almost every day of the week, even when I'm going somewhere mundane like the grocery store or the coffee shop around the corner. I'm not the kind of girl who goes to a wedding and takes her stilettos off to dance more comfortably either. Heck, I don't even own a pair of wedges because if I'm going to go to all the trouble of wearing heels, you can bet your ass they won't be made of cork. Thank you very much. My mother raised me to believe that taking one's shoes off in public is tantamount to going commando at church on Sunday. More than impolite, such an insult to proper society. You'd be hard-pressed to convince her that bare feet aren't just as bad as a bare ass. Delilah, if you're going to wear heels, be prepared to wear them until you get home, she used to say, while I watched her pack her suitcase for yet another business trip. If you can't commit to seeing something through to completion, why bother starting it at all? Silly or not, her long-recited rules stuck in my head. I fear that saying about old dogs and new tricks is accurate, because it's far too late to change my ways at this point. My toes could be bleeding. You still won't catch me barefoot at a stranger's house. Even now, as I sit down on Luca's heavenly soft sectional, feet screaming for release after 2 straight days of imprisonment, I can't bring myself to kick them off. I sit on the edge of the cushion, back ramrod straight, staring out at the streaks of pink slowly appearing on the horizon. Maybe it's stubborn, but keeping them on feels like my last act of defiance, the last shred of dignity I can still cling to, without losing myself completely. I hear Luca moving around in the kitchen behind me, cabinets opening and closing, the gas range clicking on, a spoon scraping the side of a mixing bowl. Every once in a while, I feel the weight of his eyes on me, but I keep my focus directed at the sunrise as the minutes tick by. I'm thinking of asking to borrow 2 toothpicks to prevent my eyelids from drooping closed, when my line of sight is cut off by the appearance of a white t-shirt. My gaze tracks slowly over a truly impressive set of abs, past a broad plane of pectoral muscle, along the tanned column of a throat, and finally up to meet the eyes of the man looming over me. "What?" I whisper, craning my neck. I'm too tired to stand. He doesn't say a thing as he crouches down to my level. I open my mouth to ask what the hell he thinks he's doing, but I'm stunned silent as he reaches toward me. I flinch back, startled, but his hands never hesitate as he pulls off my heels. First the right, then the left, leaving me in just my stocking feet. What? Why? I swallow my questions as he sets the heels aside without a word. They click dully against the floor as he puts them down. What are you doing? I whisper, voice breathy. With exhaustion, I tell myself, not anticipation. There's nothing to anticipate, because nothing is going to happen between us. Obviously. Gulp. Luca's eyes hold mine for a suspended moment. I can't help but suck in a sharp, surprised breath when I feel him take my right foot into his hands. With expert technique, his thumbs begin to stroke my sore insteps, working the cramped arches like a professional masseuse. It feels so good. I have to physically bite down on my tongue to keep from moaning out loud. Luca Buchanan is giving me a foot rub, and I'm letting him. The thoughts are too strange to fathom, so I shove them away and focus on the feeling of his hands. His touch is at once purely platonic and shockingly intimate. It's strange. I know I should be objecting. I know I should be putting up a fuss about the fact that he's crossing this line, but I can't vocalize a single protest. My body has betrayed me. My thigh muscles clench tight together beneath my laughable skirt. My back bows involuntarily under the sensation of his fingers until my cleavage challenges the confines of my lace-lined bodice. There's no way he doesn't notice the effect he's having on me. Not when he's this close, staring at me with such intent focus, you'd think he was memorizing my face to describe for a sketch artist. Undeniable lust stirs inside me, like the first rumblings of a long-dormant volcano. I haven't been touched by a man in months, not since my life fell to pieces. The feel of his hands on me after an uncharacteristically long dry spell is stoking embers of attraction into a steady flame of need. Tell him to stop, a small voice pleads from the back of my mind. Tell him thank you and pull away before this escalates from purely therapeutic to something very, very different. The voice falls silent as Luca rolls his knuckles against the ball of my foot. I bite the inside of my cheek to hold in an embarrassing mewling sound, wishing I could escape his unflinching gaze. It would be far less intimate if he'd look away, but he doesn't. He keeps his eyes on mine the entire time, even after he switches to work the kinks from my left foot. When his fingers trace along the delicate bones of my ankle, static and sensual through the friction of my stockings, I feel an undeniable bolt of desire spark along the nerve endings from my toes straight between my thighs. Holy fuck. I can't remember the last time anyone did this for me. Maybe never, if I'm being honest. I'm usually in such a rush to leave the morning after I've slept with someone. There's no time for things like cuddling or massages. Whenever possible, I avoid the unsettling intimacy of such couple-like activities. It makes it easier when I inevitably decide to end things a few weeks later. Lather, rinse, repeat. I fully realize, if I weren't so exhausted, I'd probably be freaking out right now. But it feels too good to stop. He feels too good to stop. Luca rolls my ankle in an achingly slow circle. The effort to hold in a moan is making my eyes water. A crazy, reckless thought pops into my mind as I stare down at him with glossy eyes, biting the inside of my cheek so hard I taste blood. How easy it would be to open my knees, just a sliver, to reach for him with shaky fingers, to pull him down on top of me on this comfortable couch, to see how those skilled hands feel on other parts of my body. Retreat! Retreat! Sensing the danger in my own shockingly vivid visualizations, I yank my ankle from his grip and scramble to my feet. Before he can react, I take several purposeful strides away from the couch, putting some much-needed distance between us. Not that I don't trust myself. Ha! Who am I kidding? I totally don't trust myself. When I glance back at Luca, breathing hard, I see his eyes are simmering with humor and something else. Something that makes me want to run straight back to my jail cell in Mattapan, where I'd be safely separated from him by a wall of impenetrable steel bars. His lips twitch, as if he can read exactly what's going on inside my mind. So I plant my hands on my hips and school my face into what I hope is a mask of total composure. As if my pulse isn't pounding double time. As if my toes aren't pressed firmly against the wood floor in a vain attempt to ground me back in reality. Thank you for... I swallow hard, undeniably flustered. For... that. Crap on a toasted croissant. He full-on smirks at my discomfort, the bastard.
Wasn't finished, babe.
Well, I was. I mutter in a flat voice.
Whatever you say.
He shrugs, still half smiling as his eyes drop to my toes and slowly scan their way up my body until they're back on mine.
Never seen you without the heels.
And? His lips twitch.
You're short.
I'm not short, I insist immediately.
Shorter than I thought you were.
Well, your thoughts are pretty far from reality. I think we've already established that fact. His eyes gleam with mirth.
Maybe it's time you fill me in on what really happened last night then. Because I gotta tell you, the French maid outfit isn't helping me stay in touch with reality. If anything, it's making my fantasies run wild.
I suck in a sharp pull of air. It's not what you think.
Oh?
He steps closer.
And what exactly do I think? Since you're somehow privy to my private thoughts.
I squirm a little. You think this is... I gesture down at the uniform. That it means... His brows lift. I can't bring myself to say, you probably think I'm a prostitute. So instead, I just snap. You see this and your eyes get all dirty.
Sounds serious.
His lips twist, like he's suppressing a grin.
Should I be making an appointment with my optometrist?
I glare at him. This is a uniform, for a job, an actual honest-to-God work opportunity.
Getting the impression you think I'm judging you.
His eyes narrow, some of the humor bleeding out of them.
Not my style, babe. Don't care how you dress or what you do for a living.
Well, the officers who pulled me over certainly did. I run my fingers through my tangled hair, wishing I had a brush handy. It's probably for the best that I've managed to avoid mirrors since my incarceration. I'm almost positive they thought I was a call girl. Luca's lips twitch again.
But a high-class one, seeing as you were driving a stolen Bentley.
Borrowed! A borrowed Bentley! I insist.
Uh-huh.
He shakes his head at me.
Borrowed, without permission. And, apparently, drove at nearly 100 miles per hour through a red light, in front of a parked cop, carrying an expired license.
How do you know that? I ask, eyes wide.
The cop who pulled you over filled me in, before we left the precinct.
Officer McBangme? More like Officer McBlabbermouth, I mutter. Luca's eyes narrow further.
What was that?
Shit, I really didn't mean to say that out loud. Nothing, I lie. His arms cross over his chest.
You make a habit of Grand Theft Auto? Or was this a one-time stunt?
It wasn't Grand Theft Auto. Maybe Grand Borrowing Auto. And it doesn't matter anyway, because the owner of the Bentley won't press charges.
And you know that how, exactly?
I just do, I murmur noncommittally.
Delilah.
Luca.
I can't help you if you don't tell me what happened.
Who says I need your help? He stares me down. Okay, so there's a chance I might need his help. Whatever. Didn't you promise me pancakes? I hedge, desperate for a break.
Fine, we'll eat.
He pins me with a serious look.
But we're not done with this shit.
Honestly, I think I'd rather relive the sex tip session with my cellmate Destiny than continue this conversation, I mutter under my breath. He hears me, of course.
Tell you what.
He tosses over his shoulder as he strides toward the kitchen.
You miss your cellmate so much, I'll make you a deal. Describe, in detail, exactly what happened last night, and I'll drive you straight back to jail afterward. Sound good?
I roll my eyes at his back. Honestly, fighting with this man is a waste of breath. He hears exactly what he wants to hear and nothing more. He always gets what he wants, in the end, because he's utterly relentless, non-negotiable. I should storm out of here in a huff, just to make a point, just to show him he can't boss me around or intimidate me with his macho shenanigans. I really should. Except he did make breakfast, so I suppose I can delay storming out, temporarily. I suppose I can stay and endure his interrogation for a bit longer, because pancakes. Should I be concerned with the fact that breakfast takes clear priority over my sense of pride? Perhaps, but I'm too ravenous to care. It's been upwards of 24 hours since I last ate. I've sailed past salad for dinner hungry and gone straight to day 3 of a juice cleanse starving. Following Luca across the room in only my stockings. Sorry, Mom. I take a seat at the nearest bar stool while he washes his hands and grabs 2 plates from an overhead cabinet. Sliding one in front of me, he settles his large frame on the stool directly across from mine and lifts the lid on the warming platter to reveal a giant stack of perfect golden pancakes. I feel my mouth fill with saliva as I stare at them. They're still steaming, they smell orgasmic, and they look absolutely delicious. Soft and buttery. Exactly the kind of food my friend Shelby, health nut and personal trainer, would have a heart attack if she ever saw me consuming. Honestly, you'd think gluten was a biochemical weapon the way she describes it. Luca loads up our plates, and I barely wait a beat before dumping a dollop of syrup on top of my stack, hacking off a huge multi-layered wedge, and shoving it into my mouth with gusto. Not my most ladylike move of all time. My cheeks puff out, and my jaw threatens to unhinge as I chew the massive bite. Luca watches me struggling to swallow and snorts.
Don't worry, I know the Heimlich maneuver if necessary.
In the words of Stephanie Tanner, how rude. As delicately as possible, which, let's be honest, is not very, I swallow down the rest of the bite. Just to get him back for teasing me, I drop my fork with a clatter against the marble counter and make a big show of twisting my features into a mask of shock. "Oh," I gasp, eyes wide.
What is it?
He asks, immediately on high alert. "You didn't," I wheeze, "put banana—" I lock my jaw. "In these—" I clutch at my throat. "Did you?" His brows pull together.
Yeah? Why?
Fake choking, like my first Academy Award for Best Actress in a mediocre prank, depends on it. I thrash a bit on my stool and hiss, "I'm deathly allergic."
Shit!
Luca leaps to his feet, races around the counter, and grabs me by the shoulders before I can blink. In less than a second, I'm off my stool, wrapped in the span of his arms, and he's staring down at my features in blind panic.
Shit, Delilah! What the fuck do I do?
He barks. It takes him a minute to register the shaking of my shoulders is not, in fact, due to choking, but to laughter. His mouth flattens into a frown as realization dawns. "Oh my God, your face!" I laugh so hard I nearly snort. "I got you so good, Buchanan. I thought you were going to pee your pants."
You're joking,
he hisses, his grip tightening against my biceps. I watch the panic evaporate from his eyes, replaced by amused disbelief.
Christ! Damn near gave me a heart attack, woman.
I shove playfully at his shoulders. "Serves you right for making fun of the way I eat pancakes." He scoffs.
I've seen dinosaurs take smaller bites on nature documentaries.
I glare at him, offended. "You take that back." He shrugs and remains silent. I poke him in the shoulder. Take, another poke, it, and a third. Back.
Or what?
"You'll regret it." He laughs, like my threat is the most adorable thing he's ever heard. like he thinks it's somehow a good idea to argue with a redhead when she's in a temper. My eyes narrow, and before I can talk myself out of it, I reach out, dip my finger in the syrup on my plate, and smear a thick line of it down the bridge of his nose. "Ha!" I yell in his face, grinning. "I'm victorious. I'm vindicated. I'm a veritable badass. No one messes with me." My self-congratulations screech to a sudden halt when I see the way Luca's eyes are suddenly glittering. I realize I have made a massive miscalculation. See, I forgot for a second that Luca isn't like most men I spend time with. He won't pull a pressed handkerchief from his pocket and wipe away the syrup with an indulgent shake of his head, like one of my corporate dreamboats would in this scenario.
Oh, Lila, how childish. Now, as I was saying, my latest merger—
Nope, not Luca. He won't indulge me. He'll strike back. Reading the dangerous gleam of retaliation in his eyes, I quickly see the error of my ways. I begin to backpedal away from him, hands thrown out in front of me. "Sorry, I didn't mean—" My lips clamp together when I realize nothing I say will save me. He stands totally still for a beat, as a single drop of syrup slowly dribbles down his nose, leaving a sticky trail in its wake. Frozen, we both watch as it falls to the floor in what seems like slow motion, a tiny amber-colored raindrop splattering onto his hardwood. I suck in a breath of air as his eyes lift from the floor and lock on mine, feeling my heart start to pound as a dark, wolfish smile spreads across his face. In a move designed to strike fear into my heart, he slowly reaches out and takes hold of the plastic syrup jug. It's the most terrifying thing I've seen all day, and I was in jail 2 hours ago, so that's saying a lot. You just had to go and poke the bear, didn't you, Lila? I don't have time to answer my own question, because a second later, Luca pounces. You can probably guess that things don't exactly go my way. Honestly, it's not remotely a fair fight. A jacked MMA fighter armed with adrenaline and a full bottle of syrup up against a girl in garters who generally considers running through the mall sufficient weekly cardio? Yeah. He moves like lightning, chasing me around with the bottle held aloft. Screeching louder than a cat in heat, I turn and sprint for the other side of the apartment. There's little point. I'm not even running in the direction of the front door, so I've got no chance at escape, unless I plan to hurl myself from the balcony into the harbor 5 stories below. I hear him close on my heels as I race toward the sectional. The wood floors are slippery beneath my stockings. I nearly face-plant multiple times, but somehow manage to remain upright as I make a flying leap up onto the cushions. Don't ask me why, but the only tactic I can seem to remember from all my years of binge-watching Game of Thrones and Vikings is that high ground always has the advantage in a battle. And that's exactly what this is. A battle. No, a war. Don't even think about it, Buchanan! I scream over one shoulder, laughing like a lunatic. I whirl around just in time to see him charge the couch, a blur of sinuous athletic grace. There's a look of such dark thrill on his face, it makes my throat close up. Oh boy. I realize too late that running from Luca will do me as little good as pleading with him. In fact, by doing so, I've given him what any alpha predator enjoys most in all the world: a good chase. He jumps up onto the couch along with me, landing on the cushion with such force my entire body is launched 3 inches into the air. Bouncing like a kid on a trampoline, I try to save myself by spinning around and dashing madly for the other end of the sectional. Maybe I can make a run for the bathroom and barricade myself. But it's far, far too late for that. I'm mid-leap when Luca's arm snakes out and hooks me around the stomach. Before I know it, I find my course fully reversed, all forward momentum halted like a car hitting a brick wall. I'm hauled straight back into his chest, plastered so tight against him, I can feel his every chiseled chest muscle firmly against my spine.
Gotcha,
he mutters victoriously, flexing his grip like a cat playing with the mouse between his paws.
Any last words?
My chest heaves beneath his hold. I couldn't answer him even if I wanted to. My pulse is pounding like a war drum as his face ducks down to the exposed slope of my shoulder. Nudging his still sticky nose against my bare skin, he wipes the residual syrup in a streak across my thumping jugular vein. I try to laugh, but for some unfathomable reason, it comes out sounding more like a squeak of fear.
Delilah,
he growls against the hollow beneath my ear. His voice is thrumming with dark delight. I hear the pop of a cap, the syrup bottle opening, and begin to struggle in his hold. No, don't you dare, I plead, breathless with laughter and other emotions I really don't care to define too closely. You let me go right this minute, Luca Buchanan. A dark chuckle vibrates in my ear.
Apologize, and maybe I'll let you go.
His free hand, the one not wrapped around my midsection tighter than a bungee jumping harness, brings the syrup bottle into my line of sight.
Or don't, and face the consequences.
He raises the open bottle menacingly until it's poised over my face. One tilt of his hand, and I'll be a sticky mess. Fine, I hiss, eyes locked on the gaping mouth of the bottle, where syrup threatens to flow. I'm sorry. Hearing my admission, Luca's hold loosens fractionally. He thinks I'm giving up. Little does he know, I'm never one to admit defeat, nor am I about to pass up the prime opportunity for escape he's just given me. In a single fluid motion, I strike an elbow sharply into his ribs, then let my body go totally limp and duck out of his grip before he can react. A move I learned in a self-defense class I took last year, mainly because I thought it would help me meet cute guys. It's nice to know I actually got more than a few phone numbers out of the experience. My Krav Maga instructor would be so proud. Crowing with victory, I bounce from cushion to cushion like a kid playing a round of The Floor is Lava. With a massive leap, I hit the ground running and race for the bathroom like my life depends on it. To be fair, it probably does. Thrilled by my escape, I can't help taunting him a bit. I'm sorry, all right. Sorry you're such a sucker, I yell over my shoulder. I hear his answering roar, the sound of his feet hitting the hardwood as he dives off the couch and races to catch up with me. Grinning like a total maniac, I keep my eyes fixed on the bathroom door, on escape, determined to beat him there, running as fast as I can to evade him. He's faster. I'm nearly there when he grabs hold of me again. The syrup's disappeared at some point in the shuffle. Both his hands clamp onto my shoulders, and he spins me around to face him, dangerously close. His eyes are brimming over with humor and so much heat. I feel my breath catch in my throat at the sight.
You like playing games, Delilah?
He rumbles, looking down at me. I can barely breathe, let alone form words with him standing this close, looking at me like that. He grins, a slow, sinful smile, and I stop breathing altogether.
Happy to play with you, babe, but you should know.
His voice drops to a whisper.
I'm very competitive.
His head lowers toward mine, and I know, down to the marrow of my bones, that he's about to screw everything up royally. That he's about to cross an irrevocable line of demarcation. That, after this moment, nothing between us will ever be the same. Because he's going to kiss me. And, worse, I'm not going to do a damn thing to stop him. Everything inside me is screaming to pull away, to turn my cheek, to run for the hills and never look back. And yet, I can't seem to move. In fact, I can't seem to do anything at all, except watch Luca's lips closing in on mine, until we're a hair's breadth away, close enough to bump noses. The pulse is roaring so loud between my ears, as I wait for him to erase that final bit of distance. It takes me a minute to register the sound of his front door swinging open, and the man's voice that shatters the tense moment like a gunshot.
Bad time, Blaze?
I spring away from Luca faster than a kid caught red-handed stealing cookies from the cooling rack. Cheeks flaming, I turn to see a towering, attractive man standing in the threshold, his eyes moving between me and Luca with a look of baffled intrigue. He runs a hand through his sun-streaked surfer boy locks, smiling as he steps fully inside.
There's a joke to be made here about a maid in the kitchen with a candlestick.
He smirks, gesturing at me as he addresses Luca.
I'm guessing there's a story to go along with her, unless you've got the rest of the suspects from Clue hiding out in the bathroom.
He makes a big show of glancing around the apartment.
Professor Plum? Colonel Mustard? You guys here too? Colt,
Luca mutters, sounding distinctly pissed.
Ever heard of calling before coming by? Wasn't expecting you to have company at this hour.
The blonde grins, entirely pleased with himself. Crossing toward me, he stops about a foot away and sticks out a hand for me to shake.
Colton O'Leary. Nice to meet you, Mrs. White.
I roll my eyes at the board game reference and slip my hand into his. It's Lila, and we've actually met before, I say, voice wry.
When?
His brows lift skeptically.
I think I'd remember meeting you, especially if you were wearing this...
His eyes scan me up and down.
Outfit. Colt.
Luca growls warningly. Shockingly, I don't actually always wear this. I pull my hand from his and cant my head to one side. In fact, I hardly ever dress up like a cosplay character, unless I'm acting out some kind of kinky bedroom fantasy with
Delilah.
This time, Luca's growl is even more menacing. Oh, relax, I'm kidding. I wink at Colton. Mostly. His grin gets huge.
I swear I'd remember you. When did we supposedly meet?
New Year's Eve. Luca's last fight against Jack Forrester. You let me and my friends cut the line to get in without paying a cover. Thanks again, by the way.
Ah, you must be a friend of Zoe's. I don't do that for just anyone.
Colton murmurs, glancing at Luca.
Speaking of the minx, have you spoken to her recently?
Luca shrugs.
Last I heard, she and Parker were island hopping across Southeast Asia. Sounds miserable.
Colton drawls sarcastically.
She coming back to this time zone anytime soon? No idea. I'm not her keeper anymore.
Luca runs a hand through his short hair.
Care to share what you're doing here uninvited, Colt?
Colton's eyes dart to me, then narrow on his friend.
Why? You have some pressing business to attend to? Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. You were supposed to be at the gym with me an hour ago.
Colton crosses two beefy arms across his chest.
Not like you to blow off our workouts this close to a championship. I had shit to do.
Luca's tone darkens.
You're not my babysitter. No, I'm your fucking manager.
Colton snaps back.
And since when was you catching a little tail more important than training?
Luca moves so fast, I don't even see him cross the room. 1 minute he's standing at my side, the next he's up in Colton's face, a look of absolute fury clouding his handsome features.
Say one word like that about Delilah again in front of me,
he murmurs in a deadly soft voice.
See what happens.
Colton shoves Luca back and raises his hands in surrender.
Think you're saying enough for the both of us, Luke.
For a prolonged moment, the two men glare at each other, about to come to blows. Over me. I'm overcome by a strong desire to melt into the floorboards. I really should go home anyway, I murmur, swallowing hard. I've imposed on you long enough. Without waiting for a response, I turn and walk to the coffee table where I left my clutch purse and car keys. I hear a muffled argument going on behind me as I slip my high heels back on, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps. Just before the front door slams closed, Colton's voice carries in my direction.
I'm sure I'll see you soon, Lila.
I turn to say goodbye, but he's already gone. My eyes drift to Luca, who's standing in the middle of his living room, arms folded across his chest. There's a menacing expression on his face as he eyes the clutch purse in my hands.
We still have shit to discuss, Delilah.
You have to go train. I clench the bag a little tighter. And I have to go home.
I'll meet Colton later. Now, you're gonna finish your pancakes, and then you're gonna tell me what the hell happened with your boss that led to you borrowing a $200,000 Bentley.
Has anyone ever told you you're bossy?
Has anyone ever told you you're evasive?
Evasive is my middle name.
Thought it was James.
My eyes narrow. How the hell do you know that? He doesn't answer. Instead, he closes the distance between us. I fight the urge to back away as he reaches out to take the bag from my hands.
Sit down. Start talking. I'll give you a temporary reprieve.
I blink. From our syrup battle?
Sure.
He agrees, eyes gleaming in a way that makes me suspect he might not be referring to syrup at all. In fact, as I watch him walk back to the breakfast bar in languorous, self-assured strides, I'm almost positive he's referring to something else that almost happened between us, when his lips were an inch from mine, and our hearts were beating the same staccato rhythm, and my self-control evaporated like heat off asphalt on a steamy summer day. Momentary insanity. That's the only explanation I can think of to explain why I'd ever in a million years let Luca Buchanan kiss me, after I've spent the past 6 months avoiding him at every turn. Well, that, and the fact that he's the sexiest man I've ever met. Crap on a Caesar salad. Hold the croutons. Chapter 5. I grew up in the state of Massachusetts, but these days, I live in the state of constant anxiety. Delilah Sinclair, checking her bank account balance. I don't really want to confide in Luca, but he hasn't given me much choice, and truth be told, I feel obligated to give him some kind of explanation for a multitude of things, including, but not limited to, the slutty maid outfit and my brief stint in the clink. We stare at each other across the careful distance of the breakfast bar, eating lukewarm pancakes and pretending nothing has changed between us. Except it has. There's a marked difference in the way he's looking at me. If I'm honest with myself, there's always been a weird sort of tension between us from the very first time we met. But it feels different now. Electrically charged, as though an invisible switch has been flipped to crank our lingering sexual tension from a low simmer to a rolling boil. I can barely meet his eyes as I push my pancakes around my plate, appetite lost, as I try to force out the words.
Delilah.
Luca sighs.
It can't be that bad.
Spoken like someone who doesn't know all the facts.
If you just spit it out already, I'd know them.
You're impatient.
And you're stalling.
He pauses.
Think of it this way. You don't even like me. So you can let me in on whatever's going on with you. Because my opinion won't matter. It's not like I'm Phoebe or Nate or one of your close friends.
My heart squeezes guiltily when he says that. God, I've been a real bitch to this guy. My eyes lift to his and I see something soft behind all that ice on the surface of his irises. It makes me shiver, so I ignore it completely, steady my shoulders, and take a deep breath. I'm broke. Luca's brows lift.
Come again?
Broke, impoverished, drained of all liquid assets. I shrug. Take your pick. They all apply.
But I thought your family.
He trails off, probably not wanting to say something offensive, so I fill in the blanks for him. Yes, the Sinclairs are loaded. I laugh bitterly. Or we were. 6 months ago. Things changed. Luca waits for me to continue, eyes fixed on my face. My brother, Duncan, came to me with a big business proposition. He said it wasn't a loan. It was an opportunity for me to double the money in my trust fund by becoming a founding investor in his new company. Getting in on the ground floor. I force out another laugh, because if I don't, I'm afraid I might cry. A foolproof plan.
One guess. It wasn't foolproof.
Of course not. I sigh. This isn't the first time Duncan's gotten himself in financial trouble. His last 3 startups have failed within a year of fundraising. The 3 before that never made it past the brainstorming stage. They were so fundamentally useless. But when Duncan gets an idea, underwear with pockets, a reality TV show starring famous Instagram cats, a weekly podcast featuring only orca whale calls, there's no way to talk him out of it. He's a one-man wrecking ball without an off switch.
And you thought it was a good idea to give him your money because...
Luca asks point blank, never one to mince words. Are you insane? I didn't give him the money. I'm not a complete idiot. My lips press into a frown. Unfortunately, I can't say the same about my parents. Luca's brows lift.
They gave him a loan?
For all intents and purposes, they wrote him a blank check. And trust me, he used it. Quickly.
Not the smartest move given his track record. No offense to your parents.
They rarely move in any manner resembling smart where Duncan is concerned. No matter how many times he screws up, they can't see it. Not after... I trail off. After they lost Mimi. I shrug. Duncan is the darling golden boy. The favorite. Luca stares at me for a beat, sensing my evasion but not calling me out on it.
What's that make you?
I hesitate, then sigh. The eternal runner-up. His eyes narrow, but he doesn't comment. Anyway, after Duncan blew through his trust fund, followed by most of the family funds, it wasn't long before I got the call. I mimic my mother's breathy tones. Lila, darling, you know your father and I are out of the country on business. We just need a small loan to get by until we get things back on track. I fold my hands together to keep from hitting something. Just like that, poof goes my trust fund, and in the blink of an eye, I'm a cliché. A washed-up socialite with 0 useful life skills and $0 in her bank account.
You gave them everything?
He asks, tone laced with surprise. I nod. Essentially.
Why?
They're my parents, I say, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. What was I going to do? Let them starve? Let the bank take their house when they couldn't pay their bills?
Some people probably would've.
His eyes scan my face, trying to figure me out.
Most would have at least given it some thought, especially if they've always felt like a runner-up when it comes to parental affection.
Ouch. For some reason, hearing him use those terms stings more than when I say them myself. I suck in a breath and steady my shoulders. I guess my voice is nearly inaudible. When people I love are in trouble, I don't need to give it any thought. I do whatever I can to help, and figure out the rest later. Luca's gaze is moving across my face again, making me uncomfortable with his intense scrutiny. I drop my eyes to my plate.
Not just great hair and high cheekbones,
he murmurs. So softly, I'm sure he didn't mean for me to hear him. I glance up sharply. What did you just say? He's silent. Luca, I prompt.
Babe.
What did I say about calling me that?
You say a lot of shit. Can't be required to remember all of it.
Rude. Luca's lips twitch.
I wasn't insulting you, so wipe that look off your face.
What look? I don't have a look.
You've definitely got a look. Snotty one, too.
I force my features into a menacing scowl, and my voice into an artificially sweet one. Is this one preferable?
Hate to break it to you, but you're pretty when you're pissed.
I suck in a breath. He half smiles as he pushes his empty plate away and leans back on his stool.
In my experience, women who look like you do, with that bouncy fucking hair, and those legs that go on for miles, and that peaches and cream complexion.
My stomach flips. Luca shrugs.
Women like that tend to coast through life on their looks, never bothering to cultivate kindness or compassion, 'cause, frankly, they never need it. Not when every man they meet is falling over himself, just trying to get their attention. Most of the time, there's a pretty strong correlation between attractiveness and entitlement.
His eyes flicker down to my mouth and linger there.
Glad to know you're an exception. You care about people. Don't know why you're so determined not to show that side of yourself to anyone, but I gotta say, I'm looking forward to finding out.
My mouth goes totally dry. I have no freaking clue how to respond to something like that. So I do the only thing I can do. Ignore it completely, and hurry on with the rest of my tale. Right. Well, I cough. Long sob story short, my finances have been a bit tight for the past few months. So much so that I've been working pretty much any job I can find. And honestly, I haven't found many. Not well-paying ones, anyway, since I have no employment history. Every decent level entry job calls for at least 5 years of experience, or an unpaid internship in the field. I trace my fingertip against the silver-veined marble countertop, too embarrassed to look at him as I say the rest. It probably won't surprise you to hear that with a degree in fashion design from a party school, I'm not exactly qualified to do anything except shop.
Bullshit, babe.
My eyes fly up to Luca's. Excuse me?
You heard me?
He pins me with a look.
You're qualified to do anything you set your mind to. Knew that in the first minute I clapped eyes on you. You're a force of nature, Delilah James Sinclair.
Did you not hear a word I said? I'm not a force of anything. The only thing I've been forcing lately is my fake laugh during interviews for jobs I'll never get hired for anyway. I groan. Why, oh, why didn't I study something useful, like accounting? I'd be a great accountant, except for the fact that I'm sort of terrible at math. My brows pull together. But I could have studied speech pathology, or physical therapy, or dentistry. I'm already a religious flosser. How hard could it be to make the leap to doing it professionally?
About 8 years of school,
Luca murmurs. Scratch that. Definitely not dentistry. The human mouth is vile, I say immediately. He smirks. I groan again. God, I'm an idiot. If I could go back and slap my 18-year-old self for majoring in jello shots and cute fraternity brothers. Luca's lips twitch. Forget I said that. I drop my burning cheeks into my hands. In fact, forget I said anything at all about any of this. Let's rewind to 30 minutes ago, when you thought I was a prostitute. I think I preferred that to being the pathetic poor girl lacking any viable job prospects.
You send out invitations to that pity party you're throwing? Or is it a solo celebration?
I laugh, despite myself, and glance up at him. Would you believe? I sent invitations, but turnout has been pretty lackluster.
Assuming mine got lost in the mail then.
Nah, you didn't make the cut. Very exclusive guest list.
Should have known.
His eyes get ultra warm as they hold mine, until I'm forced to glance down at my plate, just so I can breathe again. I focus on pushing my pancakes around, instead of the 1,000 butterflies that just burst to life inside my stomach.
Delilah.
What? He's silent, waiting for me to look up at him. With a sigh, I lift my eyes and find him watching me, weighing his words with extra care.
You're going to figure this out. I promise. Might not seem like it right now, but there's more than one way to live a life, more than one route to happiness. Can be tough to see that, when you've spent 25 years headed one direction, and suddenly hit a detour. But don't forget, you're the one in the driver's seat. You get to control where you end up.
I think, based on recent events, we shouldn't have too much faith in my driving skills.
Probably a good call.
He smirks.
By the way, update your damn license, will you? You shouldn't be driving around with an expired one, especially when you're pretending to be a cast member from a bad Nicolas Cage movie.
My brows lift. National Treasure? He shakes his head. Ghost Rider? Another shake. Season of the Witch?
No.
The Wicker Man? Head still shaking, he cracks a smile. Man, that guy has made a lot of terrible movies.
True.
Luca laughs, a low, delicious rumble that makes me squirm on my bar stool.
But in this instance, I was referring to Gone in 60 Seconds, considering your recent criminal activities.
I roll my eyes.
You know, if you update your license, that's one less misdemeanor for them to charge you with.
The man cannot resist the chance to boss me around. Yes, Dad.
Not trying to father you, trying to help you.
Afraid there's no helping me. I heave an exaggerated, melodramatic sigh. It's a lost cause at this point.
Your life isn't over just because it's not working out the way you planned. Hell, nothing in my life has gone as planned. I didn't even have a plan. Didn't go to college. Opted out of high school at 16 and got my GED. All the same, I've managed pretty well for myself. May not have a bunch of letters after my name, but no one cares too much about your professional certifications when you're uppercutting them to the jaw in a championship bout.
His shrug is light, but his eyes are serious. As I stare across the counter at him, I realize how little I know about Luca Buchanan. Who exactly is this man, behind the badass exterior and hulking build? Where did he grow up? Is he from a big family? The kind that's always bickering and laughing and fighting over dinner rolls at the table? Or one like mine, full of gaping holes and painful memories that make it hard to look each other in the eye? I've never let myself wonder before. But sitting here, staring at him, I want to know so many things. It terrifies me. His favorite colors and restaurants and holiday traditions, his pet peeves and passions, and what he plans to do with his life after his fighting days are over. Danger! Fall back! Fall back! So you're saying I should shift gears and do something out of character? I force a joking tone, trying to redirect the sudden serious turn our conversation has taken down a lighter bend. Maybe run off and join the circus? Become an elephant trainer or an acrobat or a bearded lady? I admit, elephants are cute, but I'm not extraordinarily flexible, and no matter how hard I try, I doubt my goatee will be growing in anytime soon.
No.
He disregards my attempt to change the subject, still watching me with a seriousness that sets me on edge.
I'm saying that fancy degrees only get you so far. At the end of the day, they don't make you any more qualified for life than street smarts. Just a matter of perspective, preparedness, and finding the right path for yourself.
He pauses.
And you will find yours, Delilah.
You sound so certain.
One rule I live by, when it comes to attaining anything: visualize the outcome you desire,
he murmurs.
Applies to my fighting strategies just as easily as it does to your financial woes. Don't focus on every small step in the race. Picture yourself at the finish line. You'll cross it eventually. Not a doubt in my mind about that.
The butterflies in my stomach begin to swarm. Shit. For a man of few words, he certainly can pull out some good ones when he needs to. I myself am struggling to string together my thoughts, so I pour everything I'm feeling into a look and direct it his way. Thank you, I don't whisper, holding his eyes.
Anytime, babe.
He doesn't respond, lips tugging up in a half smile. Sliding off his stool, he grabs our plates and walks to the sink.
Still don't get where the outfit comes in.
I hop down and follow him, syrup-covered platter in hand. He starts rinsing as I pull open the dishwasher. There was a Craigslist ad seeking a housekeeper, 3 days a week in a rich suburb west of the city. Decent pay, plus I could take the bus there, which was really great, since last week my car got seized by 2 very unfriendly repo men with the worst cases of plumber's butt I've ever seen in my life. I wince, remembering the horror as they leaned over to attach my adorable Mini Cooper convertible to their tow truck. Seriously, I've seen tectonic plates with smaller cracks, I mutter. I think I hear a choked sound of amusement, but when I glance at Luca, I find him staring down at me with a totally blank expression. What? He just shakes his head. Whatever. I sigh. I took the job. I needed the cash, and I figured, how hard could it possibly be to clean a house? My brows knit together. Of course, I didn't take into account the fact that, when I got there, the owner of said house would be an 85-year-old Hugh Hefner wannabe with wandering eyes and a mandatory work uniform revealing enough to rate NC-17.
He asked you to wear that while cleaning his house?
Luca sounds skeptical.
And you actually complied?
What part of this story are you not comprehending? I ask, slightly offended by his tone. You saw my refrigerator the other night. There's nothing in there except a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc. And trust me, after the ordeal I've had, that won't last the night. My car's been impounded for failure to pay the monthly loan. My landlord, who used to bake me a freaking banana bread every month, sent me a very tersely worded eviction notice. Oh, and my favorite department store cut up my credit card last time I went in to buy moisturizer. Moisturizer! I throw up my hands. French-maid uniform be damned. I needed the cash if I want to buy groceries, pay rent, and hydrate my skin on a regular basis to avoid looking like Mrs. Potato Head by age 30. Luca shakes his head in silent disbelief. It's not like this was my first choice of employment, trust me. It's not like I haven't done other jobs. I tried becoming Instagram famous. Turns out you need to post more than once every 3 months to build a following. I tried to get a job at a gym. Apparently, they frown on it when you believe the best kind of workout happens between the sheets, not on a treadmill. His eyes cut to mine with a heated look in them. Moving on. I got a job at one of those gourmet taco trucks, and I don't even like tacos, which, honestly, the universe must have known, because the thing crashed with me in it.
Probably because you were driving in it with an expired license.
I narrow my eyes. I wasn't the one driving. I was in the back with the food. Guacamole went everywhere. An avocado does not lift out of cotton. I don't care what those OxyClean commercials claim. He snorts as he loads another dish. I spent a day as a sign spinner outside one of those TurboTax places. It made me so dizzy. I passed out on the street and woke up sharing a stoop with a hobo. I search my brain for more failed job opportunities. Oh, I tried being a kitty sitter for a woman down my street and caught cat scratch fever. Was in the ER for 2 days and actually lost money. I tried being a waitress, but I dropped every tray. Before the moisturizer incident, I even worked a few shifts at that same department store, recommending products and giving beauty advice. Of course, that didn't end well after a woman came in asking about dark marks, and I accused her of being a Death Eater. An amused chuckle comes from Luca. Don't laugh, it's true. And, in my defense, she really had a Bellatrix Lestrange vibe about her.
Even a Harry Potter villain outranks a Hugh Hefner impersonator.
Honestly, I thought Mr. Maguire was harmless. I pause. Pervy, perhaps, but ultimately harmless.
Until...
Luca prompts, loading the last dish and starting the wash cycle. He leans against the sink and pins me with a look. Avoiding his eyes, I take a few steps away to create a little distance between us. I rest back against the kitchen island directly across from him, mirroring his pose. I can't look at him when I say the next part. Until I was in his bedroom, changing the sheets. For the record, I used chic hotel corner folds and everything, and his hand found its way beneath my skirt. Luca curses lowly. With such vehemence, my eyes widen and fly up to his face. There's a very scary expression twisting his features, the kind that suggests he'd like to throw his much-lauded left hook into my former employer's face. Yikes. Swallowing hard, I decide to leave out some of the more colorful details of Mr. Maguire's groping. Hearing how the old man grabbed my arm, twisted until my eyes began to tear, and attempted to push me down face first on the bedspread, stark naked as the day he was born, in all his saggy-assed glory, mind you, will only fan the flames of Luca's temper. I didn't stick around to see what else he planned to do, I murmur. I kicked him where it counts, swiped his car keys off the kitchen counter, and took off. I wasn't stealing his car, I swear. I just had to get out of there and wasn't really thinking straight. Unfortunately, I didn't realize until I was halfway home that my cell phone was still sitting on his bedroom floor. I must have been more freaked out than I realized, because I was driving a wee bit above the speed limit. Luca snorts.
80 in a 30.
And I didn't see the light turn red until I'd already barreled through the intersection. Cue police sirens, followed by a very judgmental interrogation with an officer who took one look at my outfit and decided I was an escort who'd helped herself to some of her client's personal belongings without permission. It was clear he didn't believe a word I said. He laughed when I tried to explain that the car was a loan.
Can you blame him? People don't make a habit of lending out cars that cost more than most houses. Sounds a bit out there, babe. You gotta admit.
I'll admit no such thing. He was a jerk. And stop calling me babe. My teeth clench. After they pulled me over, well, you know the rest. Squad car, county jail, holding cell, phone call. Then,
Me,
he murmurs.
Guess it's a good thing I left my number on your palm.
I flip my hand over and glance down at the faint smudge of ink still staining my skin. Not that I'm complaining, based on how things played out, but what exactly prompted you to put your contact information in indelible ink on my body in the first place? He stills.
You don't remember?
I don't remember anything past getting back to Phoebe's in the party bus that night. It's all a blur. My eyes narrow on his face suddenly. Why? I didn't do anything embarrassing, did I? He shakes his head, but his eyes are guarded. I can't read him at all. Shit. My heart is thumping. I mean, I was passed out the entire time, so I couldn't possibly have done or said anything embarrassing. Right, Luca?
If you say so,
he murmurs slowly. Shit, that's not a denial. What the hell happened? I hiss.
Exactly what you think. Brought you home, carried you inside, tucked you in bed, left once I was sure you weren't going to get sick in your sleep and asphyxiate.
His voice is matter of fact, but I can't shake the feeling he's not telling me everything. Unfortunately, since I have no actual memories to back up my suspicions, there's little I can do about it. I blow out an exasperated breath. It's been a really stellar 2 days.
Something for your memoirs.
Oh yeah, my big, bad, law-breaking night of debauchery, all due to an octogenarian determined to turn his house into a knockoff Playboy mansion, with or without my willing participation. I roll my eyes. Can you believe, when the police got in touch with him last night, he acted like he'd encouraged a valued employee to borrow the car so she could get home safely? I snort. I guess he knows a sexual assault charge would be far more inconvenient than the expense of towing his Bentley back home. Luca's expression darkens with anger again. Turn that frown upside down, Buchanan. It could have been worse, all things considered.
Someone made advances on you without your consent, he growls. In my book, doesn't get much worse than that.
That part wasn't ideal, I'll admit. But at least none of the charges the police threw at me will stick. Except maybe reckless driving. I'll probably end up paying a fine, if anything. Though, personally, I think my night in a jail cell with a hooker was punishment enough.
The arresting officer isn't a bad guy. I'll give him a call later. Try to smooth things over.
No, I say immediately. You've done enough for me. I already have to pay you back for the bail money, plus picking me up and feeding me. I can't ask you to do anything more.
Guess it's lucky you didn't ask then. I offered.
But...
Delilah, let me do this.
My mouth opens to protest again, but I force down the objection when I catch sight of his expression. He looks as though his mind is thoroughly made up. I lean back against the edge of the counter and clear my throat. When I finally speak, my voice is barely a murmur. Why? His brows tug inward.
Why what?
Why are you so determined to help me?
Why are you so determined to handle everything alone?
I jerk my chin higher, not deigning to answer. Luca's eyes flash.
That's fine. You don't have to tell me. Pretty sure I already know the answer.
Oh, really? I scoff doubtfully.
Yeah, really.
His eyes narrow on my face, and I find myself wishing we were still separated by the breakfast bar.
Everyone thinks you're a good time girl. In it for the laughs. Never serious, never sad. Nothing touches you. No friendship drama, no work stress, no lasting relationships. But I don't buy that for a second. You may look like you've got your shit totally together, like nothing ruffles you. But it's only 'cause you keep that damn guard up all the time, and never let what's underneath show to anyone. Not even your inner circle.
Sounds like generic psychobabble bullshit to me, I snap, pulse beginning to pound. A one-size-fits-all Dr. Phil diagnosis.
Fine. You want me to be more specific?
He steps closer to me, eyes locking on mine.
Guessing you talk to your parents at most once, maybe twice a month. And that's the way you all prefer it. You can't remember the last time you had a talk with your brother that wasn't about him asking for money. You've never held a long-term job. Not because you're unqualified or unintelligent, but because you refuse to commit to anything that might require you to give a shit. You push away any guy who attempts to figure you out, because you're afraid of what might happen if he really got to know you. The real you, not the carefree girl you pretend to be. Even your best friends, who you donate a kidney for without being asked twice, are held at arm's length when it comes to the real shit. You hide it pretty well, but there's loss in your eyes, just beneath the surface. Because whatever grief you experienced was so great, so all-consuming, you never really moved past it. It's still with you, putting a spin on everything you do.
He finally pauses, eyes losing a bit of their edge as they catch sight of the look on my face. His voice gentles.
How'd I do? Am I close?
He phrases it like a question, but we both know it's not. He already knows the answer. Yes, he's close. More than close. My heart is thundering. My palms are clammy. My lungs feel too tight, like I can't catch proper breath. I bite the inside of my cheek and try to focus on the tinge of pain it brings, instead of the pangs inside my chest. You couldn't be more wrong. I want to scream at him. You don't know me at all. Except he's not wrong. In fact, in the span of 30 seconds, he somehow summed me up so succinctly and accurately, it's a little scary. You're totally off base, I say weakly. You don't know shit about me, Luca Buchanan.
Uh-huh,
He murmurs, looking like he doesn't believe a damn word.
You can keep telling yourself that, babe. Doesn't make it true.
I narrow my eyes in a glare. And you're basing this theory on what, exactly? We've interacted, as in actually exchanged words, maybe 4 times since we first met. He glares right back at me.
I might not say a lot, but that doesn't mean I haven't been paying attention. Everyone else is so busy being dazzled by that front you put up, they never bother to look beneath it. But I see it. I see you, Delilah.
That's... you're... I don't even know why I bother trying to reason with you. I plant my hands on my hips. You're a condescending ass. He shrugs lightly.
Been called worse.
I'm not going to stay here and be insulted. My voice breaks. I ignore it. In fact, I'm not going to stay here at all. I'm leaving. I whirl around in a flounce of skirts and hair and stomp away from him.
Delilah!
Luca calls after me, never shifting from his spot against the countertop as he watches me cross the apartment in angry strides. I pretend not to hear him as I bend to scoop up my keys, snatch my purse off the table, and head for the front door.
Delilah,
he repeats, softer this time, appearing suddenly in my path just as I'm reaching for the knob. I didn't even hear him move.
Where do you think you're going?
Home, I hiss, scowling up at him. I'm tired and I need to shower, and frankly, I've reached my lifetime limit for bossy macho man antics.
Lifetime limit?
He smirks, the bastard.
Never planning to see me again, huh?
Not never. My tone is frostier than my gaze. I suppose there'll be no avoiding you at Phoebe's annual Christmas party.
That's 6 months away.
And? His lips twitch.
That's not gonna work for me. Not now that I've finally started to figure you out.
The only thing you figured out is how to annoy the crap out of me in 30 seconds or less.
If I work on it, sure I could get my time down to 20.
My eyes narrow. Was that a joke?
Never joke about my capabilities, babe.
Stop calling me babe. I'm leaving.
So you said.
Get out of my way. He doesn't budge.
Why exactly are you leaving?
I'm exhausted. I need a shower, a nap, and a glass of wine. Not necessarily in that order. And I want to be in my own home for the remaining few days before I'm physically removed by my landlord, thank you very much.
Delilah.
Luca, I mimic in a snotty tone. Move. You can't keep me captive here forever. I'm going home.
How are you getting there, exactly?
Shit. I forgot about my lack of car, phone, and cash. I'll walk, I say stiffly.
To Beacon Hill.
My chin jerks higher. Yes.
In that outfit.
Double shit. I forgot about the maid uniform. Yes, I snap stubbornly. He runs a hand through his hair, clearly exasperated with me. Reading the determination on my face, he heaves a heavy sigh and pulls the keys from his pocket.
Come on then, I'll drive you.
Chapter 6. Behind every strong girl is a tribe of other strong girls who proofread her emails really quickly when they have a second. Delilah Sinclair, forwarding her resume to her best friends. The trip to my apartment is marked by strained silence. Gone is the playful air of two people who battled over maple syrup, who leapt over couch cushions and nearly kissed in his foyer. We walk in total quiet, two ships sharing the same ocean, buoyed along momentarily by a single current, but ultimately destined to go separate ways as soon as the wind shifts. On our way out, Luca grabs a sweatshirt off the hook by the door and passes it to me without a word. Part of me wants to object, just to be obstinate, but the rest of me sincerely wants to avoid being seen in broad daylight dressed like this, so I pull it over my head. It's laughably large on my frame, practically a dress. Warm and gray, it smells like mint and spice and ever so faintly of sweat. A distinct, delicious combination of aromas I've come to associate with only one man. Luca. He's not touching me. Hell, he isn't even looking at me as we walk down his hallway toward the elevators. But with his scent enveloping me like a cloud, I feel him everywhere, on every part of my body, like a low-frequency vibration humming through me. Even as I curse myself for being so affected by him, I breathe him in a little more with each inhale. I know in a few minutes we'll part ways, but I'm filled with the irrational fear that nothing I do will ever rid my senses of his memory. Not completely, that he'll linger on inside me forever, like some inextinguishable neurotoxin my vital organs can't filter out, long after he's left my presence. The elevator descends at an achingly slow pace down the 5 floors to the street. I stare pointedly at the button panel instead of the man by my side. I don't need to look at him to hear his words still ringing in my ears, haunting me, despite my best attempts to shake them off.
You push away any guy who attempts to figure you out, because you're afraid of what might happen if he really got to know you. The real you, not the carefree girl you pretend to be.
I can't act like those words didn't hit a little too close to their intended target. Just as I can't pretend I don't care that he sees straight through my cool girl act, in a way no one else in my life has ever really managed to. I tell myself I shouldn't give a crap what Luca thinks about me, that his opinion shouldn't matter, that I barely even know the guy. But you want to, An annoying internal voice whispers to me, maybe that's the problem. He's right, of course. After Mimi, I don't let anyone get too close, especially someone like him, who'd enjoy nothing more than to take a sledgehammer to the walls around my heart, given half the chance. Men like Luca live for a good challenge, love nothing better than the thrill of conquering something most men would consider out of reach. He'd wreck me just to prove a point. I do realize, if I'd only sought him out when we first met, his interest probably would have vanished faster than a plate of double chocolate cupcakes placed in front of pregnant Gemma. Even I can see the irony. My determination to stay away from him is the sole reason he's so fascinated by me. They call it a catch-22, a circumstance with conflicting or mutually dependent conditions. I can't get close to Luca without jeopardizing the dynamic of our entire friend group, and yet, my current strategy of pretending he doesn't exist only seems to be making him more inclined to seek me out. Basically, I'm caught between a rock and Luca's rock-hard abs, with absolutely no way to extract myself gracefully. Which would be fine if it was the only problem on my docket, but I'm dealing with so much other drama right now. Boy troubles are the last thing I need to contend with. Following him outside, I yank the hem of the sweatshirt down to cover my upper thighs, sticking close in Luca's shadow as we pass a group of early morning joggers out for a run along the harbor. Who the hell runs this early? Voluntarily? I catch a few strange looks cast my direction as we walk toward his bike. Understandable, the garters and heels are a bit much for this time of day. Or any time of day. I'm steeling myself for another windswept ride on the back of the Ducati when Luca's hand lands on the small of my back, bringing me to an abrupt halt on the sidewalk.
We'll take my truck.
He clicks a button on his keys. The taillights of the giant black pickup truck parked directly beside the bike flash in response. I narrow my eyes at him. And you decided against driving the truck to pick me up from jail, thereby sparing me humiliation and saving the citizens of Boston from an unsought viewing of my butt cheeks because... He shrugs.
Was more concerned with getting to you as fast as possible than anything else. Didn't cross my mind you might not be dressed appropriately for a motorcycle ride. Next time, I'll ask what you're wearing before I pick a mode of transportation.
There won't be a next time, I grumble, heading for the passenger side.
Whatever you say, babe.
Ugh. I admit, I slam my door a little harder than necessary as I scramble up into the cab. So I'm not perfect, sue me. I manage to keep my eyes fixed stubbornly out the window the entire 20-minute ride to my place, half sulking, half seething. Luca seems equally content to stew in silence. In truth, we're both a little wary after the past few hours together. Perhaps we said some things we didn't intend to, crossed lines we weren't supposed to, traded out our careful distance for startling intimacy too fast to course correct. I'm not sure exactly, but things certainly seemed a hell of a lot simpler when I didn't know what his eyes looked like from a millimeter away, when he couldn't describe those near-translucent freckles that dust my nose in indisputable detail. We are Icarus, flying foolishly toward a low-hanging sun. Too close, too quick. I fear a lethal fall is imminent. When we pull up outside my building, Luca doesn't even have a chance to shut the engine off before my fingers find their way to the door handle. I need to get out of this truck, away from this man, before I do something stupid like smack him across the face, or kiss him silly. Thank you, I clear my throat, for coming to my rescue. I don't know what I would have done without your help.
You'd have figured something out.
I'm not so sure about that. I try out a smile. Those police officers were a hell of a lot nicer to Blaze Buchanan than they ever were to me. His eyes never shift from mine.
You'd have been just fine. Doubt there are many things on this earth you can't handle, Delilah.
I swallow hard. Shit. I can handle his gruff comments and sarcastic commentary no problem. But when he's sweet, something in my chest starts to feel too tight. I'll pay you back for the bail money. I might not be able to right away because, well, you know my financial situation. He nods.
You don't have to pay me back at all.
I do, though. I steady my shoulders. I may not have a penny to my name, but I've still got my pride.
Wouldn't be you if you didn't.
My grip curls around the handle. I strive for a casual tone, but my throat feels clogged with feelings I don't want to acknowledge. I'll see you around, Buchanan.
Count on it, Delilah.
My brows lift at the assuredness of his statement, but I don't comment. If Luca thinks our paths will cross again in the near future, he couldn't be more wrong. This, him coming to my rescue, cooking me breakfast, being my personal savior, was a one-time thing, a fluke. Certainly nothing to be repeated anytime soon. Or ever, if I can help it. With a faint smile that doesn't reach my eyes, I shove open the door and hop down from the truck before he can say another word. I walk on shaky legs up the stone steps to the front door of my narrow brick row house, clutching my purse so hard my fingertips turn white, wishing I couldn't feel the weight of his eyes lingering on me as I shove my key into the lock. It's only after I've closed the front door behind me and collapsed back against it with a sigh of utter exhaustion that I hear the roar of his engine as he drives off. Away from the curb, down my street, out of my life. It's for the best, I tell myself. No good can come of that friendship. Trying to stay platonic friends with Luca Buchanan would be like playing with fire and assuming you won't get burned to a crisp. If you value your life even remotely, it's better to avoid the flames altogether. Sinking down to the floor with my back to the wooden doorframe, I stare around at my home with bleary eyes. I used to love this place more than anywhere on earth. For the past 3 years, it's been a refuge, a hideout from the rest of the world. The one place that's ever belonged entirely to me. And I'm about to lose it. People always seem skeptical when I say I live alone. Don't you get lonely? My answer is usually an eye roll or a bemused grin, depending on who's asking the question. Personally, I love cohabitating with no one except my shadow. My keys are always exactly where I've left them. No one ever finishes off my leftovers without asking permission, and I've never once had to fight to do a load of laundry or take the first shower in the morning. I suppose it's a natural progression, after living with a house full of noisy, nonstop party girls all through college, first in the dorms, and later in a dilapidated house we rented for dirt cheap off campus. It was fun while it lasted, but I'd be lying if I told you I didn't jump at the chance to sign a solo lease as soon as my graduation tassel flipped from the right side of my cap to the left. I've thoroughly enjoyed my time alone. I don't have parties. I rarely have friends over. I never bring men back here with me. My last 3 boyfriends were summarily dismissed as soon as they started asking that pesky question.
Why don't we ever sleep at your place?
It's easier to make excuses than to tell them the truth. Bringing you into my space, letting you into that part of my life, is a commitment I'm not willing to make. Just one more string I'll inevitably have to cut when this ends. I spent months agonizing over tasteful yet trendy decor to fill these rooms. Weeks papering the walls in a gorgeous champagne shade I picked to make the dark wood floors and heavy fireplace mantel a bit more feminine. That wallpaper is the only vestige of me left in this place now. It's practically unrecognizable as my gaze moves over the many stacks of boxes piled across my living room. The entire apartment feels foreign, as if it already belongs to a new tenant, now that all my pretty things are boxed up to be carted off to a new, read cheaper, zip code, assuming I can find somewhere to go in the next 3 days. I've already sold most of my furniture on Craigslist over the past few weeks, for petty cash from hopeful internet hagglers. It was tough to part with my pretty white crate and barrel sectional, my chic side table, the plush faux fur ottoman I went to 3 separate stores to locate last fall. Harder still to say goodbye to my stately 4-poster bed frame and the mirrored vanity set I spent so many mornings sitting in front of. perfecting my makeup. There's really only one piece left at this point, one I refuse to part with, no matter how broke I get. They'll have to pry that antique writing desk out of my cold, dead hands before I'll ever give it up. It's the only thing of Mimi's I took from the Nantucket estate when I left. I doubt my parents even noticed it was gone. They're hardly ever there anymore. It's too painful for them. The desk sits alone in a corner, legs wrapped in plastic bubbles, the last soldier on the losing side of a battle. I lift my hand and give a mocking salute in its direction. At ease, soldier. The war's over. We've lost. As I sit there on the floor, in my own company for the first time in days, it's so quiet I can hear the sound of my bathroom faucet leaking down the hall. A steady plink, plink, plink of water against metal that seems to mock me. Drip, drip, drip. Loser, loser, loser. My eyes begin to prick with unwanted tears, so I push the palms of my hands against them tightly, as if to stem the flow. It's stupid. I'm crying over something that doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, I asked Luca to leave. I practically demanded to be alone. Because typically, whenever I have a bad day, or in this case, days, I crave only my own company. But sitting here in the shadow of all my boxes, with a stark solitude crushing in on me from all sides, I've never felt less like being by myself in my whole damn life. After I drag myself out of my morose mental state and into a hot shower, I sleep for so long, I begin to wonder whether I should check with the Surgeon General to find out what length of unconsciousness constitutes an actual coma. When I wake, delirious and disoriented, I sit straight up on my half-deflated air mattress with absolutely no concept of how long I've been out. It could be 5 hours or 5 days. I genuinely couldn't tell you. Scrambling off the mattress with all the elegance of a drunk girl climbing out of an inflatable inner tube, I lose my balance completely on the dismount and sail face first toward the floor. My forehead smacks into the unforgiving hardwood with enough force to make my eyes water. Ouch. Normally, there'd be a plush white rug underfoot to cushion such a tumble. Alas, a cheery girl named Denise drove away with it strapped to the roof of her Miata 3 days ago, never to be seen again. Blinking back tears, I rub my stinging forehead with one hand, while the other gropes blindly for my small battery-operated alarm clock, one of my few earthly possessions not yet packed away in cardboard. I can already feel the beginnings of a goose egg forming. I'll probably look like a lumpy unicorn in Phoebe's wedding photos. Perfect. When I locate the alarm clock, I gape at the pale green luminescent numbers. It's 7:30 a.m. I've lost almost an entire day to slumber. Not that I'm necessarily surprised. I was exhausted after Luca dropped me off yesterday. Physically, mentally, emotionally. My cheeks heat as fragments of last night's dreams flicker through my head. My subconscious dredged up more than one steamy fantasy involving maple syrup, my tongue, and a pack of abs so chiseled they make Joe Manganiello look out of shape. Shit, did I say fantasy? I meant nightmare. Definitely 100% a total, complete, horrifying nightmare. Crap on a cheese strudel. It probably didn't help that, after my shower yesterday, I pulled on the first warm piece of clothing I could find when I crawled into bed to crash, which just so happened to be Luca's borrowed sweatshirt. I woke in the fetal position with it wrapped around my limbs like a warm embrace. Ducking my chin down to the collar, I inhaled deeply. Damn, it still smells like him. I can almost convince myself he's here with me as I curl my knees up to my chest and I tuck them inside the massive garment. Fully cocooned, I play with a loose thread on the left cuff and tell myself my pajama selection was due entirely to my reluctance to dig through boxes in search of suitable sleeping attire. Not because I wanted to keep his memory close. Certainly not because just the thought of Luca makes me feel undeniably safe, like nothing bad can happen while he's standing by my side. ready to single-handedly fight back my demons. Because that would be utterly ridiculous. Right? My excuses sound feeble, even to my own ears. A huge yawn cracks my face in two. Truth be told, I probably could have slept another few hours, despite the risk of entering a full-on vegetative state. I can't help wondering why I awakened so quickly.
Lila!
Bang, bang, bang!
Come on, Lila, open up!
Oh, right. That's why. Someone's banging on my door with such little patience in his voice. For a moment, I'm worried it might be Gordon Ramsay, come to scold me for taking too long on my risotto dish. I scramble upright and race out of my bedroom, down the hallway to the foyer, dodging boxes as I go. When I reach the front door, I hover behind it, listening hard. It can't possibly be him. He wouldn't have the nerve to show up here. Not after all the crap he pulled.
Lila! Come on, sis. I know you're home.
Shit, it is him. With a sigh, I slide off the security chain and yank open my door. Duncan, I muttered darkly, staring at the sight of my brother standing on my porch in the pale morning light, dark sunglasses over his eyes. There's a hefty duffel bag slung over his left shoulder, and a leather satchel gripped tightly in his right hand. I've barely gotten his name past my lips when he reaches out, shoves my door open wide, and forces his towering frame inside my apartment. He's hardly cleared the threshold when he slams the door closed behind him and collapses back against it, breathing so hard you'd think he'd just crossed the Boston Marathon finish line. Please, by all means, come in, I say dryly, crossing my arms over my chest as I examine him. My ire fades slightly as I take a closer look. He's sweating, his clothes are wrinkled like he's been wearing them for days, and his face is torn between an expression of profound relief and pallid fear. To say he doesn't look like himself is putting it mildly. Duncan has always been handsome, with dark chestnut hair, high cheekbones, and lively brown eyes the same shade as mine. Except his are almond-shaped instead of saucer-like. Girls used to fall over themselves, hoping for a date with Duncan Sinclair, class president and homecoming king at the private academy we attended as teens. His effect on women only grew as he matured into manhood. It's more than just good looks. He's always had a certain charisma, a magnetism that draws people in despite their better judgment. They never even realize they're caught up in his spell until it's too late. Like a clever magician. Or lethal quicksand. Trust me, growing up as his little sister wasn't easy. He won every fight. He got my parents to take his side every time we disagreed about something, even when he was clearly at fault. That winsome disposition is simply undeniable. It's probably why he's always been so successful. He's got charm in spades, and he's always put it to good use. Whether to talk the panties off the biggest prudes back in high school, or the wallets off the wealthiest investors in Silicon Valley. The man before me now bears almost no resemblance to the dapper big brother I remember. In the 6 months since I last saw him, his hair has grown out of its typically pristine cut, and he's lost considerable muscle mass, as if his daily gym routine has fallen by the wayside. He looks dull, totally drained of that spark that sways people over to his side in arguments, or has them pulling out their checkbooks after an investment pitch. Perhaps most alarming of all, there's a mottled black bruise around his right eye, a remnant from a fist during a fight he clearly lost. Frankly, he looks awful. "What the hell happened to you?" I ask him, point blank. No use beating around the bush. His eyes crack open and scan me up and down.
Me? What happened to you? Are you even wearing pants?
I glance down at my bare legs and confirm that I am, in fact, not wearing much of anything from the waist down. Not that it matters. Luca's sweatshirt is so giant. I've owned winter parkas less revealing. I live here. I'll be asking the questions, thank you very much. I fold my arms over my chest and stare him down. Seriously, what the hell are you doing here, Duncan? And why do you look like you're on your way to audition for the role of Disheveled Hobo 3 on an episode of Law and Order SVU? He pushes off the door and runs a hand through his hair, jaw ticking.
Lila, I'm not really in the mood for your shitty jokes. Not today, all right?
Again, I live here. My house, my rules, my shitty jokes. Deal with it. Or don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out.
Is this how you treat all your guests?
Guests are generally invited. Annoyed, he glares at me. I glare right back at him. Am I being a little harsh? Maybe. But to be fair, Duncan did squander our entire family fortune. My bitchiness has never been more justified. How bad is it? I ask.
How bad is what?
Whatever trouble you're in that brought you running all the way from California back to Boston. I pause. With a black eye. And luggage. He sets down his duffel bag and the smaller leather satchel by the doorway.
Maybe I'm just here for a visit. I did grow up here. This coast doesn't belong to you, Lila.
You didn't come for a visit. His eyes narrow.
How would you know?
You barely ever even call me, let alone show up unannounced on my doorstep for an impromptu sibling bonding session.
Can't a big brother just surprise his little sister without a reason?
He hedges, shifting uneasily from foot to foot. I think about it for a nanosecond. Not when that big brother is you.
Don't be so cynical, Lila.
Don't dodge my questions, Duncan. His jaw clenches. When he remains quiet, I start tapping one bare foot against the hardwood in impatience. Not getting any younger here, Dee.
You know, if I didn't know better, I'd think you weren't entirely happy to see me.
I wonder why, I scoff. Could it possibly have something to do with you taking every penny out of Mom and Dad's savings?
I didn't take every penny.
He pauses.
I didn't touch their retirement accounts.
Wow, what a saint you are.
Oh, like you're up for a Nobel Peace Prize, Lila.
I shrug. I never claimed to be. But I also didn't bankrupt 6 different companies while somehow maintaining a sense of hubris to rival the Greek gods.
Look, that's why I'm here, okay? I'm going to get the money back. Everything I lost, and more.
I've heard this tale before, I remind him in a tired voice.
It's different this time,
he snaps, looking more pissed than the day I snuck into his room at age 6, disassembled the Lego castle he'd spent weeks building, and used the pieces to make a house for my Polly Pockets.
ManSense has a massive target demo, and investors are psyched about its potential.
I freeze. I'm sorry, did you just say ManSense?
Yes,
he mutters. What in the ever-loving hell is a ManSense?
Did Mom and Dad not tell you about my new company?
I'm sure they did at some point, I murmur unconvincingly. Honestly, Duncan, you've changed careers so many times, it's a little tough to keep track of what you're up to these days.
Well, we can't all make it as easy as you do.
He smiles coldly.
I never have trouble keeping up with your career path, considering you've never actually bothered to pursue one.
Nice. Real nice. He shrugs.
You started it.
Did we just take a time machine back to the 90s without my knowledge? I shake my head. Can we just talk like adults for once, without the unnecessary verbal sparring?
Fine.
He holds up his hands in surrender.
I'll be on my best behavior.
A well-behaved Duncan? That'll be the day. I stare at him. What, pray tell, is a ManSense? I'd guess, but I'm somewhat afraid of the answer.
Pretty self-evident. It's right there in the name. ManSense.
My brow lifts, still totally confused.
They're male candles.
I wasn't aware wax had a gender, I say in a strangled voice, trying very hard not to laugh. He pins me with an exasperated look.
Candles for men, Lila. Man candles. It's really not that complicated.
Complicated? No, that's not the word I'd use to describe this new business venture. Asinine, on the other hand. I bite my inner cheek so I don't start giggling. And What do these man candles smell like? He hesitates for a beat, jaw ticking like a time bomb.
Our most popular scents are golf course and crispy bacon. But we've been seeing steady increases in demand for gunpowder and pot roast over the past few months. Jim Socks also has a surprisingly strong cult following.
I try to hold it in, I really do, but I can't help it. I start cackling like a hyena.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Duncan sounds majorly offended by my mirth.
Great to know I've got your support.
I'm sorry, I gasp, trying to get a handle on my meltdown. I choke down a snort and try for a somber tone. I think man-sense sounds like a genius business idea. Gonna be huge. Another giggle slips out. Save me a celebratory gunpowder candle to light up when you make your first million. It'll be like blasting off a cannon in my living room.
You don't have to be a bitch.
I was being serious. He glares at me.
You're my family. You're supposed to believe in me, no matter what. Guess it was ridiculous to assume you'd have faith in your own blood, though, huh?
Duncan, I sigh, feeling my amusement flee. I don't want to crush his dreams, but by God, the man needs a reality check. Maybe it would be different if this was the first time we'd had this conversation about your big, new business idea, about how it's so radically different than all the others that failed before it, about how this one is the one that's finally going to make it big. I shake my head. I'm sorry, but we both know that's just not the case. I wish you all the best. I truly do. But the fact that we share DNA doesn't guarantee I'll put blind trust in every one of your ventures. Especially when I've been burned in the past.
I realize some of my past ideas haven't panned out, but I swear, Lila, this one is...
Different? I cut him off. I know, they always are. Until they're not. He glowers. I know he'd love to contradict me, but he can't. Deep down, he knows I'm right.
If I'd known you were going to be such a bitch, I wouldn't have flown 3,000 miles.
If being honest makes me a bitch, I guess I'm a bitch. I shrug. Trust me, I'd love to believe you about man's sense. I hope it's a huge success. I'm your sister. I support you. I believe in you. But it can't be unconditional, Duncan. My tone gentles, to soften the blow of what comes next. Trusting your word when it comes to where I should invest my money feels less like a leap of faith and more like a free fall off the side of a cliff, onto jagged rocks, in shark-infested waters.
Oh, fuck you, Lila.
His expression clouds over into a dark scowl.
Clearly I was an idiot to come here, thinking you might help your only sibling.
He pauses and his voice drops low.
Isn't that what we promised each other, after her funeral? That we'd always be there for each other, now that it's just the two of us left?
I flinch. Wow, playing the Mimi card already? My whisper is stark. Guess your deck is stacked pretty low if you're already resorting to emotional blackmail. His face crumples a bit when I say that, and I swear it sends a lance straight through my chest cavity. As pissed as I am at Duncan, and trust me when I tell you, I've been seeing red for weeks. It still pains me to see him hurt. More so when I'm the one causing him pain.
I'm sorry.
He swallows, Adam's apple bobbing.
I shouldn't have gone there. Shouldn't have brought her up.
I shrug. I'm not the one who refuses to talk about her. You're confusing me with our parents. They're so adept at dodging emotionally charged discussions. Fuck boys all over the world should take classes from them. He snorts.
As if you're a barrel of free hugs. When was the last time you actually had a conversation with someone about anything of substance, little sister?
Just yesterday, in fact. But you'd never believe me if I told you who I had it with. You know me, I murmur instead, the white lie familiar on my tongue. The good time girl. I'm style over substance whenever possible. He stares at me with apologetic eyes.
I'm sorry I called you a bitch.
Sorry I called you a dick. His brow creases.
You didn't.
Oh, I did. Several times. I pause. In my head. His lips tug up in the beginnings of a smile.
It's good to see you, kid.
I'm not a kid anymore.
Yeah, but you'll always be my kid sister.
Much to my chagrin. I sigh. I keep trying to emancipate myself, but apparently you have to do that before you become a legal adult. If I weren't such a procrastinator, I'd have gotten rid of you and the rest of the Sinclair clan a long time ago.
Still a smartass, I see.
Leopard, spots. You know what they say. I shrug. Too late to change my ways now.
Yeah, you're what, 26?
25. I correct instantly.
Ah, ancient.
Says the 30-year-old. He opens his mouth to reply, but his words are overridden by a strange scuffling sound, coming from the leather satchel by his feet. My eyes drop to it, and I see the sides are moving like it's alive. What the hell is that? I yell, backpedaling away from it quicker than I would an atomic bomb. What's in there?
Nothing,
he says immediately. Your bag is wiggling. By itself. You call that nothing?
Just ignore it, it'll stop.
What the hell, Duncan? He stares at the bag until it goes still.
See? Stopped. Now, what were we talking about?
A soft, sorrowful yap comes from the satchel. I blink at it in disbelief. Is there a dog in that bag?
No,
Duncan denies. Oh, really? I hiss. That's weird, since it just barked. Before he can say another word, I reach down and unzip the top of the leather satchel. I've barely gotten the zipper open when a furry head pops through the opening. I'm so startled, I fall back on my ass with a jarring thud. My eyes widen as a reddish ball of fur follows me down, leaping paws first onto my chest. All I manage to glimpse is a broad red muzzle and a flash of pink tongue before I'm attacked by the vicious monster. With about 1,000 kisses, very slobbery kisses, over every square inch of my face. Chapter 7. Of course I got your text message. I'm choosing to ignore it. Don't be so clingy. Delilah Sinclair, unapologetically screening her cell phone communications. Ah! I yell, lifting my hands to shield myself from the relentless doggy drool. Duncan! I can hear him laughing somewhere overhead, doing absolutely nothing to help extract me from the onslaught of canine affection. With considerable effort, I managed to get a grip on the small furry body, still wriggling like a hula girl on speed against my chest. My eyes crack open and look straight into a set of glossy brown irises, staring out at me with sheer exuberance from a hairy red face. Oh boy, what is it with me and redheads lately? His lolling tongue makes another swipe from my cheek. I set him on the floor and scramble upright before he can give me another bath, wiping my face dry with the sleeves of Luca's sweatshirt. The tiny dog sits by my feet, head cocked up at me like I've just promised a lifetime supply of milk bones. Its short tail wags furiously. As I hold eye contact with a mini monster, I have to admit it's pretty cute. If I were the sort of person who was interested in the commitment of a pet, which I'm not, at all. Right? Crap on a cream puff. I swallow and forcibly move my gaze up to stare at my brother. You know how I feel about pets.
I know. I'm sorry.
He scoops up the dog and returns it to the leather carrier. It stays put for about 2 seconds before jumping back out and scampering off to explore the rest of my apartment, ears flapping in the wind, clumsy paws sliding against the slippery hard wood. Where's it going? I hiss, heading after it. I think I spot a flash of red disappearing around a tower of boxes in the corner, but it's moving so fast I lose sight of it again. Duncan, please tell me this creature is housebroken.
Creature? He's a puppy, not a minotaur.
You missed the pertinent part of that comment.
Relax, he's housebroken.
Duncan pauses.
For the most part, I think.
You think? I hiss, bending to check behind my writing desk. You don't know? Isn't he your dog?
He's Susie's. Or...
Duncan's voice cracks.
He was Susie's.
I turn to look at him. Was? Duncan looks more defeated than ever.
We broke up.
What?
Yeah.
He sighs tiredly.
Last week, she left me for a guy who works in finance. His name is Al. He has a 401k and steady benefits and exercises at her gym a few times a week. That's where they met. On the freaking Stairmaster. How boring is that?
I hesitate. On the one hand, I can't exactly blame Susie for breaking up with Duncan. The man is a certified mess. On the other, he's my brother, and I'm pretty much required to take his side in this scenario no matter what. Did she give you a reason for leaving?
She said she needed someone dependable, that she couldn't, and I quote, waste her good egg years on a dilettante man-child.
Harsh, I murmur.
Tell me about it.
You guys were together, 7 months?
8.
He sighs.
Really thought she was the one.
I'm sorry, Dee. That's shitty.
Yeah, it's been a rough few weeks.
Why didn't she take the dog with her?
Apparently, Al is allergic.
He sighs.
Something about the dander.
Are you keeping him?
I haven't decided yet.
His eyes get a little glossy.
He's the only thing I have left of hers.
Shit. I hate when people cry. I never know what to say, or how to react without sounding like an emotionless robot. Generally, I think platitudes like, it'll get better and time heals all wounds are for Hallmark cards and Lifetime movies. It seems far too cliché to actually say them out loud. Thankfully, I'm saved by the distinct noise of liquid hitting hardwood in a steady stream. Shit, I yell, racing toward the sound. He's not potty trained at all, Duncan. I fly down the hallway to my kitchen. Skidding to a stop by the fridge, I suppress a scream as I see the tiny dog unleashing a torrent of urine that belies his size. How do you even fit all that pee in such a small package? I mutter, scooping him up into my arms and carrying him, still dribbling, toward the patio door. By the time I get him out onto the tiny patch of grass I call a yard, his tank is empty. He rolls on the grass, tongue lolling from his mouth, happy as a clam. I hope you're pleased with yourself, I mutter, arching my brows at him. He's wagging his tail so furiously, his entire body moves back and forth in a blur. You do realize, if my landlord finds out about this, she'll never give me my security deposit back. The dog doesn't answer. Shocking, I know. With a sigh, I pick him up, tuck him under my arm like a clutch purse, and walk back inside. Duncan is wiping the kitchen floor with a wet paper towel.
Sorry about that, sis.
I scratch the puppy behind his velvety ear in an absent gesture. What's his name?
He doesn't have one yet. The breeder brought him over the day after Susie left. I was waiting to name him, until I knew for sure.
Whether she was coming back. Kind of strange timing, getting a dog together if she was planning on dumping you. I can't help pointing out, lowering the mongrel back to the floor. He promptly collapses on my feet, paws sprawling in all directions like his bones are made of rubber. It's not cute. At all. Deny, deny, deny.
Apparently she put her name down on a waiting list for him before we even started dating.
Duncan explains.
I didn't have anything to do with it.
Well, Clifford the little red dog needs a name. I pause. Maybe you should call him Pisser, or Tinkles, or Puddles.
Funny.
Duncan rises to his feet.
Pee aside, he's pretty cute, isn't he?
I shrug. I suppose, if you like slobber on your face and pee on your floors.
Oh, come on, sis. He's a redhead, too. You're kindred spirits. Practically related.
I snort. Yes, because that's how genetics work.
Even you aren't immune to those puppy eyes.
Staring down into said glossy eyes, I swallow harshly. It's just a dog. You don't even like dogs. They chew shoes and dry hump and leave a trail of drool and destruction everywhere they go. Somehow, my inner voice is less convincing, studying the way his shiny fur catches the light, the way his chest rises and falls gently as his eyes drift closed, and he falls asleep with his tiny head pillowed against my bare feet. Shit. I'm about to ask about the breed. I think it's a dachshund, but I don't know much about dogs, so I could be off base. When Duncan's stomach growls loud enough to wake the dead. But not the puppy. He's out like a light, snoozing on my feet. I can feel a puddle of slobber forming on my skin as we speak. I lift my eyes away from the slumbering beast and quirk my head in question. Hungry?
Starved, actually. You have any food in this joint?
Duncan glances around the apartment, eyes widening as he finally takes in the sight of the boxes scattered everywhere.
By the way, why is all your shit packed? Are you moving?
Yep.
Thought you loved this place.
I do.
So, why the move?
Clenching my hands into fists, I try to think zen thoughts so I don't scream at the top of my lungs about him being the reason for my unwanted change of address. We've only just stopped bickering. I'd like to see if we can make it a solid 10 minutes before we start up again. You know, I actually don't have any food here, I murmur, ignoring his question. Give me a second. I'll throw on some real clothes and we can go grab something. There's a cute cafe around the corner with great croissants.
No!
His loud yell makes my eyes go wide. The puppy's tiny head shoots up in alarm. Okay, I say slowly. If you don't want croissants, we can go someplace else.
No,
Duncan says again, calmer this time. But I see his face has drained of all color. He glances over his shoulder toward my front door, as if afraid there's someone waiting for him on the other side.
Let's stay here. I'm not that hungry.
My brows lift skeptically. Duncan, what's going on? The truth, please.
It's nothing.
Clearly that's a lie. He closes his eyes and rubs his temples in slow circles, massaging away a migraine. When he opens them, I see fear in his gaze along with desperation. The sight of it shakes me to the soles of my feet.
I need money,
he says bluntly. What?
You heard me.
I blink at him. You must be joking. His jaw clenches.
It's just a loan.
Seriously, tell me this is a joke.
I'll pay you back every penny.
His voice is emotionless.
But I need it, Lila. Now, today. As soon as you can get it to me.
I cross my arms over my chest. Duncan.
I wouldn't ask if it weren't important.
How much?
100 grand.
He says, grimacing. I can't help it. I laugh and laugh, and then I laugh some more until I'm bent over at the waist, gasping for breath, wiping tears from my eyes. The dog adds to the chorus with a series of squeaky yaps, as if he hasn't quite figured out how to use his full bark yet. 100 grand. Is my brother insane? My bout of laughter comes to an abrupt end when a set of hands land on my shoulders and jerk me upright.
Stop!
Duncan hisses in my face, voice gruff. His eyes are flashing with a scary edge I've never seen before.
This isn't a joke, Lila.
Could have fooled me. I snort again. You show up at my door unannounced and ask me for $100,000 more casually than a neighbor wanting to borrow a cup of sugar. I choke down a sound of hysteria. It could be either a laugh or a sob. It's hard to tell. So, yes, I'm still waiting for a punchline. Because there's no way in hell you're serious right now.
I need the money. Don't you understand?
His hands flex so hard on my biceps, I wince in pain. The puppy unleashes a low sound of displeasure. You're hurting me, I say quietly.
Sorry.
He drops his hands with an apologetic look and runs them through his mussed hair.
I'm sorry, Lila. I don't know who else to go to for help with this. I'm at the end of my rope. If I don't get the money in the next few days.
My eyes are wide. Why would you possibly need $100,000? What happened, Duncan? Where did all the money Mom and Dad gave you go? He's silent. I cross my arms over my chest. I can't help you if I don't know what's going on.
I made some faulty investments,
he says tiredly.
The thing is, the loan Mom and Dad gave me wasn't nearly enough to keep Mansense afloat.
Isn't that why you have investors? He nods.
Yes, but between production costs, employee salaries, and our first retail shipments to stores, there was practically nothing left to keep us out of the red. No more money to manufacture new scents, or to market our existing products.
A defeated look twists his face.
The loan from Mom and Dad was great, but I needed at least 3 times that amount to keep investors from pulling out, and production lines from shutting down.
Foreboding fills my chest. I have a feeling his story is only going to get more upsetting from this point on.
So, rather than putting their money straight into the company accounts to keep them flush, I took a gamble and used it to buy a bunch of stock in a new form of e-currency. I figured I'd purchase early, wait until the values increased, then flip my shares for a huge profit. That way, I'd be able to pay back Mom and Dad, but also save my company. Problem solved. A perfect solution.
Clearly not, Duncan.
It was supposed to be the new Bitcoin,
he says defensively.
Every shareholder was projected to quadruple their initial investment. If things had gone as planned, I would have made more than enough to keep Mansense in the black. But the market took an unexpected turn.
How much did you lose? I ask flatly. He hesitates. Duncan.
All of it.
My eyes lift heavenward. Jesus. So, now you need another loan to make up for the loan you threw away on a shady trading opportunity. I ask the ceiling, unable to look at him directly.
Not exactly.
My eyes lock on his again, and I see he's looking even more squeamish. Duncan, please tell me this story doesn't get worse. His jaw clenches.
The banks wouldn't approve me for a loan. You'd already turned me down once. I lost the money from our parents. Basically, I was out of options.
His eyes press closed.
So, I did something stupid.
Stupider than investing hundreds of thousands of dollars in virtual currency no one uses except nerds on the internet with too much time on their hands? I snap.
Yes,
he says flatly. Fuck, I mutter. We stare at each other in silence for a moment, him searching for words, me holding back a few choice ones, using all my remaining willpower. I could throttle him with my bare hands at the moment. Just tell me.
There are other ways of getting a loan,
he murmurs finally.
The problem is, those ways usually involve some pretty scary guys who get even scarier when you don't pay them back on time. Plus interest.
I feel my heart start to pound. To be clear, are we talking about loan sharks?
That's one word for them.
As in, the big mafioso-type dudes who break your kneecaps with a baseball bat if you screw them over?
Well, I don't know if they use a baseball bat, but...
Christ, Duncan.
I know. Don't look at me like that.
Like what? I screech. Like you're a total idiot? Because you are.
I know I fucked up, okay? Trust me, it's pretty hard to ignore that realization when there's a guy taking a literal sledgehammer to your windshield as you watch from the bushes around the corner from your house, practically pissing yourself in the hopes they don't spot you and decide to aim for a softer target.
My face pales. Would they really come after you? Hurt you?
These guys are not people you mess with, Lila. Not if you want to live to see 30.
I guess that explains the black eye, and why you hightailed it out of California.
I couldn't stay at my place. They were staked out there all the time, waiting for me.
His voice gets softer.
I'm glad Susie left, to be honest. She's safer with Al.
My eyes round with alarm. And me? Touching as it is that you're worried about the girl who left your ass, am I safe if they followed you to Boston?
They didn't,
Duncan assures me, but his eyes are shifty, like the time he tried to convince me to give up half of our lemonade stand profits in exchange for his commission fee from drumming up business in the form of 2 elderly neighbors. Duncan.
Really, sis, there's no way they could have tracked me here. And even if they did, I'm positive they won't come after you. Almost positive.
His eyes return to mine.
But just to be on the safe side, if you see anyone lurking, following you, that kind of thing, don't stick around to make small talk.
It's kind of hard to avoid someone when you have no idea what they look like.
Giant.
Could you be any vaguer?
Big, muscular Italian-looking guys in their mid-30s.
Oh, super helpful, I droll sarcastically. That only describes, like, half the population of the North End.
Trust me, these guys don't look like your typical Bostonians. The 2 that have been tailing me are pretty distinctive. Always wearing black suits, each about 6 feet tall. One with an ugly birthmark on the side of his face. The other bald as a cue ball. Usually driving a black-on-black SUV with California plates. Though I doubt they'll be using the same wheels they did back home.
He pauses.
You see them. You even think you see them. Do me a favor and run. Run like hell. Hear me?
Jesus H. Christ, Duncan. I cannot believe you brought this to my doorstep.
Don't worry. I'm going to fix it. I told you.
He takes a deep breath.
They won't come after you. It's me they want.
He looks a little queasy at the thought, as if he might prefer them wanting me instead of him after all. I just don't understand why you would ever do something this stupid. I mean, for fuck's sake, there had to be a better option than getting involved with men like this. I run my hands through my hair, stomach churning with anxiety. This is a problem I don't know how to fix. You had to know these guys were trouble.
They didn't seem so bad at first. It all seemed very above board. A few months back, I signed a straightforward contract, got my loan, and even made my first few installment payments without any problems.
And then? He grimaces.
About 2 weeks ago, they started getting pushy, changing the terms we agreed on. They hiked my interest rate to 50%.
His hands curl into fists.
It's extortion.
No, I say calmly. Actually, it's just what happens when you make deals with loan sharks. He flinches as my yell pierces the air. Of all the moronic things you've ever done, Duncan, this has to be the worst. Worse than your idea to sell women those mirrors that make you look thinner than you actually are.
Thinflexion, he murmurs. And I still believe, given the right marketing...
Oh, give it a rest. I don't give a shit what they were called or what market they'd soar in, I hiss, throwing up my hands. How could you do this? How? Please explain it to me, because I'm struggling to comprehend the magnitude of your idiocy. His voice is raw with anguish.
I couldn't fail again. Can't you understand that? I couldn't watch another company go under. Not again, Lila.
I blow out a breath. I understand that. I do. But, to be frank, I'm not sure what I can do to help you fix this. His eyes hold mine.
You can give me the money.
Duncan, don't you understand? I can't give you the money. A sob catches in my throat. I don't have any money left to give you. His face goes blank.
But your trust fund...
What do you think happened after you cleaned out Mom and Dad's accounts? Who do you think they called to bail them out? I shake my head sadly. I can't help you, because I already helped them.
It's all gone?
He asks in a dazed voice. Look at this place. I sweep a hand around. You think I want to be moving? You think if I had any other options, I'd be abandoning the place I've called home for the past 3 years? He looks like he's about to collapse under the strain of his own poor life choices. A pang of unwanted sympathy shoots through me. I know I should have zero pity for him, but I can't help it. His last hope has just been snatched away. It's clear, as he sways on his feet and stares at my kitchen wall with unfocused eyes, that his demons are finally catching up to him. And clearer still, that he's fully aware it won't end well for him when they do, considering said demons are armed with sledgehammers and rage. I need a drink, I mutter, not giving a single hoot that it's barely 8 in the morning.
I thought you didn't have any food in the house,
Duncan asks numbly. I don't have anything with actual nutritional value. I cross to the cabinet above the fridge and pull down a bottle of amber liquid with a black label. But I always have whiskey. 3 hours later, I've traded my sea of moving boxes for an ocean of white taffeta, and sibling confrontation for best friend bonding. I take small sips of my mimosa and watch Phoebe pivot in slow circles in front of a full-length mirror. We're camped out in the back of the boutique wedding shop on Newbury Street, where she's having her final fitting. As I watch her spin on an elevated platform, her stunning Vera Wang gown practically glowing under the lights, my eyes begin to sting despite my best efforts. You're really beautiful, Fee. Her large hazel eyes meet mine in the mirror. You think? Not a matter of opinion. It's a plain fact. I shake my head. Nate is going to have a heart attack when he sees you hurling down that aisle toward him. Her grin gets huge. Good. That's exactly what I was going for. Any signs of cold feet? You seem remarkably calm, considering the rehearsal dinner is only 1 day away, and you'll be an old married crone in 2. She turns to face me. Surprisingly, I'm not nervous at all. I thought I would be, but mostly I'm just excited. Her eyes sparkle. I've wanted to marry Nathaniel Xavier Knox since I was 5 years old. I can't wait to finally be his wife. Sap, I accuse, sniffling like a wimp. Priss, she fires back, blinking away tears. We grin at each other. Do you want to try on your dress again? She asks, turning back to the mirror. I can have them bring it out for you. I've already had 4 fittings, I remind her. Frankly, that was 3 too many in my opinion. She laughs. I'm sorry if I've gone a little bridezilla on you these past few months. I just want everything to be perfect. And it will be. She heaves a happy sigh. I could live in this gown. You've tried it on so many times, I think you might. Setting down my mimosa, I cross to a nearby mannequin, where a beautiful cascading sample veil is on display. I trace one finger down the delicate lace needlework. What exactly is the function of a veil? It's symbolic of chastity and virginity. She tilts her head. But since that ship sailed long ago, I'm just wearing one because I think they're beautiful. Huh. I always thought they were to hide an ugly girl from her groom in arranged marriages, so he couldn't back out until it was too late. I drop my hand from the embroidery. Or maybe to weigh down an unwilling bride, so she couldn't run away. Phoebe snorts. Romantic. That's me, queen of romance. Speaking of, her eyes narrow. Are you bringing a date to the wedding? You were supposed to tell me weeks ago. I love you dearly, but there's only so many times I'm willing to rearrange the bridal party table. If you don't fill your extra seat, we're going to have an odd number during dinner. The horror. She ignores me, fully focused on visions of her seating chart. I suppose I could bump my great-aunt Mindy, but she has cataracts in both eyes and never has any idea who she's talking to, which could potentially make for awkward dinner conversation. Poor Mindy. Bumped from the family table? I shake my head. She'll never see it coming. Phoebe refocuses on me. Was that a blind joke? Of course not. I smile. I'd never resort to such visionless humor. She shakes her head in disapproval. I sigh. Jokes aside, I have no idea who I'm bringing to the wedding. I haven't really been seeing anyone lately. Phoebe's mouth drops open. What? I ask, voice defensive. What's the look for? It's just a bit out of character, that's all. Her head tilts to the side as she examines me like I'm a stranger. instead of her best friend since kindergarten. You always have a line of eligible male suitors clamoring to escort you to fashionable events all across this fine city. What's up? Nothing. I take another sip of my mimosa. Just haven't been in the dating mood recently, I suppose. You? Not in the dating mood? Don't slut shame. It's passé. I wasn't. I was just pointing out that in the 2 decades I've known you, I've never witnessed a time when you didn't have a boyfriend, or a potential boyfriend, or a recently dumped ex-boyfriend. So I'm overdue for a solo period. I shrug, striving for a nonchalant tone. Don't know why you're making such a big deal out of this. Her eyes narrow. So there's no one in the picture? Nope. No one at all. What part of nope was unclear? My pulse picks up speed. There's no hidden agenda here, Phoebe. I'm single, flying solo, channeling my inner Cheryl Strayed and wild, but without the drugs or the hiking. You didn't even like that book, she reminds me. And you only saw the movie because you have a girl crush on Reese Witherspoon. Truer words never spoken. Hey, speaking of Reese, do you want to go see her new rom-com with me? Don't try to change the subject. Phoebe pins me with a look. Why do I get the sense you're keeping something from me? Maybe you've breathed too many nail polish fumes. It's making you delusional. Uh-huh. This sudden... She waggles a finger at me. Dry spell. Wouldn't have anything to do with a certain redhead, would it? I blink vacantly, to cover the sudden thumping of my heart. Ed Sheeran? No. Rupert Grint? No. Sam Heughan? God, I wish. That kilt. Yum, she murmurs, then recovers herself. But again, no. Well, then I have no idea who you're referring to. You so do, she insists. In fact, you denying to know who I'm talking about only reinforces my belief that this... you, suddenly impersonating a nun, has something to do with him. The tempo of my heartbeat kicks up a notch. You're crazy. Am I? Because I'm pretty sure as your best friend in the entire universe, I know you better than anyone. And whenever I mention Luca Buchanan, you act... My brows lift. Strange, she finishes lowly. Strange? Twitchy, flustered, uncoordinated. Almost unrecognizable. Gee, thanks. I roll my eyes. Maybe I'm strange around him because I don't like the man. He's arrogant and insufferable. And handsome and funny and alarmingly kind when he wants to be. Uh-huh, Phoebe repeats, sounding unconvinced. So he has nothing to do with the fact that your constant stream of man candy has dried up in recent months. It hasn't dried up, I grumble. Not completely. Well, it's gone from a waterfall to a trickle. When was the last time you went on a date? I don't know, I hedge, not wanting to admit the answer. Liar. I don't see how this is relevant, at all. I'll decide whether or not it's relevant. When was it? Just tell me. Fine. I toss my hands up. If you must know, my last real date was probably December. A slow smile works its way across Phoebe's lips. My answering frown is severe. Why are you grinning at me like the Cheshire Cat? December. Yes, that's what I said. You know who we met in December, don't you? No, I lie. My heart is pounding double time. I can't be expected to remember the exact date I met everyone in my life. Her grin, if possible, gets bigger. Allow me to refresh your memory, then. We met Luca Buchanan in December. He flirted with you after we watched him fight against that Iceman guy. He asked if you'd be at my Christmas party the following night. Any of this ringing a bell? Nope. Uh-huh. Well, as I recall, the morning of my party, I got a call from you, saying you couldn't make it. Something unexpected came up. Very light on the details, but you wouldn't be in attendance. Is there a point here? Her smile widens even more. Yes, my point is, you missed my party after you found out Luca was going to be there. And you've never missed one of my parties, even when you had 100-degree fever that one year and almost passed out in the punch bowl. I swallow. You've got it all wrong. Do I? Her eyes start to glimmer, like a bloodhound who's caught the scent of its prey. In fact, now that I think of it, every party I've had since we met Luca Buchanan, you found an excuse to bail on. I've been busy, I say weakly. It has nothing to do with him. You're seeing patterns that simply aren't there, Phoebe. Actually, I think I'm seeing things pretty clearly. She leans toward me. I think, if we're being honest, your sudden vanishing act has everything to do with him. Because I think it's finally happened. My brows lift. Delilah James Sinclair has an actual real-life crush on a man. Phoebe squeals and fans herself. I never thought I'd live to see the day. A crush? What am I, 14? I scoff. Plus, weren't you just saying that I always have a boyfriend? You do, but that doesn't mean you always have feelings for them. In fact, I'd guess just the opposite. As soon as feelings are involved, you bolt. Have you been huffing glue again? I know you were determined to make your own centerpieces for the rehearsal dinner, but... Oh, come on, admit it. Admit what? That you think Blaze Buchanan is hot, hot, hot. No, he's not my type. You know that. Maybe the fact that he's not the kind of man you'd typically go for is the reason he makes you so wiggy. He does not make me wiggy. No man has ever made me wiggy. I don't do wiggy. You didn't used to, she murmurs lightly, eyes still gleaming with humor. Until December. I groan. You're relentless. At least I'm not in denial. I groan again, louder this time. Of course Phoebe would be convinced that my sudden single status is due to some secret, closely harbored crush on Luca, which is just plain crazy, clearly. I can't blame her for attempting to explain my strangely antisocial behavior over the past few months. I haven't given her a real explanation, so she's been forced to fill in the blanks with her own half-baked theories. It would be different if she knew about my financial situation, and the fact that even if I wanted to start seeing someone new, I currently have 0 cute first date outfits in my wardrobe, since I've been slowly selling off my designer bags and shoes on eBay for a fraction of their value, just so I have enough to make ends meet. Dating is never easy, but it's a hell of a lot harder when your life is in shambles and you're sleeping on an air mattress with a slow-leaking hole. Tell her, a stubborn inner voice suggests. She's your best friend. She won't judge you. Just tell her what's been going on with you, idiot. But I can't. Not now, at least, with her wedding mere days away. She has enough on her plate without me adding my drama to the mix. Your conspiracy theories are running wild, Phoebe West. I'm just in a dry spell. I'm sure things will pick up again, in the near future. I steel myself. In fact, I've just decided. Put me down for a definite +1 at the wedding. Her smile crumples into a frown. Are you sure? No, I think. Absolutely, I say. I'll just have to conjure up a date out of thin air in the next 2 days. Easy. Don't bite my head off, she murmurs, frowning. But if you change your mind, if you decide not to bring someone, I won't be mad. Don't drag some random guy along just to prove me wrong. Noted. I decide to change the subject to something much, much safer than my non-existent love life. Did I tell you Duncan's in town? Your brother, Duncan? I nod. The same brother who puked in my purse after the Sadie Hawkins dance? Yes, Phoebe. My eyes roll. You really have to let that go. It was a decade ago. It was my favorite purse. He ruined it. I shake my head. Well, don't worry. He's currently too busy ruining my life to ruin yours. What do you mean? I give her an abbreviated version of events, leaving my own financial woes out of the story, as I tell her about Duncan's newest failed business venture and surprise appearance on my doorstep this morning, asking for a loan. That man has more trouble holding on to his money than an Irishman in a pub. Phoebe's eyes narrow. Are you going to help him? I haven't decided yet. I hedge. He's at my apartment now. I told him to stay put for the time being, and promised to help him talk things through when I get home. We'll come up with some kind of solution. You're a good sister, Lila. She pauses a beat. Mimi would be proud of you, you know. My throat gets tight. I attempt to clear it as I turn my back on my best friend in the world, grab my clutch purse off the chair, and drain the remnants of my mimosa. When I turn back to Phoebe, I can barely meet her eyes. I should probably get going. Deal with Duncan. I shrug. You don't mind if I skip out a little early, do you? Of course not, love. Phoebe's voice is soft. Lila, I'm sorry if I upset you, bringing her up. I didn't mean anything by it. My gaze locks on hers. I know you didn't. I try out a smile. See you at the rehearsal dinner? Don't be late. I need all my bridesmaids in attendance to help make me beautiful. Fee, you never need any help in that department. I blow her a kiss over my shoulder as I walk out the door. Chapter 8. Someone called me pretty today. Their exact words were, "You're pretty annoying," but I'm taking it as a compliment anyway. Delilah Sinclair, always looking on the bright side. It shouldn't surprise me. Honestly, I should have expected it, should have anticipated that this would happen. Still, I can't help the flare of shocked disbelief that burns through me when I step inside my apartment, calling out for Duncan as I make my way to the kitchen and find the note stuck to my refrigerator on a lime green sticky note. There's just one line scrawled on it, in my brother's familiar handwriting. I'm sorry. And that's when I know. He's gone. Like I said, Duncan disappearing into thin air shouldn't strike me as such a curveball. He came to me for money, and when I couldn't provide it, he took off to find someone who could. Simple as that. I'm not sure why it stings so much. I've long been aware that the only trust he's concerned with building between us concerns my freshly drained trust fund. He has no use for me if I'm not bankrolling his latest business venture or bailing him out of a bad situation. I'm not a sister, certainly not a friend. In his mind, my value is tied intrinsically to my willingness to open my checkbook. Tired from a day that's only half over, I slide off my heels as I walk to my bedroom and eye their scuffed soles. My last pair of Louboutins, the only ones I haven't sold at the high-end consignment shop around the corner. Phoebe eyed them suspiciously as soon as I walked into her fitting earlier, no doubt curious about my newfound penchant for wearing out-of-season items. It's not like me to repeat outfits, let alone pair a classic autumn heel with an off-white summer sundress. She didn't comment, but she definitely took note. I'll have to tell her soon. There'll be no way to hide it when I'm living in a dingy Somerville studio with a microscopic closet full of discount footwear. It's hot outside, a sticky June afternoon, the kind that makes you want to stand in front of the fridge just to get some relief. The open windows allow a small breeze inside, but it's barely enough to make a difference. I set down my heels, reach around for my zipper, and strip out of my dress. Fanning myself, I flop down on my limp air mattress and my lace bra and panty set, too lazy to even bother re-inflating it. Everything feels more manageable after a 20-minute power nap. My eyes are sliding closed when something touches my leg, which in itself is alarming, considering I live alone. Even more so because, to be totally honest with you, whatever touches me is rather warm and wet, and I think it might be a tongue? The only thought I can conjure is, holy heck, something just licked me, in my own bed, without my permission. How rude is that? Eventually, my survival instincts take over. Heart pounding, I bolt upright and scramble backwards out of bed, pressing my tailbone to the wall, as far away from my mattress as I can get without leaving the room. I curl my legs up to my chest and keep my eyes locked on my pretty pale violet comforter. For a second, I think it was my imagination. But then it, whatever it is, starts moving again, a basketball-sized lump thrashing around beneath my covers, trying to find me and, most likely, eat my brains. Horrible visions flash through my head. Every invisible monster who ever lurked in my childhood closets or haunted me from the dark flooding into my brain in less than a second. The lump makes a lurch toward my pillows, and I can't help it. I scream. Not some small sound of distress either. One of those massive, awesome, old Hollywood shrieks, where the camera pans in close and lingers for what seems like an eternity. We're talking Fay Wray, the first moment she spots King Kong, or Janet Leigh in that infamous Psycho shower scene. As the sound reverberates from my throat, I wonder vaguely why they never let actors get away with showing that much emotion anymore. Ah! Oh, my God! Ah! I'm a certifiable scream queen. As the monster in my bed moves ever closer, I somehow find my feet. My spine presses tightly against my bedroom wall as I search for something with which to defend myself. Unfortunately for me, every potential weapon is carefully boxed away. Unless I plan to bean whatever is crawling toward me over the head with my alarm clock, I'm out of luck. Man, I wouldn't last a single episode on The Walking Dead. I stand my ground, heart slamming against my ribs as the demon creeps closer. My hands fly up to shield my face as it makes a final lurch beneath the blankets. Ah! Oh, you've got to be kidding me. My screams of distress die in my throat as I recognize the small, wet nose and shiny red muzzle snuffling its way from beneath my covers. I think I hear a distant slamming sound, but I'm so focused on the small dog who's just struggled his way to freedom and the undeniable sensation of relief that I'm not about to die gruesomely. I barely register it. The puppy's eyes sweep the room. When he spots me, his mouth falls open in a toothy grin. He starts sprinting in my direction at the speed of light, a blur of fur and unrestrained adoration. I can't help laughing as he slams full frontal into my bare legs with surprising force for such a little creature. I rock back, off balance, straight into a warm, well-muscled chest. Ah! Certain I'm about to be slaughtered, for real this time, I scream again. And, to be totally upfront with you, my throat is starting to ache. Don't ever let anyone tell you it's easier to take the coward's way out. I can now officially confirm that yelling this loudly, this frequently, takes a lot more effort than one might originally think. Large hands clamp down on my shoulders, rendering me immobile as fresh visions churn through my head. These are more the stab, rape, kill variety than the mommy check under my bed type I was worried about mere moments ago. My heart is pounding so hard, I'm worried I might actually have a heart attack and die right here on my pathetic air mattress, clad in a lace underwear set I got at the Rigby and Peller semi-annual sale for a serious bargain, my demise witnessed only by the small dog at my front and the cat burglar lurking at my back. I might appreciate the symmetry of such an end if I weren't experiencing cardiac arrhythmias. My heart stops beating altogether a few seconds later when an amused male voice hits my ear, sending shivers down my spine.
Chill, babe. It's only me.
Only him. Only him? I think I would have preferred a murderer. I spin around to face him, hands planted on my hips and a glare fixed on my face. What the hell are you doing here? Luca's eyes are intent.
Was about to knock when I heard you screaming your head off. Didn't think you'd want me to wait around for an invitation, if you were being attacked.
How'd you get in? The door was locked.
Pick the lock,
he says casually, like he's just revealed his favorite color or described the upcoming week's weather patterns. My mouth gapes. You did what? He doesn't answer.
He's too busy studying my nearly naked body, his eyes roaming across my skin with so much fire in their depths. I think I may succumb to heat stroke. Hey! I snap my fingers in front of his face. Eyes up, bucko. Light blue irises lift to mine. The desire in them makes my mouth go dry. Oh boy.
Gotta tell you, Delilah,
He murmurs, voice gravelly.
Your outfits get more intriguing every time we cross paths.
I hold my ground, feigning aloofness, even as my face turns red enough to rival the shade of my hair. As if you're a maven of fashion, I narrow my eyes at his attire. Black t-shirt, black jeans, black boots. I'm sensing a theme. What, you afraid a little color will make you less intimidating?
Less?
He takes a purposeful step into my space, then leans in until his mouth is only a handful of inches away. Of their own accord, my thighs squeeze together as I watch that mouth twist into a smirk.
That mean you're finally admitting you find me intimidating?
No, I breathe, staring at his lips. God, why can't I stop staring at his lips? Before I tear my eyes up to his. Not at all.
Really?
Really. So fast I barely see him coming, he closes the distance between us until our bodies are flushed together. I gasp as we collide, as every hard line of his body presses up against my curves in an electrifying impact. It's a shocking invasion of privacy, an intimate, unsettling embrace. I'm instantly furious, not turned on, at all. No matter that my weak knees and screaming nerve endings might suggest otherwise.
So when I do this,
Luca whispers, his hand landing on the small of my back in the barest of touches. I feel the callous tips of his fingers, light as butterfly wings, against my exposed skin. As with every other time he's touched me, I find myself marveling at his ability to wield such brutal instruments with unparalleled gentleness. There's something about a man like Luca, who could crush me without blinking, being tender, that damn near kills me.
This doesn't make you nervous?
No, I stammer. Shit. His index finger trails agonizingly slow up the indentation of my spine, sending shockwaves through my system. When he reaches the strap of my bra, he stops, poised at the clasp. One skilled flick of his fingers, and I'll be completely exposed to him. Back up. Move away, now. Somewhere in the back of my mind, my last sliver of common sense is screaming. Why aren't you moving? That sensible suggestion is quickly drowned out by a chorus of other voices. Voices that whisper dangerous things. It's been such a terrible week. You've been so stressed. His hands will feel so good. He can help you forget. You've wanted him for so long. Luca's mouth lowers toward mine, until we're practically kissing. I feel my lips part in preparation, in anticipation. Blessedly, the dog at my feet lets out a low whine, indignant at our lack of attention. The sound makes me jump. Common sense returns in a flash. What do you think you're doing? I hiss, pulling out of his grip and backpedaling away, cursing myself for practically losing my mind. And maybe my bra. Luca's smirk gets even more pronounced.
Proving a point.
And that would be, I ask, not meeting his eyes. He shrugs.
I get close, you get squirrely. You're affected by me. Intimidated by me. Admit it.
I'll admit no such thing. Clinging to the shredded scraps of my self-respect, I walk stiff-backed across the room and snatch his sweatshirt from the box where I folded it away this morning. The puppy trails in my wake, a tiny red shadow, watching with glossy brown eyes as I slip the garment over my head and yank it down to cover my body.
When did you get a dog?
Luca asks, dropping into a crouch and whistling softly. The puppy eyes him for a moment, considering, then charges in his direction at mock speed. Luca's big hands ruck his fur as the mongrel yips with pleasure and licks at his downturned face. He laughs, a low, sexy sound. The puppy yaps, delighted to have someone to play with. I'm not a saint. I will freely admit that, as separate entities, both man and puppy are practically irresistible, like crack or white cheddar popcorn. So when you pair them together, when you put that adorable ginger puppy alongside the smoking hot red-headed fighter, oh my freaking God. At the sight, my ovaries literally pang, I kid you not. I can barely look at the two of them wrestling on my bedroom floor without melting into a puddle of estrogen. Motionless, I stare at them, not even realizing I haven't answered Luca's question until his eyes lift to mine. He's grinning with more joy than I've ever seen him express, which, in itself, is enough to make it hard to breathe.
Babe, still with me?
Sorry, I say, shaking myself out of my trance. He's not mine. He's my brother Duncan's.
Your brother's here?
The grin disappears. He was earlier. He was gone when I came home. Probably back to California, or off the grid for good. I pause. I thought he took the dog with him, but apparently I was mistaken. A fact I discovered about 30 seconds before you arrived, when I laid down to take a nap and found I wasn't the only one under the covers.
That explains the screaming.
I nod and walk closer, crouching down so I'm on their level. My hand shakes a bit as I reach out to allow the puppy to lick my knuckles. He does so, with enthusiasm. Hi, buddy, I whisper. Guess I'm stuck with you, huh? His tail wags, as if he understands me. I couldn't stop the smile that tugs my lips up, even if I tried. Much as I might like to pretend otherwise, I am not immune to the canine cuteness factor. And you're stuck with me, I murmur, stroking his ears. Sorry about that, in advance. When I feel the weight of a stare, I glance up and find Luca watching me with a strange look in his eyes. We're alarmingly close, a foot or so apart, separated only by the furry, four-legged body between us. What? I ask.
Nothing.
That wasn't a nothing kind of look, Luca. He shrugs.
You've got a gentleness about you, underneath all that fire. Knew you could be kind. Never knew you were sweet, though.
I'm not sweet, I deny immediately. Sassy, maybe, but definitely not sweet.
Beg to differ, babe.
What did I say about calling me that? He smiles, slow and sinful.
You want, I'll come up with some other things to call you. Doubt you'll like them any better.
Retreat. Or you could just call me Lila, like everyone else on the planet.
Thing is, though.
He leans in an inch, and I swear the air starts humming with palpable tension.
I don't want to be like everyone else. Not when it comes to you.
Fall back. All units, fall back. I push to my feet so I have an excuse to stop staring at him, taking a series of deep breaths that do absolutely nothing to calm my thundering heartbeat. What are you doing here, besides picking locks and harassing me? He stands to full height, towering over me. The puppy is cradled in his arms, an adorably soft contrast to the corded strength of Luca's bicep muscles. Do not start drooling. Do not start drooling. Do not start drooling. As I watch, Luca transfers the puppy to a single arm, so he's cradled like a football, and reaches into his back pocket to retrieve a slim smartphone. I recognize the cherry red Kate Spade case instantly. That's mine, I exclaim, blinking at him as he offers it to me. Where on earth did you get it? He's silent. My eyes lock on his suddenly guarded ones. Please tell me you didn't do what I think you did.
Seeing as I'm not a mind reader.
Luca Buchanan! His brows lift. Tell me you did not drive to an octogenarian's house, which, for the record, I'm not even sure how you found, considering I never told you where it was, for the sole purpose of retrieving my cell phone. He holds my stare calmly.
I did not drive there to get your cell phone back.
I breathe a sigh of relief. Prematurely, it turns out, because Luca isn't finished speaking.
I drove there to have a little chat with the elderly fucker, about the meaning of professionalism as it pertains to his female employees. Specifically, about how he needs to keep his goddamned hands to his goddamn self whenever he's around those employees, or he won't have any functioning hands left to grope with by the time I'm through with him.
He shrugs.
Getting your cell phone back was just convenient, since I was already there.
What the fu—
Also,
he adds softly,
on my drive back, I swung by the Mattapan precinct. Had a nice chat with the officers who pulled you over the other night. They won't be pursuing any charges for reckless driving, or anything else.
But—
And lastly,
he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a thick envelope.
This. Your pay for cleaning that bastard's house, plus the 2-week severance he owes you for creating unsuitable working conditions that cost you an employment opportunity. And possibly a little something extra, as payment for me not putting my foot up his ass.
Luca's grin has a dark edge, but his eyes are swimming with warmth.
Should be enough there to tide you over, for a while at least. Give you some time to figure things out.
I stare at him, unblinking, letting all he's done crash into me like a wave. My hands curl into fists as I struggle to contain the tide of emotions welling up inside me. Try as I might to push them down, to force them back into the confines of my heart where they cannot escape. I can't seem to contain them. It's too much. He's too much. I suck in a tremulous breath. Luca, this— I can't form words. They're sticking in my throat like glue, a tangle of fury and gratitude and utter disbelief blocking my airway and making articulation impossible. His brows go up in question. I cannot believe you! I explode, finally finding my voice. You are the most impossible, stubborn, pig-headed, overbearing caveman I've ever had the misfortune of meeting. Making decisions without ever bothering to check what anyone else might want. My eyes are stinging precariously, and there's an odd break in my voice I barely recognize. I try to focus on Luca, but it's like he's not even there anymore. Like I'm speaking to someone else entirely. Someone who isn't here to take the brunt of my frustration because he bailed on me. Again. This is really over the top, even for you. God, what were you thinking? Were you thinking? I mean, honestly, did you even consider the repercussions of your actions? The circumstance this would put me in? I laugh, but it comes out sounding strangely like a sob. No, of course not. You just show up here, barging in completely uninvited, may I add, and leave me to pick up all the pieces of the mess you made. And don't even get me started on the freaking dog. I don't even know what to do with a dog. I've never had a pet. The Sinclairs never wanted the commitment of an animal. No, that would be terrible. You can't take off on a spontaneous trip to Europe when you have a dog, now can you? Feel free to leave the kids behind, though. They can feed and water themselves.
Delilah.
No, don't Delilah me in that soft voice that says everything is going to be all right. Don't come in here and tell me that everything is fixable. It's not true. The sane part of me recognizes that this rant has nothing to do with Luca, that it's entirely about my shithead big brother, that I'm lashing out at the wrong man for no sensible reason at all. But I can't seem to stop. It's as though I am a bystander in my own body, watching the chaos unfold but unable to do anything about it. I mean, how is it all right he left me with a dog? A freaking puppy! What do I feed it? How often does it have to pee? What do I do if it gets sick? How am I going to take care of it when I can't even take care of my damn self? Do I have to get it tennis balls? Where do you even buy tennis balls? And why is it always looking at me with those damn puppy eyes? I glare at the dog in Luca's arms. Yes, boy, I'm talking to you. You are a boy, right? I don't even know, not for sure. How would I? He just left you here. Left me here. No money, no options. We're gonna be homeless, pup. Sorry to inform you. Maybe we can share a cardboard box in the alley out back. What do you say to that? Huh, Fido? Something wet falls onto my bare foot. I flinch at the impact and glance down, surprised to see a tiny droplet of water on my skin. For a ludicrous moment, I consider the possibility that it's actually started raining inside my apartment, before I realize I'm crying. Huge, ugly, unstoppable tears are rolling down my cheeks. I don't know when they started, but now that they have, there's no stopping them. All the fear and frustration and sadness and desperation I've spent weeks pushing down, compartmentalizing into a tiny box in the back of my mind so I don't go crazy from the stress of it all, have burst forth in an uncontrovertible flood. Horrified, I glance up at Luca, prepared to apologize for my outburst, attempting to think up some way to explain myself without sounding like a total nutcase. The look in his eyes stops me cold. There's a soft, sad expression on his face, tenderness mixed with sympathy, tempered by that familiar Buchanan determination that says the rules governing average men don't apply to him. It's the kind of face you might make if you saw an animal hit by a car, bleeding out in the street, wanting to help but not knowing how, or whether any of your efforts would even matter, since the poor creature is already so far gone. And yet, attempting regardless, because you can't leave it there to die alone. I can read his eyes as clearly as a billboard.
Let me save you. Let me at least try. Even if it's a lost cause.
That expression on Luca's face? It's the scariest thing I've ever seen. More frightening than watching him pummel a man into mincemeat in a sweaty gym. Infinitely more terrifying than the look of molten desire he gave me earlier, the one that told me in no uncertain terms what he'd like to do with me after catching sight of my lingerie. Luca, my whisper is so fractured by mortification, I can barely form the word. I'm sorry. This wasn't about you. None of it. I just... Shh, he breathes, giving a slight shake of his head.
I know.
Moving slower than I've ever seen him, with a kind of measured deliberateness that makes my insides quake, and my tears flow faster. He sets the dog down by our feet with a gentle plop, then takes 3 steps and closes the distance between us. I'm rooted to the ground, stiller than a statue as he reaches up with those big, powerful hands and slides them into the thick mane of hair at the nape of my neck. Such a simple gesture, to stir so many complicated feelings into life. I suck in a breath as soon as he touches me. I can't help it. It's an involuntary reaction to his hands on my skin, like sticking a fork inside a socket and getting zapped by an electrical charge that singes your very bones. Eyes never shifting from mine, he exerts a tiny amount of pressure on my neck, not even enough to move me. A slight, tactile message that requires no words.
Come here.
His hold is so light, I could easily shrug him off if I wanted. I could fight his grip, could walk away, could throw up that wall I always erect between us, whenever things get too close for comfort, as I've always done in the past. But I don't have any fight left in me. I fall into his chest like water into paper. He absorbs me effortlessly, taking on my physical weight, as well as the emotional burden of my meltdown. As soon as my forehead finds the hollow of his throat, where his pulse beats strong and steady as a battle drum, I feel myself let go of everything. All the rage and hopelessness, all the sleepless nights and quick bitten fingernails, all the sold-off treasures and dead-end interviews. My defenses fall one by one, obliterated by the weight of my own exhaustion. No retreat, no recalculation, no retaliation, nothing except complete, total, irreversible surrender. A white flag waving on the battlefield of my heart. My tears flow into Luca's shirt and his arms come up around me, holding me so close, so warm, so safe. I can barely remember why I'm crying in the first place. I've always had a certain reputation. I think it comes with the territory, the rich family, the red hair, the unchangeable case of resting bitch face I've been plagued with since kindergarten. You get the picture. Generally, people who meet me assume I'm a bitch right off the bat, without me ever saying boo to them. This used to bother me. For a while, I thought it was my duty to prove them wrong. To be sweet and so uncalculating, they'd have no choice but to change their opinion about me. This phase, as you can probably guess, did not last long. Because eventually, I realized it really didn't matter. Regardless of how hard I worked to change their minds, it's been my experience that, on the whole, people pretty much see exactly what they want to see, cherry-picking new evidence to suit an existing hypothesis, bolstering their belief systems with what fits, and discarding the rest. The technical name for this is confirmation bias, and as much as it sucks, most people aren't even aware they're doing it, let alone ready and willing to stop. Hey, don't blame the messenger. I think it would be sweet if we could all sing Kumbaya and accept each other for who we really are. It's just never in a million years going to happen. I realized this way back in first grade, when Miss Wilbur announced in front of the entire class that, "Your redhead's temper won't do you any favors in this life, young lady." After I questioned why the boys got to play soccer at recess, while we girls were stuck with sidewalk chalk and boring Foursquare. At 6, I knew that it didn't really matter how sweetly I phrased my questions, or how downcast I kept my gaze. In Miss Wilbur's eyes, I was already a feisty hothead, simply due to the shade of my hair. She wasn't the only one to make this assumption, just the first in a long line. From day one, it seemed like the world wanted me to be a bitch, and that's exactly what they saw. Whether or not I actually was one held very little bearing on the matter. So, I decided to embrace her. The bitch, the cool girl, the aloof heiress, the untouchable queen bee. It didn't bother me. The world's a stage. It seemed as good a role as any, and I was great at playing along. I played so long, I forgot it was an act. I danced till dawn. I laughed off my heartbreaks. I gave no fucks. I broke my own rules, and everybody else's while I was at it. I discontinued my verbal filter and started speaking my mind. And, most importantly, I never, ever, ever let down my guard. Even when I was so lonely I thought I might disappear into thin air one day, without anyone close enough to notice. Because bitches, above all, are experts at controlling their emotions. We aren't whiny. We're not open books. We don't wear our hearts on our sleeves to encourage open, honest communication. We're certainly not crybabies. And yet, here I stand, a weepy cow, eyes leaking, throat clogged, trembling from the crown of my head to my pedicured toes in Luca's arms, as my hands curl into fists around the fabric of his shirt. I shake and shiver and sob, unable to stop, and he holds me steady, a safe harbor in the hurricane, a storm cellar keeping me clear of a deadly tornado, making sure I don't pull apart into a million pieces at the mercy of the winds. He doesn't have to say anything. It's enough to stand there stoically, stroking my hair in long, soothing motions. In silence, he lends me his strength for the moments when mine has fled entirely. It's a long while before I finally hiccup myself into a semi-composed state. Pulling in a shaky breath, I step out of his arms and clear my throat. I'm so sorry.
Nothing to be sorry for, babe.
I laugh miserably. Thought you were a straight shooter, Buchanan. No need to lie to me. I know I'm a mess. I know I owe you a hell of an apology. God, you came here to help, and I yelled at you. I trail off, humiliated all over again. He ducks down so I'm forced to meet his eyes.
Never lied to you before. Don't plan on starting now. I mean it when I tell you you've got nothing to apologize for. Pretty clear to me that you let this build up inside you for so long. It was bound to explode. Happy you finally let it out. Even happier, I was the one with you when you did.
I blink rapidly, afraid his kind words will set me off again. Still, I feel terrible. You didn't deserve any of this. All those things I said.
I know your brother screwed you over. Know that hurts, babe. Can see the hurt in your eyes every time I look at you.
I wince and glance away, embarrassed. His hand finds my chin, and he slowly turns my face back to his. There's no escaping his gaze, not when he's this close to me.
Delilah, something you should know about me by now. But you've had a rough day, so I'll cut you some slack and fill you in.
What's that? I whisper.
I can take it.
My brows lift in confusion.
Whatever you want to throw at me, whatever you need to work out of your system. If you want to scream or cry or hurl things at a moving target, I can take it. I'm strong enough for anything you got to give, so bring it on. Whatever you need to do to make that anxious blade cutting through you a little less sharp, I'm here for you. I can handle it.
Shit, 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 shit. His words weave a web of warmth around my heart, and I'm overcome by the craziest urge to pop up onto my tiptoes, to crush my mouth to his, and show him, unequivocally, just how much I appreciate that offer, even if it's one I'll never take him up on. I don't. I take a deep breath, steady myself, and force myself to whisper, "Thank you, but it's not your responsibility to save me, Luca."
What if I made it mine?
He asks, eyes intent. I get the strangest sensation he's actually asking something else entirely.
What if I make you mine?
My heart is clanging inside my chest. I swallow roughly. He watches my throat working, eyes simmering with thoughts he doesn't share. The dark blue rings around his irises are so deep I could drown in them.
Delilah,
Luca murmurs in a rough voice, his face a hair's breadth from mine.
Something else you should probably know.
What's that? I repeat, voice barely audible above my pounding pulse.
Been wanting to kiss you for 6 fucking months. Not waiting another second, babe.
His hands cup my cheeks. He angles my head up to his, and before I can blink, his mouth is on mine. Chapter 9. Looking for trouble? Get yourself a redhead. Delilah Sinclair, citing nature over nurture as the source of all her problems. God, he's a great goddamned kisser. It's everything I've spent the last few months imagining, and yet somehow better. His lips are playful and passionate, consuming but not crushing, as they sweep over mine in a kiss that makes my whole world tilt off kilter on its already crooked axis. With his mouth on mine, I discover I was right when I said I was a lost cause, because when he's kissing me, that's exactly what I am. Lost. At first, all I can do is hang on for dear life. I can barely breathe, let alone kiss him back. That doesn't last long, though, because when you've been waiting as long as I have to kiss Luca Buchanan and it finally happens, you sure as hell don't allow the opportunity to pass by without taking full advantage. Mind blanking, heart racing, I twine my arms around his neck, part my lips beneath his, and lean into the kiss with everything I have. When he feels my enthusiasm, a deep growl rattles in his throat, and his grip on my nape tightens, pulling me closer until our bodies are fused together. His other arm winds around my back in a bind so tight I can barely breathe. But I don't mind at all. I've got no mental capacity left to care about much of anything, except the way his mouth feels moving over mine with such unyielding passion. Who needs oxygen when you're kissing a man like this? I'm still wearing his sweatshirt, fully covered from neck to mid-thigh, but I can't help thinking how easy it would be to lift it over my head and throw it across the room, so there's nothing but skin and a few scraps of lace between us. I haven't forgotten that look in his eyes earlier, half-lidded and hot, promising enough passion to wreck me completely. With a single glance, he let me know, without any shade of doubt, that one night with him would ruin me for any other man, because afterward, no one else would ever measure up. The reckless, senseless, masochistic streak inside of me wants to rise to that challenge, is practically dying to test that theory firsthand. Go ahead, Luca. Take your best shot. I'll wreck you right back. His hand fists in my hair, and I moan into his mouth, unable to stop the sound. I don't care that he knows how much his touch is affecting me. It feels too good to think about things like embarrassment or what this will mean when we finally break apart. If I never stop kissing him, I'll never have to face the repercussions of this lapse in control. Problem solved. Luca's mouth drops to my neck, stubble scraping along the hypersensitive skin at the hollow of my throat, and I feel my toes curl against the hardwood. Of all the kisses I've ever had, with all those handsome men and all those gorgeous locales, none of them measure up to this one, here in the pale afternoon light of my empty, boxed-up bedroom. With his mouth and his hands, Luca Buchanan is doing something to me. Something beautiful. Something that doesn't require a romantic Hollywood backdrop or a scenic, perfect setting with flowers and candlelight. I think that's what scares me most of all. It's worrisome to think what might have happened between us, if not for the Maycombers' arrival on my doorstep. Things may have made that irreversible leap from PG-13 to NC-17, which would be very, very orgasmic, earth-shattering, unfucking-believably great? No, that's not the word I'm looking for. Irredeemable. Yes, that's the one. Going there with Luca would be totally, completely irredeemable. Because once you've seen someone naked, once you've stripped down to your skin with them and allowed them to unravel you into a thready ball of desire, there's no going back. Not ever. Thankfully, the Maycombers do arrive, saving me from such a fate. The sound of multiple miniature fists slamming against my front door assaults my ears. We both freeze when we hear the pounding. Standing so close, our mouths brush with each shared breath. Our bodies are tangled together like vines of ivy. Lila! Their voices are as persistent as their fists. Shit, I curse, realizing I've totally lost track of time. I jolt into motion, pulling out of Luca's arms and racing toward one of my clothing boxes. I'm muttering to myself as I grab a hodgepodge of items without pausing to make sure they match. It can't be 4 already, can it? Luca's voice carries to me.
4:05.
I glance back and see he hasn't moved from his spot. He's watching me tear through my boxes like a psychopath, brows raised in curiosity. I can see the remnants of desire still burning in his eyes, and I know, even from here, that he's still caught up in the memory of our heated moment.
Guessing you forgot about some kind of commitment tonight,
he murmurs. Harry and Potter. His brows lift.
Book or movie?
No, Harry and Potter. My next-door neighbors. I'm supposed to babysit them starting 6 minutes ago. I totally forgot.
Ah.
His lips are twitching.
Ron and Hermione coming too, or...
I hurl a pair of socks at him, which he swiftly dodges, then return to my clothing search. Don't blame me. Their parents are die-hard Rowling fans. Apparently they met in the fiction section of the library during college. He came up to her after spotting her red and gold scarf from across the shelves and murmured 10 points for Gryffindor. The rest was history. It's actually pretty cute. I flush. You know, if you're into that sort of cheesy thing. Which I'm not, I add hurriedly. Obviously.
Obviously,
Luca agrees in an amused tone. Shit. I bite my cheek, so I'll stop talking. Normally, I probably wouldn't strip in front of him, but I'm in such a rush to get ready before the kids somehow find their way inside and catch me in this flustered state. Modesty is the last thing on my mind. I peel the sweatshirt up over my head. I'm about to place it back amongst my belongings when I realize, despite my newfound attachment, it really doesn't belong to me. This is actually yours. I turn and toss it in Luca's direction. Thanks for letting me borrow it. His fingers twist in the fabric as he catches it.
Keep it. Never looked half as good on me as it does with those legs of yours.
I pointedly ignore that comment, turning my back to him as my eyes scan the piles of clothing. I grab a rust-colored V-neck at random off the top of the stack and tug it over my head. Lila! The kids are yelling again, fists slamming against the wood door without reprieve.
Are you home?
Shit! I panic, searching for a pair of jeans at the bottom of the box. They're nowhere to be found. Shit! 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 2 big hands settle on my shoulders. I go instantly still beneath his touch, frozen in place as his mouth moves down to rasp in my ear.
Babe, breathe. Put on some pants. I'll go distract the kids for a few minutes.
My eyes widen and I whirl around to face him. I instantly regret it, since he's only about 3 millimeters away, which means I have to crane my neck to meet his eyes. For the record, it's hard to make someone take you seriously when you're staring up at them like one of the munchkins from The Wizard of Oz. Do you know anything about kids? I ask skeptically.
I was one about 20 years ago. Does that count?
No. He smiles, eyes gleaming with amusement.
Relax. Kids like me.
I wrinkle my nose at him in doubt. And, I shit you not, he actually leans in and kisses the tip of it with a smirk. It's such a casual move you'd think he did it every day of his life. My knees lock to keep me from falling over. When he sees the shell-shocked expression on my face, he full-on grins, like he's in on a joke I'm not privy to, then turns and starts walking toward the door. They're going to be terrified of you, I call after him. He ignores me. Great. With a renewed sense of urgency, I restart my search for jeans. My hands land on a pair of dark wash skinnies. Pulling them on as fast as possible, I shove my feet into a pair of rubber flip-flops I'd usually never be caught dead wearing outside a spa swimming pool area, and race toward the sound of voices. I'm held up momentarily in my hallway when I catch sight of my hair in the mirror. It looks like something out of an 80s porno, thanks to Luca's hands, and unless I want to be the one to introduce the concept of sex hair to a pair of 5-year-olds, something must be done about it. I smooth the mussed strands into a slightly less hedonistic style, then take off running toward the front door again. As I round the corner into the foyer, I brace myself for the worst, and am promptly stunned to find Harry and Potter sitting on the floor with Luca, totally at ease as they pet Duncan's puppy. The trio is chatting like a group of long-lost friends. They're so wrapped up in their discussion, they don't even notice me enter.
Right now, we only have a fishy.
Potter quirks her head at Luca.
Do you think a fishy counts as a pet?
Definitely,
he agrees solemnly.
What's its name?
Dumbledore.
Luca's lips twitch as he glances from her to her twin. Harry, the shyer of the two, is staring at Luca's muscles in silent awe, as though he's just met a superhero in person. Or Hagrid. As soon as they make eye contact, Harry flushes red and returns his gaze to the puppy.
I'm sure Dumbledore the fish is lucky to have you two as owners,
Luca says in a sincere tone that makes Potter beam with pride.
It's my job to feed Dumbledore every day, but only 2 pellets, one in the morning and another before bed.
Speech impediment aside, Potter sounds more serious than I've ever heard her.
'Cause one time, Harry dumped the whole bottle of fishy food in his bowl, and Mommy got real mad.
Luca chuckles.
I'll bet.
Mommy says we can't ever get a dog.
'Cause she's allergic, Harry interjects. Luca smiles, but doesn't correct his mispronunciation.
Very allergic,
Potter confirms gravely.
But Daddy told me we're gonna get one anyway, and name it Remus.
Potter pushes her bubblegum pink glasses higher up the bridge of her nose.
For Christmas or something. Daddy says we have to keep it a secret from Mommy till then.
Your daddy sounds like a brave man.
Luca's tone is wry. I swallow a laugh.
I think he's the bravest daddy alive,
Potter tells him earnestly. His muscles aren't as big as yours, though, Harry murmurs, eyeing Luca's biceps again, then examining his own toothpick-like arms with disdain. And I don't have any at all.
Tell you what, muscles don't make you brave.
Luca leans forward and taps Harry lightly on the left side of his chest, right over his heart.
Bravery lives in here. Big or small, boy or girl, young or old. Doesn't matter what's on the outside. It's your inside that counts.
My own insides clench precariously, hearing that. Harry and Potter stare at Luca like he's just handed them their Hogwarts admission letters 6 years early. He doesn't seem to notice their awe, or maybe he's just used to it, after all the attention he gets on a regular basis. He leans back on his hands and stretches his long legs out in front of him. The puppy promptly scrambles onto his lap, a clumsy ball of fluff. It's an adorable sight. I thought I'd seen the epitome of cuteness earlier, witnessing Luca with a puppy. But this? Luca bonding with a puppy and my two favorite tiny humans? Honestly, it's a miracle I managed to remain standing. I must make some kind of mewling sound. Christ, hold it together, woman. Because the twins glance in my direction and leap to their feet.
There you are,
Potter yells, barreling toward me. She hits me like a freight train, slamming into my stomach with enough force to knock the wind from my lungs. Oof, I gasp. Easy, Pot, you'll crack a rib. Another small body bumps into my side, far gentler than his counterpart, Harry. I wrap an arm around each of them and squeeze, staring at the tops of their glossy blonde heads as warmth radiates through me. Hey, Hair, how's it hanging? He peers up at me. You're late. I know, I'm sorry. His little face is stern. You were supposed to come over at 4.
And you got a dog without telling us. What, did you think we wouldn't find out?
No, Pot, I didn't. Who's he? Harry cuts me off, pointing at Luca. Is
he your boyfriend?
Potter asks. No, he's... Mommy says you have lots of boyfriends, Harry offers, squinting. Do you? Oh, so Mrs. Maycomer thinks I'm a slut. Perfect. Actually, guys, Potter peers around me to her twin.
Daddy thinks Mommy is being judgmental when she says that.
She looks up at me.
What's judgmental?
Oh, it's when you say something nice and totally not uncalled for. I grumble. I hear a chuckle from Luca's direction and glare at him, wishing my cheeks weren't suddenly turning red. He's back on his feet, watching the three of us with an unreadable look in his eyes, as if the sight of 2 kids hanging on me like little blonde monkeys is hard to reconcile with his existing perceptions. Is he staying to babysit? Harry asks. Oh, no,
I think he should stay,
Potter says decidedly, pulling away from me and stalking straight up to Luca, who towers so far over her head it's almost laughable. She can barely meet his eyes, even with her neck craned all the way back.
I bet he'd push us way higher on the swings than you can, Lila.
Totally, Harry murmurs, trailing after his sister. Luca grins down at them.
Ever had an underdog?
The twins squeal excitedly. Shit. Guys, we'd have to check with your mom.
She won't care,
they chorus together. We'll see about that. I swallow. And even if she agrees, I'm sure Luca has other plans already.
I don't, actually.
I glance at him dubiously. You want to come to the park with us to play on the swings, then eat macaroni and cheese for dinner? Seriously?
Can't think of a better way to spend my night.
His eyes glimmer.
Well, actually, I can think of a few things I'd rather be doing.
They dart down to my lips and linger there for a heated instant.
But mac and cheese rates a close second.
I roll my eyes to hide the way my heart is pounding. Don't get your hopes up. It's the kind from the box.
Not picky, babe.
Ooh, he called you babe.
Potter giggles, delighted. He is your boyfriend, Harry mutters, sounding dejected. He's not my boyfriend, I say quickly.
Harry's sulky because he thought he was gonna marry you one day.
Potter looks at her twin.
I told you she was too old, duty head. She's like 100. You can't marry her.
Great. Now I'm an old slut. This is getting better and better. Luca makes a choked sound, like he's trying desperately not to laugh. I glare at him as the twins each take me by a hand and start dragging me toward the front door. This is not funny. I frown at him.
Babe.
He shrugs lightly.
Gotta admit, it's a little funny.
Babe,
the twins sing song. I grab my keys off the hook by the door and jerk my head toward the dog carrier, still sitting by the threshold where Duncan abandoned it. "See if there's a leash in there, will you?" I ask Luca. The mongrel probably has to pee anyway. Unless he's already peed on my kitchen floor, for the second time today. I shake my head at the pup. Maybe after dinner we should watch Lady and the Tramp, just to put the fear of God in him. Thoughts? Luca laughs and shoots me a look that's so warm, so happy, it makes me want to keel over right there in my foyer. "What?" I ask, still being tugged along by the twins. "Why are you looking at me like that?"
Delilah, if I told you my thoughts at this moment, you'd throw up a wall I just got done knocking down. So I think I'll wait a while, till I know you're ready, before I share all the things I'm thinking right now."
With that, he scoops up the puppy and walks across the room to hunt down his leash. Mute, I let the twins drag me outside, down the stairs, and next door to their place, wondering how the hell I'm going to get myself out of this new mess I'm in. In the words of Potter, I think I'm totally fucked. Luca and I throw ourselves down on the grass at the park around the corner, winded from an epic game of tag with the twins. As soon as I'm horizontal, the puppy pounces on my head and douses me with kisses. I groan and throw up my hands to defend myself.
"Here, I've got him."
Luca pulls the dog off me. Propping myself up on my elbows, I glance over and find him sprawled in the grass beside me beneath the tree, the puppy cradled against his chest, looking so handsome it steals my breath all over again. He strokes his hands over the dog's lush fur. The little monster's eyes are starting to droop, clearly exhausted after chasing us around the park for the past hour on his half-grown legs. A couple walks by pushing a stroller, smiling at us as they pass. I wonder what we look like to them. The brawny red-headed man, his strawberry blonde wife in ripped jeans and flip-flops, their perfect pair of kids, and even a tiny rust-colored dog to complete the equation. A family. The thought is so foreign, so completely unexpected, I don't know how to classify it. A hope? A nightmare? A fantasy? A fate worse than death? I can't sort out my own feelings on the matter, and one thing's for sure, staring into Luca's bottomless blue eyes while I attempt it isn't making the process any simpler. I quickly turn my head to the jungle gym, where the twins are swinging in tandem, daring each other to go higher with each pump of their spindly legs.
"They've got energy,"
Luca remarks after a while, his eyes on the kids. That they certainly do.
"How long have you been watching them?"
About 4 months. Since I went broke and needed a job. Any job. Even one a 13-year-old is qualified to do.
"Huh."
I glance at him. What?
"Nothing. Just would have figured it was longer."
Why do you say that? He pauses.
"Because of how much they love you."
I scoff. Don't be silly. They don't love me. They like me, certainly. But that's as far as it goes.
"Delilah,"
he whispers, so softly I have to lean in to catch it.
"Why is it so hard for you to accept the idea that someone might love you?"
It's not about that. I dismiss his words, as if they don't affect me in the slightest. I'm just a babysitter, a next-door neighbor. It's not like I'm their mom or their crazy aunt or their nanny. It's not like...
"Like what?"
It's not like I'm their... My voice catches. Like their big sister or something. Luca is silent, digesting my words with care. I haven't told him about Mimi, so there's no way he could know why talking about big sisters feels like a knife to the gut. And yet, he's so keenly observant of my every nuance, my every nervous tic and bad habit and withheld word. It doesn't surprise me to see his eyes are full of questions, as if he knows there's more to this story, that there are things I'm not letting on. He doesn't push me. Not yet. But I know he will one day, at exactly the right moment, when my defenses are down and I'm least expecting it. He'll look at me with those eyes that cut through all the bullshit straight to my soul, and he'll ask about her. And I'll answer, even if I don't intend to, because Luca Buchanan knows the value of words. He times them to perfection and never wastes them on anything irrelevant. It's an impressive quality, albeit a worrisome one. It does not bode well for my ability to keep anything secret from the man. I stare at Harry and Potter, feeling my lips tug up as I listen to their joyous giggles echoing across the park. It's almost the summer solstice, still light, despite the fact that it's well past 6 in the evening. We should head back home soon, but they look so happy on the swings, I decide to give them a few more minutes. When the silence starts to feel heavy, I clear my throat. Do you have siblings?
No.
Luca glances at me.
Not as far as I know, anyway. My parents weren't exactly in the picture.
Oh, I murmur softly.
I shared a few foster homes with different kids over the years, but those placements never lasted too long. Closest thing I've ever had to a sister is Zoe, and she's gone now.
My heart aches for him. I never really considered the fact that when Parker West swept into town and simultaneously swept Zoe Bloom off her feet, taking her away from Boston in favor of adventure on the high seas, she left Luca behind without anyone else to call family. Is he lonely? I wonder suddenly. Can a man like Luca, who has the whole world at his fingertips, money, women, fame, ever truly be alone? I don't have to look far to know the answer to that question. I may have been raised in the lap of luxury, but I've always felt like an outsider with my own flesh and blood. Mimi was the only one who ever understood me, and she's long gone. I'm sorry you lost her, I tell him, meaning it.
Don't be. I'm not. She literally sailed off into the sunset with the guy of her dreams. Me wishing she was here would be the same as me wishing she didn't get her happy ending.
That's assuming there's only one path to a happy ending. I narrow my eyes at him. Aren't you the one who assured me there's more than one way to find your bliss? That there are plenty of different routes to reach the same destination? That no one cares how you run the race? Only that you cross the finish line, yada yada yada? His face twists in amusement. What? I ask, defensive.
Wasn't to where you were listening.
I always listen. I pause. I might not always agree with your bossy macho man antics, but I always listen.
I'm not bossy.
Right, and I'm not about to be evicted. I shake my head. Didn't realize you were also a card-carrying member of the Living in Denial Club. Meetings are every Wednesday, followed by light refreshments. He grins at me, a flash of white teeth and dimples, and the sight makes me feel a bit lightheaded.
You're funny. Didn't know that about you.
Humor is one of my chief attributes, I say, slightly offended that he hadn't noticed.
Sass, maybe. Knew you were sassy from the first minute we met. But funny is a different story.
His eyes are warm on mine.
Learning all kinds of new shit about you today.
My brows go up. Such as?
For starters, there's a whole lot of substance beneath all that style you're constantly flashing around.
I open my mouth to object, but he cuts me off.
Then there's the fact that you're incredibly stubborn, seeing as you need help more than anyone I've ever met, but continually refuse to ask for it.
That's not...
You're a bit of a mess, but you'll never admit it.
I don't think...
Plus, you're a great fucking kisser, with the softest hair I've ever run my fingers through, and a mouth I could stare at all damn day, when it's not spouting bullshit at me.
He pauses, voice going low.
I take it back. Gotta admit, kinda like your bullshit, babe.
You are the most...
And that's not even taking into account that you've got a cute dog, and want kids and can make me laugh.
He grins at me again, the bastard, but his eyes are deadly serious.
Gotta admit, when you add it all up, it paints a pretty nice picture, Delilah.
Shit. He's not even technically my dog. And who says I want kids? I snap, latching onto an issue at random.
You want kids.
Oh, you're psychic now?
You love those twins.
Love? I shake my head. Like I said before, the twins are fine, I guess. If you like kids, that is. Which I'm not even admitting I do. I pause. I mean, if I could guarantee that someday I'd pop out two just like those. I nod toward Potter and Harry. If I knew they were going to be that cute, maybe it would be a conversation.
Your kids will be cute.
Luca's voice is absolutely certain. There's no way to know that for sure. It's all a big genetic clusterfuck, if you ask me. Might as well pull traits out of a hat at random.
Delilah.
He waits until I meet his eyes. Yes?
It's too late.
My brow furrows. What's too late?
The Ice Princess Act. Not buying it, babe.
I don't know what you're talking about, I say haughtily. His eyes glitter in challenge.
There you go again, trying to freeze me out for saying something real. Hate to break it to you, I have no problem with the cold. So you can act like a frozen-hearted bitch all you please. But like I said, not buying it. I've seen you.
You're a lunatic, Luca Buchanan. Totally delusional. I sit up fully and start to climb to my feet, but his hand lands on my elbow in an iron grip, and I find my progress halted completely. My eyes fly to his in alarm and indignation. Let go of me.
In a minute,
He murmurs.
Have some shit I want to say to you first.
This is bullying.
No, this is me trying to have an honest fucking conversation with you.
His hand drops away.
You're not interested in that? Fine. Not gonna force you. Not my style. But neither is seeing something I want and not going after it with everything I have. And what I want is you.
He doesn't add, eyes burning. Heaven help me. My pulse is pounding. I know I should walk away, just to prove a point. But I can't. I settle back on the grass and arch my brows. I'm listening.
Good.
He leans in, and like a repelling magnet, I lean away to maintain some breathing room.
I've seen the way you look at those kids, the way you care about your friends, the way you clean up your brother's messes even when he doesn't deserve your loyalty. I see you suffering through a shitty situation in silence, rather than bothering the people closest to you with your problems. I see you, Delilah. Didn't before. When we first met, I'll be honest, I assumed you were a beautiful piece of wrapping paper over an empty box.
I huff.
First second you opened your sassy fucking mouth and flashed those big, beautiful brown eyes at me, I realized I was wrong. Rare, but it happens.
His eyes simmer with banked heat.
Guess what I'm trying to say is, I shouldn't have judged you before I got to know you.
I bite the inside of my cheek to distract myself from the dangerous somersaults my stomach is doing. Don't worry about it, I swallow. I'm the one who's acted like a colossal bitch to you over the past few months. He doesn't agree with me, but he doesn't disagree either. We fall silent in a momentary truce. Two almost strangers under a tree, sharing truths I'm not quite sure we're ready to be sharing. But, as I'm coming to learn, that's simply Luca, charging in full speed, 100% effort, whether or not you're ready for him. Half-assed is not in his vocabulary. Evidently, neither is small talk or patience.
Never thought about it much,
Luca murmurs absently after a while, eyes on Potter and Harry.
Having a family, being a father. Never had one of my own, so it's hard to picture.
He pauses.
Seeing them, it's easier. Makes me remember not every kid spends their formative years bouncing from foster homes to shitty shelters and back, before the system spits them out at 18 to fend for themselves.
I suck in a breath. It's the most personal thing Luke has ever said to me, and I find myself totally tongue-tied as a result. Sure, my family isn't perfect. Most days they drive me crazy, but at least I have one. I stare at Luca. lacking the proper words to comfort him. I have no idea what to say to him, whether I'm even entitled to ask him questions about a topic this intimate. Luca. His eyes find mine.
Don't look at me like that, babe.
Like what?
Soft. Warm. Same look you give when you're talking to an abandoned puppy or a shy little kid. The one that says you care.
His jaw clenches and a muscle leaps in his cheek.
Makes me want to do things to you I can't do in a public place.
I squirm a little.
For a long time, I thought this world was so messed up, it would be a sin to bring a kid into it. Like throwing an angel into the brimstones of hell.
His acerbic tone mellows a bit as his eyes hold mine.
Now, I think maybe it's just a matter of finding the right person to walk through the fire with.
Well, I steady my shoulders and take a breath, afraid to say the next words, but knowing I'll regret it forever if I chicken out. I'm sure you'll find her someday, and you'll make a great father, Luca. You spent years protecting Zoe. You saved me the other night. Hell, you've been saving me all week. Everyone you meet loves you on sight. Police officers, Mrs. Maycomer, the twins. Even the dog loves you. I shake my head at the puppy, snoozing on his legs. It's a little annoying, actually.
Might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
He grins.
Besides the part about it being annoying that people find me likable.
I stand by that statement.
But you don't find me likable.
I flush. Nope.
Uh-huh.
He cuts a glance at me.
Except, here's the thing. I think you do like me. In fact, after our moment this afternoon in your bedroom, I'm damn near positive you like me.
I'm positive you're wrong.
Uh-huh.
It was just a kiss.
Like hell?
He growls.
You kissed me back.
I keep my eyes dead ahead. It was a lapse in judgment.
Uh-huh.
It won't happen again.
Uh-huh.
Say uh-huh one more time, see what happens. He chuckles.
Don't get your panties in a twist.
My panties are just fine, thank you.
I can vouch for that.
He reminds me lowly.
Saw them up close and personal.
I scowl. Can we not talk about my undergarments, please?
What do you want to talk about?
Literally anything else. Because talking about that moment in my bedroom is giving me hot flashes.
You think up a name for this guy yet?
Lucas strokes the dog.
Or whether you're going to keep him?
I blow out a relieved breath at the topic change. I have no idea. I guess I should probably stop calling him mongrel and monster and hellbeast, huh?
Probably.
I pivot to face the puppy and stare at his slack-jawed muzzle. His doggy snores are leaving a dark puddle of drool on Luca's jeans. Maybe I should call him Peanut, or Pipsqueak.
Ironically?
My brows lift. What's ironic about that? He's a dachshund, right? He'll only be, what, like 10 pounds? Fully grown? Luca stares at me with an indecipherable expression. What? I ask, palm starting to get clammy. Why are you looking at me like that?
Not to be the bearer of bad news, but this little guy isn't a dachshund.
He smirks.
He's a setter.
A what?
A setter.
Like a trend setter? You are talking to a girl with zero canine knowledge. But sure, by all means, use pithy insider jargon I will not understand. That's super helpful. I roll my eyes. He laughs.
This is an Irish setter. Smart, high energy, bred as a hunting dog.
His voice gets lower.
They usually top out around 70 pounds.
70 pounds? I scream so loud the kids look over at us from the jungle gym, where they're taking turns on the slide.
Sometimes more.
More?
Delilah.
Luca smiles, head shaking.
Did you not notice how big his paws are?
He holds up one padded foot for me to examine.
They're like hockey pucks. He's gonna be big. I can already tell.
Shit, I curse. It was bad enough when I thought I had a purse-sized pooch to haul around with me. Now I'm totally screwed.
No, you're not. I'll help you with him.
Luca's eyes get warm again.
I'm good with dogs.
I swallow. As nice as it is of you to offer, I really can't take you up on it. You've done so much for me already, and I know you're in the middle of training for your big fight next week. I've been enough of a distraction, and... Speaking of distractions, Luca is no longer paying attention to my attempts to brush him off. He's completely preoccupied by something in the street. I follow his gaze and see he's watching a nondescript tan sedan drive slowly past the park with hawk-like focus. Luca? Shh. No, I will not shh.
Delilah.
His voice is sharper than his eyes. He's not messing around. I fall silent. Anxiety overtakes me as he shoves the puppy into my arms and rises to his feet. With one hand, he reaches down to help me up. The other is busy pulling his iPhone from his back pocket. I'm too baffled to fight with him as he drags me vertical and starts snapping pictures of the sedan just before it turns a corner. He curses as it vanishes from view. Luca, what is it? I'm really beginning to freak out now. What's going on?
Damn, didn't get a clear shot. There's a partial plate at least. It's a start. Should be enough for Nate to track it.
Luca, I yell, starting to freak out. Tell me what's going on, please.
Get the kids. We're leaving, now.
He looks more serious than I've ever seen him.
That's the third time that car's driven by while we've been here. Thought it was a coincidence the second time they did a sweep. But after getting a better look at them just now, I'm positive it was intentional.
What do you mean?
Don't know who they are or what they're searching for, but they didn't look like locals. They're clearly canvassing this park for something. Or someone.
My stomach flips uneasily, bad thoughts beginning to form. Luca shakes his head.
Could be a sexual predator. Could be something worse. Don't think we should stick around to find out.
Pulse pounding, I grab the phone from his hand and zoom in on the car window in the picture. It's pixelated, too blurry to make out much at all. But the man in the passenger seat is definitely dressed in black, built like an ox, and bald as a cue ball. My heart drops into my shoes. Because I have a sick intuition that I know exactly who's in that car, and exactly who they're looking for. Me. Chapter 10. They say you are what you eat, but I don't remember eating a sarcastic, shoe-obsessed, Prosecco-drinking shopaholic with commitment issues. Delilah Sinclair, contemplating her most attractive qualities. Luca simmers with quiet tension for the rest of the night. The whole walk back to Beacon Hill with the twins, sandwiched between us on the sidewalk. The entire time I'm making macaroni and cheese in the Maycomer's gorgeously renovated 2-floor townhouse. He barely says a word to either me or the kids as we eat dinner, instead standing in the front room by the bay window, with one eye on the street and a phone pressed to his ear. I catch a snippet of his clipped conversation when I approach with a bowl of macaroni and extend it in his direction.
No, Nate. Let me know what you find after you run the plate number.
His eyes meet mine as he accepts the bowl with a nod of thanks.
Could be someone from the fighting circuit, a bookie looking to hedge his bets, or maybe one of Forrester's guys, checking me out before the championship. Doubt it, though. These guys didn't look local.
I strive to keep my face a mask of composure, doing my best to hide the fact that I'm pretty sure I know exactly who those thugs were, and who they were looking for earlier. Luca's eyes linger on my face, studying me with extra intensity, as though he knows I'm hiding something. The man is a human lie detector, I shit you not. Maybe it's wrong not to tell him that 2 loan shark lackeys are attempting to track me down, and quite possibly take a baseball bat to my kneecaps. And not just because I've always considered my legs to be one of my most attractive attributes. The thing is, I know if I tell him, he'll drag Nate and all available Knox Investigations resources into the matter. I can't do that to Phoebe. I won't. Not the day before her wedding. She deserves a perfect day, unmarred by my family drama. I've never needed someone to solve my problems in the past. No need to start now. I turn and flee back to the kitchen, feeling safer in the kids' company than I do in Luca's. Unfortunately, my security blanket is short-lived. When the clock strikes 7:30, it's bedtime for the twins. Upstairs, I help them brush their teeth and change into PJs before tucking them into their beds. "Will you read us a story, Lila?" Harry asks, peering down from the top bunk. "Which one, kiddos?" "The one about the crayons." I roll my eyes. "You guys always pick that one."
"Because we like it. Duh,"
Potter says, shooting me an exasperated look. Fine, fine. I hold my hands up in surrender. Crossing to the bookshelf, I pull down the thin white volume and crack it open to the first page. Settling in on the far end of the bottom bunk, I lean back against the wall and clear my throat. I haven't even made it through the first page when Potter curls up on my left side. Approximately 10 seconds later, 2 bare feet make their way down the ladder rungs, and Harry launches himself into the sliver of space to my left. They lean in to see the pictures as I turn the pages, cuddled as close as possible, warmer than 2 tiny space heaters. I keep my voice soft as I read the story about a box of crayons who go on strike from their duties. Red, lamenting how he has to work harder than any of the other colors. Green, complaining of a constant parade of reptile drawings. Blue, reduced to a stub from forever shading in the sky. As I turn the page to purple, who's wondering why it's so darn hard to stay inside the lines, I glance down at the blonde head snuggled into my sides and see both kids are already asleep, no doubt exhausted from their hours of chasing me around the park like banshees. I'm about to close the book when I feel the weight of someone's eyes on me. Looking up, I spot Luca leaning against the door jamb. I don't know exactly how long he's been watching me read to the kids, but from his expression, I'd guess the answer is a while. The room is half dark, lit only by a small table lamp and a plug-in nightlight. But even with his features cast in shadow, I can clearly make out the devastatingly tender look in his eyes. This was a mistake, I realize abruptly. Introducing Luca to the twins, playing house with him all day, like we really are some kind of family. It's stirring dangerous thoughts to life inside my head, and even more perilous feelings to life inside my chest. My throat feels tighter than normal as I slowly extract myself from the twins, doing my best not to wake them. "Asleep?" Luca whispers, appearing at my side like a ghost. I'll never get used to the way he moves, in total stealth, a feat that should be damn near impossible for a man of such large proportions. Nodding, I turn to the bed and lightly shift Potter's body, so her head is on the pillow and her limbs are covered by the blankets. I have no idea how I'm going to get Harry back up to his bunk without rousing him. "Here, I'll get him." Lucas swoops in before I can blink, lifts Harry into his arms with such gentleness you'd think the boy were made of glass, and promptly deposits him in his bed. I watch his big hands pull the covers up over the boy, and curse my stupid heart for clenching like a fist inside my chest. I wasn't wrong earlier. He'll make a great father one day. We're silent as we douse the lights and walk out of their room, the door shutting behind us with a soft click. I can feel Luca looming close on my heels as we descend the stairs and walk back to the kitchen. The puppy is sound asleep on the hardwood floor, limbs splayed in all directions like a boneless starfish. I don't even have food for him, just remnants of the kibble Duncan left behind in his doggy carrier, I murmur, glancing at Luca. I suppose if I'm keeping him, I'll have to get some, plus a bed and toys and plastic bags. I narrow my eyes at the dog. Lots and lots of plastic bags, pup, because you are a mass producer of poo. I genuinely do not understand how such a small beast can create such a big output. Luca steps up to my side. "You ever gonna give him a name? Or keep calling him Pooch and Pup forever?" If I name him, I have to commit to keeping him.
Ah, and Delilah James Sinclair never commits to anything.
That is not true. When I find a flattering shade of lipstick, I rarely vary from it. I've been wearing the same MAC red since I was 16.
Not what I meant, and you know it.
Then what did you mean, pray tell? I flutter my eyelashes. No doubt another charming criticism of my every personality trait. He shakes his head.
Not a criticism. Also, not a fan of you pulling this Holly Golightly shit, though. Her and her no-name slob cat, who she can't own up to loving or naming, 'cause she's so determined to be alone. Hate to break it to you, babe, but that never love a wild thing mentality never made anyone happy. Least of all her.
You've seen Breakfast at Tiffany's? I exclaim, stunned by the revelation. Who the hell got Luca Buchanan to watch a rom-com? The question sends an unfamiliar flare of jealousy through my chest. I ignore it, with effort.
Not the point, babe.
Well, it was kind of the point. I mean, the fact that you've seen that movie is a vital part of your little anecdote.
Delilah.
My mouth snaps closed. I sigh and look back at the sleeping puppy for a moment in silence. Fenway.
Come again?
Fenway.
The neighborhood, the Frank, or the ballpark?
He asks, still not understanding. The dog. I look up at him. What, is it a bad name? I told you I don't know anything about dogs. See, this is just stupid. Forget I said anything. Clearly I'm out of my depth here and...
Babe.
Luca's voice is as soft as his eyes. My heart pounds. Yeah?
It's a good name.
Oh. An uncomfortably warm sensation shoots through my veins. Right. Fine. Whatever. He chuckles as I cross the kitchen to sit with my newly christened pet, as though he finds me vastly entertaining, despite the fact that I wasn't trying to be funny. Rude.
If you need someone to take you to the pet store, I'd be happy to drive you. Know your car is indisposed.
Don't you have a fight you're supposed to be training for?
You want to ride or not?
Not. There's a place right around the corner. I'll walk over first thing in the morning. Thanks anyway, though. I glance up at him from the floor. He looks absurdly tall from down here. And thanks for helping me with the kids today. They had way more fun with you there.
I had fun with them too. They're good kids.
I nod and stare at my hands as they stroke Fenway's fur, because I'm way too chicken shit to look at Luca when I say the next part. I've had a lot of bad days recently, but this one was definitely an improvement. It was almost fun. I pause and pull in a breath. You made it fun. I don't hear him move, but I know he's there, crouching beside me, so close I could reach out and touch him with ease. We're sitting on a cold hardwood floor, but everything in my body feels superheated with Luca invading my space.
I had fun too,
he says softly. Just the timbre of his voice is enough to make me tremble. The sound of his phone buzzing in his pocket cuts through the tension between us like a gunshot. He glances briefly at the screen, grimaces, and promptly hits a button to send the caller straight to voicemail. My brows go up. Everything okay?
It's just Colton. I'll call him back later.
Oh. I pause. I thought you two were friends.
We are. Just having a slight difference of opinion these past few days.
Over me, I guess. Guilt swamping me.
Not just you.
Luca's mouth flattens into a frown.
He wants me in the gym 24/7. Not a fan of any deviations from his training schedule.
You don't have to stay here, Luca. The kids are asleep, and Joyce and Ted should be home soon. I don't want to hold you up. My eyes flicker over to him. I've already monopolized most of your day. I'd hate to mess up your night as well. I know how important this championship is for you. There's a heavy beat of silence. We stare at each other, wordlessly communicating 1,000 things we're both unwilling to voice aloud. Go. Please go. Because if you stay another moment, I might kiss you again. I don't say. trapped in the tractor beam of his light blue irises.
If that was supposed to be a threat, you need to rethink your strategies.
Luca doesn't volley back, mouth twisting in a smirk. Shit. After a long moment, he settles in on the other side of Fenway, his back to the kitchen island, his legs extended out across the hardwood.
I'm good right here, Delilah.
My stomach somersaults. For a long time, we don't say anything else. We just sit there, breathing the same air, stroking the puppy between us, with hands that are careful not to accidentally brush, for fear a single spark might light an inferno neither of us knows how to contain. I force my thoughts from the man beside me and focus on the kitchen, eyes drifting from the pretty mosaic backsplash to the custom cabinetry. The Maycombers' place is as lovely as its inhabitants. It's strange to think, in a few short days, I won't live 20 steps away anymore. In truth, I'll miss being their neighbor almost as much as I'll miss my apartment itself. Joyce and Ted may be in their early 40s, but the 20-year age gap has never been a limiting factor in our friendship. And that's really all we were, friends, until one morning a few months ago, when a disheveled-looking Ted appeared on my doorstep with the twins in tow and begged me to watch them because their regular babysitter canceled at the last minute.
Please, just this once. It's an emergency.
I wanted to say no. I didn't know a thing about kids, let alone twin 5-year-olds with more cumulative energy than a nuclear reactor. It was supposed to be a one-time thing, just filling in for a few hours. I never expected to bond with the mini monsters. I never expected to be this sad about leaving them. Luca's voice interrupts my reverie, which is probably a good thing, because my eyes are stinging dangerously.
We tuckered this guy out. He's exhausted.
His amused gaze lifts from Fenway's sleeping form up to meet mine. I attempt to smile, but I must not quite pull it off, because his brows lift when he catches sight of it.
You okay?
I'm fine, I lie, mouth twisting. It's just really starting to sink in that I'll be leaving here for good in a few days. Leaving everything. I bite my inner cheek to keep myself in check. By everything, I obviously mean my apartment. Really, how am I ever going to find ceilings that high in a first-floor unit ever again? Not to mention rent control, recessed lighting, crown moldings, in-unit washer and dryer.
And 2 kids who clearly adore you, living one door down,
he murmurs, seeing straight through to the truth, as always, no matter how hard I try to mask it. I suppose I'll miss them too. My eyes are stinging again. Whatever.
You'll still see them.
It won't be the same, though. I hold his stare. None of it will be the same. He watches me carefully for a few seconds. Then, moving so slowly it makes my insides shake, as if he thinks anything quicker will make me bolt like a deer coming face to face with a hunter, he reaches out and cups one large hand around my cheek. I go completely still as soon as his fingertips make contact. For a few frozen seconds, I do nothing at all beneath his feather-light hold. But then, I pull a sharp breath into my lungs, tilt my head, and lean into his touch so my head is resting in his hand. It feels like surrender, the same sensation I had weeping into his t-shirt. His eyes flare with heat as they scan my face, so close to his own. Electric volts hum through me, radiating outward from my cheekbone, until every square inch of my skin seems to pulse with energy. By all accounts, it's a simple gesture of comfort, his big palm resting on the fragile bones of my face. Nothing erotic. Hell, I was touched more personally by the dental hygienist during my last cleaning. It definitely shouldn't feel so intimate. Yet, inexplicably, it does. Sitting there with him on the kitchen floor, resting my head in his hands, I'm more affected than I want to admit, even to myself. My eyes drift closed at the sensation of his strong fingers on my skin. and without thinking, I leaned toward him, drawn to his fortitude like a moth to flame. I'm so tired, so shaken, and he's so unflinchingly strong. A rock in the ocean, the kind you cling to in hopes of saving yourself from being swept away by the undertow. I'm so close to him now. I can feel the puppy's velvety fur brushing up against my arm every time he takes a breath. Still, it somehow doesn't feel close enough. For a crazy instant, I consider what it would be like if I cast aside all my hang-ups, leaned across the divide, and crushed my mouth against Luca's. What would it be like? Wonderful. It would be freaking wonderful, Lila. Or have you already forgotten this afternoon? Before I can do something infinitely stupid, like test that theory, I hear the sound of a key turning in the front door. Joyce and Ted are home. There is a God. Luca's hand drops away as we both scramble to our feet. He lifts the puppy into his arms like a newborn baby. Finway barely acknowledges the disturbance, except to let out a low, displeased yap. How dare you foolish humans interrupt my doggy's slumber? The Maycombers sneak into their own home like bandits in the night, as though afraid any noise at all will wake their children. With whispered thanks, they hand me a thick wad of cash and walk us to the door. Joyce, who's had at least 4 glasses of wine at dinner, shamelessly mouths, "He's so hot," at me behind Luca's back, while her husband, Ted, grins at his wife and mouths, "She's so drunk." I suppress a giggle and shake my head at them as we step over the threshold. #couple goals. Once we're outside, Luca walks me to my door. We linger on my stoop for a moment in silence. If I had to guess, I'd say we're both more than a little afraid to shatter it.
"You'll be needing this,"
he mutters finally, passing Finway into my arms. I smile as I take the puppy from him. Thanks again for all you did today.
"No need to thank me, babe."
There is, though. I swallow. Between getting my phone back from Mr. McGuire, talking to the police on my behalf, and helping with the twins, I don't know how I'll ever repay you. There's a beat of silence.
"I can think of a few ways,"
his eyes inform me, so heated I think I might combust. I take a hasty step backward out of his space. "I'll see you around, Buchanan." His lips twist.
"That you will, Delilah."
At Phoebe's Christmas party, I say, only half teasing. His lips twist.
"Before then, babe."
Oh, is there a Halloween party I'm unaware of? His smirk turns into a smile.
"Nope."
4th of July? He shakes his head. I sigh. Well, I'm fresh out of holidays.
"Has to be a holiday party for us to cross paths, huh?"
Based on our history, I'd say yes. The past few days have been an exception.
Uh-huh.
His smile becomes a grin.
"So, what's the plan? You go back to leaving a room whenever I walk into it?"
I so don't do that, I huff indignantly. He stares at me, still grinning, the bastard. Okay, I might do that. Occasionally. What do you want me to say? I'm sorry, Luca. I'm sorry I've been a bitch to you. Is that what you need to hear?
"Don't need to hear anything, babe. Want to hear your reasoning for it. But you take your time with that explanation. Don't mind waiting for you to figure it out, even if I already have."
And what exactly have you figured out, oh mighty all-seeing one? He shrugs.
"From where I'm standing, the past few days with me, you haven't once knocked over any board games, or flailed like a fish out of water, or walked into any large appliances. You haven't been squirrely at all."
I'm never squirrely.
"Babe, you get any squirrelier, I'm afraid I'm gonna find you hoarding acorns for winter."
I glare at him. You're not funny.
"Wasn't joking."
He steps closer.
"Thing is, I've got a working theory about why you're such a spaz whenever I come around. You want to hear it?"
Definitely not.
"Too bad. I'm in a sharing mood.
His eyes glimmer despite the darkness.
See, at first I figured you just didn't like me. Weren't into it. Didn't feel the attraction. Slight blow to my ego, but I could deal, if that was actually the case.
Gulp.
But then I started watching you. The way your eyes would go all wide whenever you saw me. How you never make direct eye contact, or even look at me if you thought I was paying attention, let alone flirt with me, despite the fact that flirting is your varsity sport.
I scoff. Rude. I mean, true, but still rude. He leans down to trap my gaze.
So, I got to thinking, maybe all those times you bolted when I came around weren't 'cause you weren't into me. Maybe you acting nervous and flighty and downright off your rocker was because of the exact opposite reason.
My throat feels tight. Is there a point to all this hypothesizing, or can I go to bed now? His eyes flash. Oh boy, taunting him may not have been the best idea. He leans close, so close his lips are practically on mine, and hisses.
Here's the point, babe.
And then, before I can move or breathe or object, his mouth crashes down in a kiss so intense it makes my knees shake. I swear, if not for his hands sliding around my waist in a vice, I'd have fallen straight down the stairs with Fenway in my arms, a blur of fur and flailing limbs. This kiss is different than our first, stripped of all sweetness. It's no casual goodbye peck at the end of a first date, no chaste brushing of lips between two almost strangers. No, it's hard and angry, demanding my unconditional submission. His tongue is domineering as it sweeps into my mouth, an unapologetic invasion, an unequivocal declaration of ownership that doesn't bother to ask my permission or care to find out whether or not I want to be owned in the first place. I should fight back, to convince him he's wrong about us, but I don't. Hell, I don't even pretend to fight back. As soon as his lips land on mine, my back bows in an arch of desire. I let him ravish my mouth without restraint. Not an objector, but a willing participant in my own seduction. Lust spikes through me like 100-degree fever. I'm burning up. So hot, I can't help the muffled cry that comes out as he angles his head down to deepen our kiss. Cursing the puppy for monopolizing my hands, which, honestly, would be better served clinging to Luca's shoulders for dear life. I feel my bones turning to water beneath his touch. I'm beginning to wonder if it's possible to orgasm from no more than a kiss, when abruptly, Luca tears his mouth from mine and pulls away. Stepping out of my space so we're no longer touching at all, his eyes flash with frustration and so much passion. Just looking into them makes me want to writhe on the steps of my apartment, in full view of anyone walking by.
That,
he hisses furiously, breathing hard,
is my point, Delilah. You let me know when you're ready to talk about what it means.
He's gone before I can begin to catch my breath, bounding down the stairs, climbing into his truck, and roaring away from the curb in the time it takes me to summon a single word to my still tingling lips. Good night, I whisper to no one, as his taillights disappear from view. I'm having a great dream, featuring a certain burly redhead, his mouth trailing kisses over my neck, my nose, my cheeks. I'm thinking it may be the best dream I've ever had when, strangely, the kisses begin to feel somewhat less sexy and slightly more slobbery. I snap awake. Fenway is sitting directly beside my head, licking me with enthusiasm. The entire side of my face, from temple to chin, is covered in drool. Would you stop doing that? I exclaim, sitting straight up. He doesn't seem to register my less than enthusiastic reception to his affection. He simply toddles toward me on uncoordinated paws, made even more clumsy by the uneven surface of the air mattress, mouth hanging open in a toothy expression of joy. I didn't know dogs could grin, but he's most definitely grinning at me. It's pretty freaking cute, I have to admit. You know, if we could just get the licking under control, this thing between us wouldn't be so bad, I inform him, flopping back onto the pillow and reaching out to stroke his ear. In response, he starts peeing. On my bed. Directly beside my head. Fuck! I yell, scrambling out of bed, seizing him by the sides, and racing for the door. No, no, no! Bad dog! Bad Finway! Naturally, by the time I manage to wrestle open my back door and get him outside, he's already finished. He sits on the grass, staring up at me and wagging his tail. See this? I point at the ground. This is grass. This is where you take care of doggy business. Not on my bed, and definitely never near my head. Understand? He continues to wag, still grinning up at me. I sigh. The sun's barely risen, and already my day is off to a stellar start. After cleaning up the trail of pee leading from my bed to the back door, I strip the sheets and feed my incontinent puppy the last remaining bit of kibble left behind in his doggy bag. There's something wrong with a dog eating from a $100 Anthropology bowl set, but it was the first thing my hands landed on in the box of kitchen stuff, and I don't have the energy to dig for the deeper china. I sniff the kibble dubiously before I set it down. It smells like dirt and looks wholly unappetizing, but Finway devours it so fast, you'd think it were the finest French caviar. What do they put in there, crack? His tail wags in affirmation. After attempting to call Duncan, it goes straight to voicemail. What a shocker. I slug down a few cups of coffee, take a quick shower, and change into a passably cute outfit. Stuart Weitzman sandals and a gauzy sage green sundress. It's too hot outside to waste time styling my hair. The humidity frizz factor is no joke. So I sweep it back into a high ponytail with my favorite tortoiseshell clip, swipe on some mascara and lip gloss, and grab Finway's leash from the hook by the door. Come on, boy, I call, snapping my fingers to get his attention. Let's go get you a bed. I pause. And maybe some disposable pee pads. We step out into the gloriously sunny morning. It's Friday, and Beacon Hill is bustling with vacationing tourists out for breakfast at open-air cafes, commuters heading downtown to work, and more than a few early bird Instagrammers capturing views of Acorn Street, which, according to Google, is the most photographed street in America. Shutterbugs and amateurs alike flock here all year round to snap pictures of its sloping cobblestones and symmetrical brick-faced row houses. I soon discover that Finway is something of a celebrity. Everyone we meet wants to know how old he is. I have no idea, so I say 10 weeks at random, which seems to satisfy those asking. His breed, an Irish something, and, of course, his name. Finally, something I actually know. He soaks up the attention with glee, wagging his tail and giving out kisses to small children, like a tiny four-pawed politician. Between stopping to greet his adoring fans and pausing to pee twice. Yay! You went on the grass! Who's a good boy? Who's the best boy in the whole world? Our quick trip to the pet shop takes 3 times longer than I was expecting. It's nearly noon by the time we make it back to my apartment, armed with a plush doggy bed, a bag of kibble, training treats, 3 different toys, and several informative pamphlets about the housebreaking process, which the girl working the counter shoved in my direction after I told her about Finway's rather wet wake-up call. I try not to think about the fact that my meager funds are now even more depleted as I hand over most of the babysitting money I earned last night. Who knew dogs were so effing expensive? $70 poorer, sweating through my sundress, and winded from the walk home. I'm juggling the heavy bag of loot, along with Finway's leash, while digging around in my purse for my keys, when the hair on the back of my neck rises. I can't explain exactly what triggers it, but I'm overcome by the sudden sensation that I'm being watched. Heart pounding, I whirl around and scan the street, half expecting to see 2 henchmen lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce. Instead, I find my whole block is totally tranquil, the brick awash with summer sunshine, The window box is bursting with colorful blooms. Finway looks up at me curiously, probably wondering why I'm so tense. If someone gets the jump on us, defend me, okay, boy? I murmur, turning back to my door. By that, I clearly mean lick them to death, or pee on them, since those seem to be the only skills you've mastered thus far. Once inside, I unearth one of his toys, a soft foam-filled toy shaped like a hippo, which he promptly picks up in his mouth and carries off to chew from the comfort of his new bed. My heart flips as I examine him, cuddled up in a red ball of fluff. I'm filled with the unfamiliar urge to lie down beside him, so I can watch his every yawn and yip and tail wag from mere inches away. Dear Lord, what is happening to me? When did I become such a sap? If I'm this attached to a fur baby after only 24 hours, I'm guessing the future probably doesn't bode well for me, should I ever decide to pop out an actual human baby. It's just a puppy, I tell myself. What's so cute about a puppy? Oh, right. Literally everything. Determined to regain some of my aloof, cool girl aesthetic, I turn my back on Finway with considerable effort and walk into my bedroom. The day is slipping away rapidly. I have to be at the venue for Phoebe's rehearsal dinner by 3, and I haven't even begun getting ready. As if she hears my thoughts, my phone begins to buzz in the bowels of my Mansur Gavriel bucket bag. Hello? It's a disaster. A disaster! She's talking a mile a minute. Remember how 2 days ago I was zen and chill about this whole getting married to the man of my dreams thing? Yeah, that's over. The zen has vanished. I officially have no chill. Fee, take a deep breath or you're going to pass out. I don't have time to breathe. The flowers are a mess, and by that, I mean the flowers are non-existent. As in, they did not show up. I called the florist and no one answers. It just rings and rings and rings, and I don't have time to go over there and fight with the little old lady who owns the place in person, because I have to do my hair and makeup. She lets out a small scream of frustration. Plus, my face is all splotchy, and I think I have back fat in my rehearsal dress, and there's a 23% chance of rain for tomorrow, which, okay, I know doesn't actually seem like a lot, but that's basically a 1 in 4 chance that it's going to be awful during the moment I say I do to the man of my dreams, and totally ruin our reception afterward. The very elaborate, very expensive, very outdoor reception that I've spent basically my whole life planning, right down to the damn groom. And, Phoebe! I yell into the phone before she can list one more thing. There's a brief lull in her panicked babble. I capitalized on it. Listen to me. Everything is going to be just fine. The ceremony itself is inside. So we're really only talking about the dance floor, right? Last I checked, they have these rad new inventions called tents that, when erected, shield those standing beneath from the elements. And I cut her off. A 25% chance of rain means 23, she corrects lowly. Even better, a 23% chance of rain means there is a 77% chance it'll be gorgeous. And speaking of gorgeous, that's exactly what you are in your rehearsal dress. I'd lie to you about many things, but I would never lie to you about back fat. That I promise you, on my honor as your bridesmaid. Thanks, she sniffles. That means a lot. Anytime. Now for the flowers, call Nate. The man is a freaking private investigator, for God's sake. I think he can track down an elderly florist with a crummy phone connection. He can handle it. Plus, it will give him something to keep busy with before the rehearsal. That's actually not a bad idea. I know, that's why I thought of it. I roll my eyes. As for the rest, if you'll just take a deep breath and stop freaking the hell out over very manageable problems, your face will cease being a blotchy mess and return to that normal, perfect porcelain most girls would kill for. I hear her take a deep breath on the other side of the line. Phoebe? Yeah, she asks. Just tell me what's really got you so freaked out. She sighs. You know me too well. I'm aware of that. I pause. Spit it out. I have a rehearsal to get ready for, and I hear the girl is a real bridezilla. She laughs. I'm just nervous, I guess. About what? The whole thing. The marriage thing. What Nate and I have is so great. Maybe it's stupid, but I'm scared this will change things somehow. Isn't there a saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it? I think that expression is more for household appliances, I assure her. Leaky faucets and the like. Really? She sounds doubtful. Sure, I fib. And regardless, there's simply no way a gold ring and a sappy vow will make Nate love you any less. That's crazy talk. If anything, this is going to bring you guys closer. I scrunch up my nose. Which is disturbing, considering how obsessed you two already are with each other. Any closer, I worry I'll have to pry you apart with a crowbar. She snorts. Fee, do you remember when we were little, and we made our Fee-Lila best friend pact? Of course, she scoffs. That needle hurt like a bitch. Be that as it may, that day, we had a ceremony of our own. We promised to stay close from our days playing with dolls to the days we're racing wheelchairs down the halls of our nursing home. My eyes prick with unshed tears. I'm guessing the first of many, over the course of the next few days. That vow worked out pretty well, I'd say. We're only 25. Still have plenty of years left to get sick of each other. Sorry, you're stuck with me, Fee. And so is Nate. I blink up at the ceiling so I don't start crying. You and he have known each other just as long as you and me. Maybe longer. So there's not a single doubt in my mind that you two will make this work. Because, long before he was anything else, crush, unrequited love, boyfriend, soulmate, fiancé, and as of tomorrow, husband, he was your best friend. And best friend love lasts a lifetime. I guarantee it. She blows her nose and I can tell she's crying, but the panicked edge is gone from her voice. Now I'm even blotchier and have a swollen nose to boot, you cow. Thanks a lot. I smile. Anytime. See you in 2 hours? I'll be there with bells on. She pauses. Not literally, though, right? Because bells would really throw off the whole bridal party ensemble. Phoebe, it's an expression. Right, I knew that. She sighs. In case I don't have a chance to tell you this in all the craziness of the next 2 days, I love you, Lila. You've been an amazing bridesmaid. I hope one day I can return the favor. I open my mouth with a snappy retort ready on my lips. Ha, fat chance of that, since I'm never getting married. But something makes me bite my tongue. Swallowing hard, I close my eyes, and when I speak, my voice is so soft I'm not even sure she can hear me across the line. Yeah, I hope so too. Chapter 11. If I wanted to spend my weekend watching people suck at sports, I'd have kids already. Delilah Sinclair, sassing a Yankees fan during the 7th-inning stretch. I knew, as soon as I heard about Phoebe's engagement, that it wouldn't be your standard church wedding. Nothing about Phoebe Evangeline West has ever been standard, from her fashion sense to the size of her heart. Why should her wedding be any different? Which is why, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I find myself standing by the penguin exhibit inside the New England Aquarium, brushing red dog hair from the shimmery black, open-backed sheath dress I picked out for this occasion, wondering whether there's some kind of insurance policy for guests who get a bit too intoxicated during receptions and fall into the tank with the great white sharks. Until death do you part. Chomp. Before Shelby picked me up, I left Fenway under the affectionate care of Joyce, Ted, and the twins. They were so excited by the prospect of dog-sitting. I think I may have a fight on my hands getting custody back later tonight. Then again, since he's not yet housebroken, their affections may wane as the evening progresses. Is this thing starting anytime soon? Shelby sips her glass of champagne. Or do we have time to walk around and see the exhibits? Gemma and Phoebe are upstairs, talking to the venue coordinator. I don't think the boys are here yet, but we should probably make our way up there. I glance around the main exhibit room. There's not a soul to be seen, excepting a few delivery men carrying beautiful floral arrangements out onto the harborside deck. Clearly, the florist posed little challenge for Nate. I've never seen this place so empty. I still can't believe they rented out the entire building. Shelby shakes her head, grinning. Weddings are usually pretty dull. This one? She makes eye contact with a slow-swimming shark in a nearby tank. Definitely not dull. Oh my God, guys, come look at this, Chrissy calls, waving us over to her spot beside the main ocean tank. I think these turtles are about to do it. Like the totally mature adults we are, Shelby and I race over to watch the action, with our faces practically pressed against the glass. Our giggles echo in the vast space. Before Phoebe started touring potential wedding venues, I hadn't been to Boston's aquarium since I was a kid. Still, it's hard to forget. The main attraction is a stunning circular tank, over 40 feet wide and about 25 feet deep, with an observation walkway that spirals around it from top to bottom like a corkscrew. Glowing tropical blue, it holds 200,000 gallons of water and over 1,000 animals, including 2 very randy sea turtles. Sipping our champagne, the 3 of us eventually drift away to give them their privacy and make our way up the spiral walkway, pointing out different fish as we go. I consider it a dry run for the wedding procession. Tomorrow, as the ceremony gets underway, the bridesmaids and groomsmen will congregate at the bottom of the tank and slowly make our way up to the top in pairs. At the surface, we'll walk down a traditional aisle, then onto an elevated platform overlooking the aquatic exhibit. Phoebe and Nate will exchange their vows, standing directly over a small ocean of sharks, stingrays, eels, and countless other marine creatures, in front of approximately 75 guests. Anyone can get married in a church, Phoebe said when she announced her venue decision, but no one else will be able to say they had penguins as witnesses at their wedding. Nate, bless his heart, didn't put up a fight. He just looked at her in that quiet, intense way of his and said, "Anything you want, little bird." After they're officially Mr. and Mrs. Nathaniel Knox, the entire aquarium is in bounds for exploration, with hors d'oeuvres by the jellyfish garden, dinner tables set up by the penguins, and a massive dance floor outside on the deck by the sea lions. Like I said, not your standard affair. Shelby, Chrissy, and I eventually reach the top of the tank, where we find Phoebe and Gemma talking animatedly with a short-statured woman bearing a clipboard. We catch the tail end of their conversation as we approach. "Yes, Miss West. We'll have dinner standing by for the wedding party on the patio overlooking the harbor, once you're finished with the rehearsal. You'll have a wonderful view of the sunset as you dine and celebrate." Great. Phoebe smiles at the woman. It widens as she catches sight of us. "Chrissy, Shelby, Lila, you're here. Great. Nate, Chase, and the rest of the groomsmen should be arriving any minute." Her brow wrinkles. Apparently, they had a last-minute errand to take care of, though I have no idea what they're up to. The 5 of us exchange hugs. I have to extend my arms nearly all the way to wrap them around Gemma. Her baby bump is getting so big. I know, I'm huge." She smiles, a soft light in her eyes. "Every day I wake up and wonder if this will be the morning I lose sight of my feet forever." I laugh. Not forever, just a few more months. And it'll all be worth it in the end, right? Because you'll have an adorable baby to show for those swollen ankles and sleepless nights. Conversations die faster than a blonde in a horror movie. All 4 of my friends turn to look at me, identical expressions of disbelief etched on their pretty faces. "What?" I snap, looking around defensively. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "Seriously?" Shelby asks. "No reason," Phoebe says pointedly. "Forget about it." Chrissy avoids my eyes. Gemma stares at her stomach. I pin Shelby with a look. I can always count on her, to be honest. Occasionally, a little too honest. "We've just never heard you sound so mushy." She sips her champagne with narrowed eyes. "Who are you, and what have you done with my commitment-phobic, child-hating, cynical friend Delilah Sinclair?" "Shelby," Chrissy murmurs, elbowing her friend. "Leave her alone." "Oh, relax." Shelby elbows Chrissy back. "I didn't say it was a bad thing. I think it's nice that Lila's finally developing a heart. Kind of like the Grinch.
when every Who down in Whoville sings, "Oh, or the Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz." Gemma nods in agreement, except way less shiny and without the shameless overdependence on fossil fuels. Thanks a lot, guys. I shake my head. For the record, you're all nuts. I'm just as cynical and heartless as I was when you first met me. Right, Shelby murmurs doubtfully. We totally believe you, Chrissy adds. 100%, Gemma nods. Even if you stopped speed dating half of Boston's single population in favor of more exclusive pursuits. Guys, Phoebe snaps. What did I say? Leave Lila alone about this. You'll freak her out. She glances at me. Look at her face. Do you see what you did? She's freaking. I'm not freaking. She's freaking, Gemma murmurs. Totally, Chrissy confirms. My bad, Shelby shrugs. My heart is starting to pound. Listen, I don't know what Phoebe told you. Nothing, she exclaims. I told them nothing. But I'm not dating anyone. Certainly not exclusively. I suck down a fortifying sip of champagne. So you and Blaze aren't banging each other's brains out yet? Shelby asks point blank. I choke on my champagne, coughing to clear my throat. I wipe tears from my eyes and glare at her. What? Don't look at me like that. Shelby glances around at the others. Oh, come on. It's not like I can possibly be the only one who's noticed those two staring longingly at each other over the past few months. Shelby, I don't know where you ever got such a crazy idea, but I can confirm that I have never and will never bang Luca Buchanan's brains out. Ever. Is that clear enough for you? In retrospect, I probably shouldn't have said a thing, or simply chosen to say what I said in a softer decibel, or turned around to check who was coming up the spiral walkway directly behind me at the exact moment I made my proclamation. Because it's not Shelby's voice that rings out to answer my question. It's Luca's.
Loud and clear, babe. Thanks for the public bulletin.
Crap on a corn tortilla. Phoebe wasn't trying to make things worse. I know that deep down. Still, I'm having a hard time forgiving her for concealing the fact that Nate's fourth groomsman was not, in fact, a distant cousin from out of town, but actually Luca. How could you not tell me? I hiss at her under my breath. Maybe because I knew you'd react like this, she hisses back. Can you be mad at me later? I'm about to get fake married, and if I fall into the tank in my favorite Louboutins, I'm going to be really pissed at you for distracting me. Realizing she has a valid point. Hello, we're talking about Louboutins here. I bite down on my cheek and turn to greet the boys as they approach. First in line is the groom, Nate, with his dark hair and even darker eyes that scan our group, taking in every detail with professional-grade scrutiny from his years working private security. Then Chase, his best man, sandy-haired and smiling as his bright green eyes cut straight to Gemma and her baby bump. The Knox Investigations groomsmen bring up the rear. Theo, whose dark good looks, deep emerald eyes, and caramel-colored skin are so attractive, they should make him wear a hood to prevent traffic accidents, and Owen, a well-built blonde with a buzz cut and crystal blue eyes. Luca is the last to reach us, looking stunningly handsome in dress slacks and a button-down. It's the most formal outfit I've ever seen him wearing, much more along the lines of my standard corporate dreamboat's daily attire, and I'm bewildered to discover I don't like it on him half so much as his regular look. Don't get me wrong, he's absolutely gorgeous. He just doesn't look like the Luca I've come to know and love. Danger! I cut that train of thought off before it can gain any traction and turn my attention to Theo and Owen, waggling my fingers in a playful wave. They both grin back at me. My heart seizes inside my chest as I watch Chase kissing Gemma hello, his hand resting softly on her rounded stomach. The sensation intensifies when I see Nate leaning down to whisper something in Phoebe's ear that summons a laugh from her throat. The love between these two couples shines so brightly. I feel like an intruder even standing this close to them, as though I'm infringing on something so pure, just my presence will taint it. When I glance away, I make the mistake of looking a fraction too far to the left.
and am instantly trapped by 2 light blue irises, glaring out at me from a chiseled face. Luca looks just as furious as the last time I saw him, less than 24 hours ago on my doorstep, after the best kiss of my entire life. Maybe more so. I squirm, wishing I were invisible as he watches me in total silence. I can't move, can't breathe, can't look away from him, even as I hear the conversations around us falling off one by one, as everyone turns to watch our silent showdown. The tension between us is so thick, the air practically sizzles with it. "Oh yeah, this isn't going to be awkward at all," Shelby murmurs dryly. Embarrassed, I blink and drop my eyes to my feet, in a vain attempt to hide my flushed cheeks. Phoebe saves me by changing the subject. "So, what were you boys up to? What secret mission did you embark on that made you 15 minutes late?" Nate's eyes crinkle warmly.
"Not a secret. A surprise."
"I hate surprises."
"Sorry, little bird. You'll just have to wait until tomorrow to find out."
"But..."
"Phoebe."
He shoots her a look.
"Don't ruin your own wedding present."
Her mouth snaps shut, not about to jeopardize a potential gift opportunity. Grinning, Gemma claps her hands to get everyone's attention. "All right, so the aisle will be over there. They're not delivering the chairs until tomorrow morning, but it's marked so you know where you'll be walking. We'll start halfway down the tank and work our way up in pairs once the music starts. Nate goes first, then the best man and maid of honor." She glances warmly at her fiancé. "Followed by the rest of you. Theo, you're with Lila, Owen's accompanying Shelby, and Luca's walking with Chrissy. And then, dun-dun-dun-dun," Gemma glances at her sister. "Forgetting anything?" "The ring bearer. Chrissy, you're bringing Winnie here early tomorrow to walk him through it, right?" Chrissy beams at the mention of her adorable toddler, Winston, who's won the honor of carrying the rings down the aisle tomorrow. He's been wearing his tux around the house all week, practicing with Mark. Trust me, he'll be ready. "Great. That's everyone then." Phoebe smiles. I see a flash of sadness in her eyes and know she's thinking about her big brother. Parker and Zoe are still on the other side of the world. They couldn't make it back for the wedding. And, since Phoebe's mom is dead and her dad is in prison, there's no one to give her away. She'll be walking herself down the aisle tomorrow. She's been putting on a brave face about it, but I know deep down she's disappointed. It's the one dark spot on her otherwise perfect day. Phoebe clears her throat. "Oh, look, there's our minister. You guys go line up downstairs. I'm going to make sure we're all set for tomorrow. We'll join you in a minute." She laces her hand with Nate's, and they walk over to greet the woman who'll be officiating their ceremony. The rest of us descend as a group, Gemma, Chrissy, and Shelby carrying most of the conversation. The Knox Investigations boys are many things, but chatty isn't one of them. Small talk is not one of their specialties. In fact, when they're not tracking down bad guys, they spend most of their time brooding sexily, occasionally grunting something bossy, but monosyllabic at the women in their lives. I roll my eyes. Halfway down, we stop to stare at the fish in the pale blue glow of the tank. I don't look at Luca, but I can feel his presence as keenly as if he's an extension of my own body, hovering at my back. Don't think about his eyes on you, or his hands for that matter, and definitely, under no circumstances, think about his mouth. The 3 minutes it takes Nate and Phoebe to join us feel like the longest of my life. I try to stay focused on the exhibit, watching a steady parade of fish swim by until the music starts drifting down from the overhead speakers. Tomorrow, there'll be a string quartet playing, but we're making do with a piped-in recording for the rehearsal.
"Guess that's my cue,"
Nate murmurs. With a final glance at Phoebe, he starts walking up the spiral. The rest of us fall into line in silence. Theo looks down at me with a warm expression. "Ready, partner?" I ask, smirking.
"Ready for the after party,"
he murmurs under his breath.
"This part is just pomp."
Not a fan of weddings?
As a general rule, no.
His eyes scan me from top to toe.
This one, however, might be a special case.
I open my mouth to respond, but before I can, there's a growling sound from behind me.
I don't even have time to turn around when Luca shoves his way through the procession and steps between me and Theo. "Luca, what the hell?" I hiss at his back, which is suddenly blocking my view of my escort. Gemma and Chase have already taken off. It's our turn to depart.
"Problem, Buchanan?"
Theo asks.
"Yeah, you're in my spot." "Excuse me? We're switching."
His pause is lethal.
"Move." "Why should I?"
Luca doesn't say a word. I can't see his face, but whatever threat he puts in his eyes is enough to make Theo, a thoroughly jacked, 6'2" macho man, turn and walk away without a fight. The sight is enough to enrage me. "Luca!" My fists strike the broad planes of his back. "You can't just do things like this." He doesn't even flinch. I scream in frustration as several muffled giggles reach my ears. Pivoting toward my friends, I find Shelby, Chrissy, and even Phoebe staring at me with identical expressions of amusement. Owen, to his credit, looks just as bored as he did before the altercation. Taking his place beside Chrissy, Theo winks at me and shrugs, as if to say,
"Sorry, doll. What did you expect me to do?"
Ugh, men. I'm about to slam my fist against Luca's spine again when he spins around to face me in a blur of motion. His big hand intercepts mine midair, halting my strike before it can make contact. I struggle, but it's futile. He's far stronger than me. Looking totally composed, he tucks my palm around his forearm and steps close to my side. My mouth drops open to curse him again, but I don't have a chance to get out a single syllable of my pissed-off speech because, abruptly, we're moving. Or he's moving. I'm being dragged along at his side like a sack of potatoes, in a very expensive Elizabeth and James cocktail dress and 4-inch heels no less. "You are absolutely ridiculous," I hiss at him as we ascend along the tank to the strains of classic wedding music. "Manhandling, misogynistic meathead." He doesn't respond, except to tighten his grip on my arm as we begin another loop around the tank. Maybe, when we reach the top, I'll push him in and laugh as he's eaten by a shark. It would serve him right. "What happened to take your time to figure this out, Lila? Huh?"
"That was before."
"Before what exactly? Before you lost your damn mind?"
"Before I saw you flirting with Theo and—"
"I was being friendly."
"Decided I didn't want to share what's mine."
"I am not yours." He laughs. Actually laughs. Like I'm the one being ridiculous in this scenario. I growl, but have no chance to say another word to him, because we reach the aisle. My teeth grit as, arm in arm, we make our way toward the platform, where Gemma, Chase, and Nate are waiting with the minister. Luca holds me steady so I don't trip in my heels on the steps, which I'd normally be grateful for, but, under the circumstances, only serves to infuriate me more. He doesn't even think I can handle stairs alone. The utter nerve of this man. We go our separate ways at the top of the dais, him to stand at the groom's side, me to wait on the bride's. I jerk my chin higher and refuse to look at him as the rest of the bridal party files in. The music overhead crescendos into crashing organs, just as Phoebe steps into view. Dressed in a short white dress, which, for the record, does not give her back fat, she's grinning ear to ear as she slowly makes her way to Nate. He watches her with laser-like intensity every step of the way. As the minister walks them through a quick overview of the ceremony, they stare at each other with such joy you'd think they were getting married for real. Their happiness is so strong, it saturates every particle of air in this giant room. Gemma is already in tears watching them. I can only imagine the waterworks during the real wedding. "You'll exchange your rings, recite your vows, and then I'll pronounce you husband and wife," the minister is saying. "After the kiss, you'll exit, followed by the rest of the bridal party. It's all quite quick. Any questions for me?" Phoebe and Nate seem perfectly at ease, holding hands and smiling. All traces of her earlier panic attack are completely gone. It's me who's feeling anxious now. I stare at them and a horrible pang of foreboding shoots through my chest cavity. I'm consumed with memories of the last time I stood at a bride's side, holding her bouquet as she promised to love and cherish a man
until death did them part. And it did, far faster than anyone could have imagined. Usually, when Mimi finds her way to the surface, I'm able to shove her back down, to compartmentalize her away into a tiny box marked Big Sister in the back of my mind. It's not because I don't care. It's because I care too much. It's been 10 years, but the loss still cripples me every time I allow my mind to wander to her. 10 years of grief. 10 years of missing her with every breath, of hating every milestone that passes by unshared. I can't think about all the things she was supposed to be here for. Graduations and birthdays and broken hearts. I can't let myself remember her smile that day, as she slipped into her wedding dress and called out for me in that lilting melodic tone. "Hey there, Delilah." It was our favorite inside joke, a play on the lyrics of a once popular radio hit. "Help me with my zipper, will you? And pour us some of that champagne. Just don't tell Mom I let you have any. You may be underage, but I need my maid of honor to have a toast with me while we still have the same last name." She was stunning as she made her way down that aisle. I held her bouquet while she said her vows, and cried like a baby when my new brother-in-law promised to have and to hold her forever. None of us realized just how short their forever would be. My heart is pounding in my chest. My lungs feel tight, my airway restricted by a lump of grief I can't seem to swallow. My head is crowded with memories, and for once, I'm struggling to push them back into their box. No matter how hard I try, I can't shake Mimi off. "How do I look?" She laughed, a tinkling sound of delight. "Do you think Charlie will cry when he sees me coming?" I feel myself beginning to unravel, right there on the platform, as Phoebe and Nate walk hand in hand down the aisle, followed by Gemma and Chase. I know it's my turn to move. No, I should be walking toward Luca and joining the procession downstairs to the deck, where we'll be eating dinner, but my feet are locked to the ground. Shelby coughs impatiently at my back, as if to say, "Get a move on." But I can't. I'm stuck, swamped by sudden grief. Luca appears, a look of concern on his face as he stares down at me. I know my eyes are wild. I can only imagine the emotions he reads in their depths. Whatever he sees, it's enough to make his jaw clench tightly.
"Not here,"
he says lowly, reaching down and twining his fingers with mine. And I can't explain it, but as soon as he touches me, some of the panic ebbs, until I can breathe again. With a small nod of approval, he squeezes my hand, his grip warm and strong, and starts leading me down the stairs. I'm so lost in my own thoughts, I don't realize we've separated from the rest of the group until several moments later, when Luca sits me down on a low bench between two shallow tanks. A hanging sign proclaims, "Stingray Touch Tank. Please keep your hands flat." We sit on the child-sized bench with our shoulders pressed together, watching the eerie, translucent creatures glide gracefully through the mangroves, for once unbothered by a crowd of kids sticking their stubby fingers into the water. I focus on the rhythm of Luca's chest moving steadily in and out, matching my breaths to his. After a while, my throat clears and my heart stops pounding like a cardiac arrest patient.
"You okay?"
Luca's voice is soft. I glance over at him, straight into his eyes, and see so much concern there, my pulse stutters again. I will be.
"You want to talk about it?"
I blow out a breath and drop my head into my hands, feeling weak and lost, and more fragile than I've allowed myself to be in years. Luca's hand hovers for a second, then lands on my back. He rubs my shoulders in soothing strokes, until I relax beneath his touch.
"Just breathe, babe. In and out."
His fingers flex against my skin.
"Whatever it is, we'll deal with it. Promise."
I turn my head to look at him, and I'm horrified to find there are tears gathered in the corners of my eyes. He spots them and flinches, like I've struck him. "No fixing this, I'm afraid," I whisper brokenly. He doesn't say it aloud. His eyes do the talking for him.
"You can tell me. I'm here for you. I'll hold you until it passes."
I'm too close to him. I can't breathe with him in my space, pressed up against me, stroking my back and being so alarmingly kind. I need some room, if I'm going to talk about this. He must sense that, because he doesn't move a muscle as I rise to my feet and start pacing in front of the bench, breaths puffing out in time with my footsteps. My high heels click against the cold cement floor for several long seconds as I attempt to wrangle my scattered thoughts into a cohesive sentence. Luca waits, watching me carefully. He knows me well enough to recognize that I won't speak until I'm ready, that pushing me to talk will only force my guard back up. It's stupid, I say finally, clearing my throat. I shouldn't be this upset. I thought I had a handle on it. I'm just happy it happened now, instead of tomorrow. If I ruined Phoebe's wedding, it would be unforgivable.
Phoebe loves you. She'd forgive you for pretty much anything, Delilah.
Maybe. I shake my head, still pacing. But I'd never forgive myself. It's the most important day of her whole life. I'm supposed to be happy for her, celebrating with her. And instead, I'm down here in the throes of a panic attack. Because weddings... Shaking my shoulders, I force myself to stop pacing. I stand stock still, clenching my fists so tight, my fingernails cut into my palms, and force myself to say the words I've spent so many years avoiding. Duncan isn't my only sibling. I glance up at Luca, breathing hard. Did you know that? He shakes his head. Of course not. I never talk about her. Actually, I guess it's more accurate to say he wasn't my only sibling. I had a sister until I was 15. Her name was Mimi. I steel myself against it, but the words still hit me like a punch to the stomach as they pass my lips, cracking with grief. She died. Luca's eyes soften.
Oh, Delilah, I'm sorry.
It was a long time ago. He nods.
I'm still sorry.
My bottom lip starts to tremble. I'm only telling you this because when it happened, I suck in a breath. She'd just gotten married. They were driving to the airport for their honeymoon, and there was an accident. A drunk driver on his way to a summer kegger blew through a red light and slammed into their limo. Her husband, Charlie, died at the scene. Painless, instant. But Mimi made it to the hospital. My lips twist. She was always a fighter. She fought for good grades and for the student council presidency, and for Charlie, who our parents didn't approve of because his family wasn't from money. She fought for me, whenever I needed someone in my corner. She even fought for Duncan, who's always been a bit of a mess. And she never stopped fighting, not even at the end. But this was one battle she couldn't win. The damage was... I break off. My throat aches with unshed tears. She was in a coma for 2 weeks, before my parents made the decision to let her go. Just like that, her happy ending, cut short at 22.
Babe.
Luca rises slowly to his feet and walks up to me. I throw out my hands to hold him at bay. If he touches me, I'll fall apart completely. Don't. Please don't touch me. Not now. He stops short, staring at me with a look of comprehension in his eyes, as if he's just figured something out, found the torn-off corner of the map that held vital directions to the final destination. Why are you staring at me like that? I ask, voice cracking.
Just finally starting to put some pieces together that never made sense before.
He runs a hand through his hair.
Pieces that give me some insight about why you're not the biggest fan of long-term commitments or relationships.
I drop my eyes to my feet. What's the point?
What do you mean?
What's the point of a relationship if it's just going to end like that? My laugh is brittle. That's not how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to find your soulmate and live happily ever after. That's the lie we've all been sold by Hollywood, isn't it? Cue the sunset and cheesy musical score. I shake my head. You go on awful dates and survive horrible breakups. You get your heart broken time after time, somehow holding out hope that one day you'll meet him. He's your reward for all the crap you went through while you were single. A soulmate, a husband, a happy ending, and a perfect life full of chubby babies and bickering. You're supposed to get ornery and fat and love each other anyway. The till death do you part is supposed to come from the graceful progression of time, when you're wrinkled and older than dirt. It's not supposed to happen at 22, with your whole life ahead of you, on your way to celebrate your honeymoon. It's not supposed to be snatched away at random, because some asshole chugs one too many Bud Lights and climbs behind the wheel. I look up at Luca with wet eyes, feeling raw and broken. So my question is, what's the point of any of it if it's just going to be taken away? Why go through the absolute fucking torture of finding your soulmate if, as soon as you do, it's all ripped right out of your hands? Luca is silent for such a long time. I don't think he's going to respond at all. But eventually, he closes the distance between us with measured steps. I tilt my head back as he gets closer and keep myself totally still as he reaches up to cradle my face with his big hands.
Life is a beautiful, broken mess. Closer to a Shakespearean tragedy than a Hollywood happy ending, in my experience. I don't know why your sister's life was cut short, Delilah. I don't have an easy answer to your question about the point of it all.
His eyes hold mine.
I think the only person who can give you that answer is you. It's not something anyone can tell you, and it's not something you can learn from an instruction manual. It's something you have to discover on your own. Something inside yourself.
With that, he leans down and kisses my forehead in the most heartbreakingly tender gesture of my life. And there, in that horrible, hope-drenched moment, with only stingrays to bear witness, I, Delilah Sinclair, slide my hands around his waist, tuck my head against his chest, and hug him until the pain in my chest ebbs away, replaced by something warm and soft and almost unrecognizable. When we return to the table and rejoin the party, no one mentions our strange absence or my uncharacteristically red eyes. But Phoebe catches my gaze and mouths, "You okay?" I nod and smile at her as I take my seat. Luca pushes it in for me, and I arch my brows at him as he settles into his own chair.
What?
Who knew there was a gentleman under all that? I scan him up and down with my eyes. He grins, dimples popping in his cheeks. Damn, he's handsome when he does that. I feel almost back to normal as the night passes, sitting on a gorgeous seaside deck with my best friends, eating course after course of delicious seafood as the sun slowly sinks toward the western horizon. We're a boisterous group, laughing often, trading jokes and stories, toasting Phoebe and Nate more than once as the champagne flows freely. Every so often, I catch Shelby watching me carefully from her spot across the table, her eyes moving between me and Luca, with curiosity in their depths. She's even more convinced that there's something going on with us, after what happened at the rehearsal, which there is not. Obviously. We're just friends with some unresolved sexual chemistry. We aren't together. God, I can barely pull off a convincing lie in my mind, let alone say it aloud. As if reading the direction of my thoughts, Luca's hand slides onto my thigh beneath the table. He doesn't look at me as he does it. To everyone else, he appears fully engaged in Gemma's animated story of the first time she and Phoebe crossed paths before they even knew they were sisters. The breath catches in my throat as his thumb begins to stroke the bare skin between my knee and the bottom hem of my dress. I try to squirm away, but his hold tightens as soon as I move. There'll be no shaking him off, not without drawing attention. Shit. There's a playful light in his eyes as his hand slides against my skin, sending shockwaves through me as it moves a single inch higher. His touch is relentless, delivering slow, sensual circles that drive me to distraction for the rest of the meal, until I'm flushed and struggling to stay attuned to the conversation happening around me. By the time they serve the dessert course, I'm dying for a reprieve. I practically bolt out of my chair as soon as Phoebe remarks that it's getting late. Yeah,
We should probably call it a night. I smile manically. Long day tomorrow. I hear a low chuckle from Luca as everyone finds their feet and starts walking toward the door. I paste myself to Shelby's side like glue. So close, she shoots an annoyed look in my direction as we exit the aquarium and approach her car. Lila, you're very pretty, but I just don't swing that way. I snort and take a step out of her space. Just making sure you don't leave me behind. You're my ride home, remember? I already told you I'd take you. Her eyes narrow. Why are you being such a spaz? I'm not.
She is.
Luca appears beside me suddenly. There's a grin on his face.
It's my fault.
Shelby laughs. Should have known. My mouth gapes. You... Luca looks past me to Shelby, as if I'm not even standing there.
I'll be driving Delilah home if that's okay with you.
Excuse me? I snap. My friend's eyes flicker to my face for a brief instant. I see her answer before she vocalizes it. Don't you dare abandon me to the wolves, I mutter menacingly. Sorry, sweets. When the wolf looks like that? Shrugging, her eyes move to Luca. Sure, you can drive her. Shelby! You'll thank me later, she calls back, winking as she walks away. See you tomorrow. I'm still processing the fact that I've just been betrayed. By one of my best friends, no less, when she climbs into her car and drives away. Without me. I pivot to Luca and glare at him. All the goodwill he earned earlier, comforting me after my panic attack, is now null and void. You're infuriating, I say tiredly. He shrugs, words laced with humor.
And you're a walk in the park?
I narrow my eyes at him. Let's just go. He grins, and before I can stop him, reaches out to tangle his fingers with mine. I heave a heavy sigh as we walk to his truck, hand in hand. It feels too good to pull away. Chapter 12. Is my name Terms and Conditions? No, so please stop ignoring me. Delilah Sinclair, wondering why the bartender won't take her order. I don't realize Luca has no intentions of driving me home until we pull to a stop outside Battery Wharf. He turns the engine off and I arch my brows across the dark cab. It's strangely quiet for a Friday night. Too late for dinner. Too early for the bars. There's not a soul around. What are we doing here? I ask loftily, hoping he can't hear my heart pounding from the driver's seat. His eyes smolder with heat. Don't give me that look, I insist, mouth going dry.
What look?
I decide it's probably best not to answer that question. He leans into my space, across the center console, and his eyes lock on my mouth.
That dress you're wearing.
My tone is reedy. What about it?
So tight it's been driving me fucking crazy since the moment I saw you in it.
He pauses, getting even closer.
Been wondering if you're wearing any underwear beneath it all night long. Suppose you could tell me, but...
His eyes turn molten.
Always been a bigger fan of first-hand research.
I watch his lips form those words and have to bite my tongue to keep myself from doing something extraordinarily stupid, like telling him the answer to his question is a big fat no, or launching myself at him and shoving my tongue in his mouth.
Babe.
My eyes flicker up to his.
Keep looking at me like that? We're not even gonna make it out of my truck,
he murmurs hotly. Oh boy. He leans closer until I'm drowning in his eyes, not sure I ever want to come up for air. I could get lost in this man, oh so easily. Stay in bed with him for days or weeks or years, pretending to have no responsibilities, no one counting on me, not family or friends or... Fenway! I yell abruptly, sitting back in my seat. He's with my neighbors. We have to go get him. Lucas sighs heavily and murmurs something that sounds like,
This woman is going to kill me.
His voice is too muffled to know for sure. Nevertheless, he reaches out and starts the engine. Before we pull away from the curb, he looks over at me again, eyes scanning from my face, all the way down the contours of my dress,
until they're lingering by the hem. And this time, when he speaks, there's no doubt about what he says.
Still waiting on an answer, Delilah. One way or another, I'm finding out tonight.
Shit. I totally should have worn panties. The drive is tense, silent, saturated by unrelenting sexual tension so thick I can barely breathe around it. When we pull to a stop in a free space about a half block down from my building, I'm unbuckled and reaching for the handle before the truck is off.
Delilah.
One word, full of so much meaning. It stops me in my tracks with a shiver. I glance over my shoulder at him, a goodbye poised on my tongue. It never comes out. I'm not sure why it happens or how, but something inside me simply snaps, gives way, like a levee washing out beneath a flood. Maybe it's because, when I first met him, I thought the attraction I felt was just about getting him into bed, screwing him out of my system with sheer force of will. But now that I know him, now that I've seen past the hard exterior to the man beneath, the fighter who infuriates me one minute and instills me with passion the next, who constantly challenges me, yet also thrills me in a way no man has ever really done before, who sends me reeling half the time, but knows exactly how to ground me again when I'm spiraling out of control. I can't hold it in anymore. Can't stop myself. Won't stop myself. To hell with the consequences. Much as I'd like to tell you I suffered some kind of mental break, I think my true motivations were less psychological and more physical. Unlatching my belt, I'm out of my seat and over the console in a flash. My legs straddle his lap, sending my skirt up around my waist, and then my mouth is on his, which is crazy, since a half hour ago I was ready to kill the man. It just so happens that the only time I actively don't want to murder him is when my mouth is pressed to his. In the past, he's always been the initiator. I feel a rush as I turn the tables on him, as I see the flash of surprise in his eyes the second before we collide. He groans as I grind down against him, his mouth hard and hot as it moves under mine. His arms slide around me instantly, so tight I soon find myself plastered against his chest, and I gasp against his lips as I feel how hard he is already. I'm ravenous, needy, damn near desperate to touch him. If I'm honest with myself, I've been like this all day, all raw nerves and untapped passion, chafing in my clothes, itching to be back in his arms. Last night, his lips sparked a need inside me that hasn't been fulfilled, and it's been gnawing at me with unrelenting teeth ever since. My hands grip his face, tracing stubble and sharp cheekbones. I angle my head to deepen the kiss, loving the way his lips feel on mine, giving and demanding, soft and hard, all at the same time. When I duck my head to kiss his neck, he lets out a growl that rattles his whole chest.
Delilah.
His hands find my chin and he angles my face up to his. I see the strain in his eyes and know it's taking monumental effort for him to push me away.
Go get the damn dog. I need to fuck you, and I'm not doing it in my truck.
My mouth goes so dry at his blunt admission, I can't speak.
You still with me, babe?
I give a nod, eyes still locked on his mouth.
Christ,
he mutters darkly, reaching around to push open the driver's side door.
Go, before I change my mind about the truck. The windows are tinted, but the things I'm planning on doing to you require a bit more space.
I make a pathetic sound, half moan and half sigh, and clamber off his lap, down onto the street, straightening my dress and smoothing my hair as soon as I'm upright. He smirks at me, a dirty look in his eyes.
I've got you now.
His gaze taunts cockily. Right, so have a pleasant night then, I say, just to screw with him. See you at the wedding. His glowering eyes move from the massive erection he's sporting over to me, a lethal look in their depths.
Are you fucking kidding?
Darting up onto my tiptoes, so my face is an inch from his, I breathe. Why, yes, I am actually.
against his lips, depositing a playful peck on them before lowering myself back down to the road.
Careful, Delilah. You play with fire. You're gonna get burned.
Gulp. His eyes are torn between amusement and desire as they scan me from top to toe, lingering on all my good bits. I feel breathless beneath the weight of his gaze. Just teasing, I murmur weakly. I'll be back in a minute.
Good, because, babe, we're going back to my place.
His smile is wolfish.
And then it's my turn to do the teasing.
My blood pressure spikes in anticipation. Closing the cab door, I bolt down the empty stretch of sidewalk as fast as possible, heading for the entryway to the Maycombers' townhouse. I'm eager to get back to the truck, and the man inside it. More than eager.
The things I plan on doing to you require a bit more space.
My pace increases. On their stoop, I do my best to catch my breath. When I'm somewhat more composed, I knock lightly, not wanting to wake the kids. I hear the pitter-patter of paws against their hardwood floors, and when the door opens, I'm immediately bombarded by Fenway. His paws hit my knees, and he whines excitedly. I know it's impossible, but I swear he looks bigger than he did when I dropped him off. "Hi, buddy," I say, bending to greet him. My face is only in range for about 6 seconds, but he manages to get several good licks in before I straighten to meet Joyce's eyes. "Thank you so much for watching him." "Oh, it was a blast." She grins at me. "Hey, can you come in for a second? The kids are sleeping, but Ted and I want to run something by you. It won't take long. Unless you're in a rush." Actually, there's a rather pressing need sitting in that truck down the block. "Of course," I say brightly, internally slapping myself. "No rush at all." Luca is going to kill me. I follow Joyce into the kitchen with Fenway shadowing my every step. As soon as I sit down at the kitchen island, he whines until I scoop him into my arms and hug him close, rubbing his ears rhythmically the way I know he likes. "Any accidents?" I ask, looking around for signs of destruction. "No, he was great. It helped that it was such a nice night. We played in the yard with him until the kids went to bed, so he didn't have much of a chance to wreak havoc." I blow out a relieved sigh. Oh, good. Ted walks into the kitchen wearing striped pajama bottoms and a white t-shirt, a paperback poised in front of his face.
"Honey, do we have any of that gelato left? Oh!"
He finally looks up and notices me.
"Hi there, Delilah. Didn't see you."
"Good book?" I ask. He nods and looks at his wife excitedly.
"Did you tell her yet?"
She shakes her head, looking equally thrilled. "I was waiting for you." "Tell me what?" Joyce's face is split with a smile so wide, just seeing it makes me smile too. "I'm pregnant," she blurts. "Oh my God." I know, it was totally unexpected, obviously. I mean, I'm 42. This was not the plan. She looks at her husband. "Thought Ted was going to have a heart attack when the stick turned blue."
"A stroke, actually," he jokes. "But once I recovered, I was thrilled."
We both are. "I'm thrilled for you," I exclaim, hopping down from the stool and hugging them both in quick succession. "This is amazing. Do the twins know yet?" Joyce shakes her head. "Not yet. We're waiting a few more weeks. But, well, that brings us to what we wanted to talk to you about." "You have more news?"
"Not news, exactly," Ted shrugs. "More of a proposition."
"A proposal?" Joyce echoes, staring at me intently. My brows shoot up. "Gotta say, you two are really starting to freak me out." "Jesus, Ted, now she thinks we're going to suggest some kind of weird, indecent proposal arrangement." Joyce snorts. "No, we don't want to have a threesome with you. We want you to be our nanny, full-time, for all 3 kids. Once the baby comes, I won't be able to do it all, juggling the law practice and also being a good mom. I love my kids to pieces, but I also love my job. This would be an ideal solution." My mouth falls open. I can't think of a thing to say except, "Are you sure? I mean, I've never been a nanny. I'd never even been a babysitter until I met you guys, and that was more of an accident than an intentional career move. Ted laughs.
Sorry about that. My fault for commandeering you against your will.
Look, Lila, Joyce grabs my hands in hers. We don't care that you don't have a long child care resume. The twins adore you. We adore you. It's like you're already part of the family. My stomach clenches. Ted clears his throat.
We know you're losing your apartment. We have a back bedroom. It's nothing fancy, but if you want it, it's yours should you accept the position. You and Fenway are more than welcome once we fix it up a bit.
You want me to live with you? I can't help the incredulity in my tone.
We hate that we're losing you as our neighbor.
Ted frowns.
But I have to tell you, we broke the news to the twins today, and they're absolutely heartsick over it.
My heart pangs. But I'm just a babysitter, I murmur. Not to them, Joyce interjects. To them, you're irreplaceable.
A big sister,
Ted adds, almost as an afterthought. A big sister. My eyes start to sting at the thought of me being anyone's big sister. Anyone's Mimi. We haven't known you for that long, but we really do think of you as family, Lila. My throat feels alarmingly tight. Oh no, did we freak you out? Come on too strong? Joyce wrings her hands. Ted, I told you we should have invited her over for dinner instead of ambushing her. People are much more receptive when you ply them with carbohydrates. I laugh. No, you didn't scare me. Though I never turned down dinner rolls.
Me neither,
Ted concurs. I'm so happy for you guys, and I'm so honored you'd ask me to be part of your home, part of your family. But...
You need time to think about it,
Ted guesses. Just promise you'll consider it. Joyce's eyes are so hopeful. Please. I will absolutely think about it. I stare from husband to wife. Thank you. Trust us. We're the ones who should be thanking you. With another round of hugs and a promise to call when I make a decision, I usher my sleepy pup toward the front door. My mind is churning over the proposition as I walk out onto the stoop, Fenway's doggy bag slung over my shoulder, and his leash coiled around my left wrist. I close their wrought iron gate with a low squealing sound and peer into the dark night. Luca's truck is idling halfway down the block. I head for it in a daze, still lost in thought as I pass my front door. Former front door, I correct. Come Monday morning. I'm so preoccupied with the possibility of becoming a full-time nanny, something I never in my wildest dreams would have considered doing 6 months ago, let alone 6 minutes ago, that I don't see the massive figure lurking by my stoop until he detaches from the shadows and steps into my path.
Delilah Sinclair.
His voice is full of menace. I can make out an ugly birthmark shaped vaguely like an eggplant on his face, even in the dark. My feet freeze on the pavement. Fenway growls, sensing sudden danger. No, you've got the wrong girl, I murmur, backpedaling away as fast as possible. I don't make it far. Another shadow materializes behind me. I bump into a broad chest and feel 2 hands land on my shoulders with Herculean strength, fingers biting into my flesh hard enough to bruise.
Don't think so,
the second man, who I'd bet $1 zillion is bald as a cue ball, hisses in my ear.
Think you're exactly who we've been looking for. You and your asswipe of a brother.
Luca!
I scream at the top of my lungs.
Help! Somebody help me, please!
I don't get the rest of my plea past my lips, because a giant hand slaps over my mouth from behind, cutting off my air supply. Not about to go down without a fight, I clamp my teeth down into cue ball's palm until I taste blood.
Fucking bitch!
He curses, hold loosening for a fraction of a second. In that brief window of time, I execute the same maneuver I used to evade Luca during our maple syrup battle. An elbow to the ribs, and a limp-limbed slip out of his ironclad grip. I'm rather impressed with myself for actually managing to escape from his hold, as I start running.
Unfortunately, I forget there are two of them, a fact that slammed back into my mind quite literally when Eggplant extends his arm out and clips me straight across the chest in a classic clothesline move. It's like running into a steel bar. I bounce off faster than a rubber ball on concrete, lungs screaming painfully from the impact, and ricochet back onto the pavement. My tailbone slams into the sidewalk, followed by my shoulder blades and the back of my head, hitting so hard I see stars swimming in my vision. I moan, incapacitated by the pain of it. It feels like every bone in my body is broken. Get up, get up, get up! I scream at myself. My limbs refuse to comply. I think I hear Finway growling again, but it's hard to focus through the haze of pain. When I feel a small furry body drop down close to my side, I force my eyes open. Immediately, I realize Finway is not the one doing the growling. The noise is coming from Luca. He's standing on the sidewalk with one hand wrapped in Eggplant's shirt, punching him repeatedly in the stomach. There's so much rage on his face, I worry he actually might kill him. They have no idea who they've messed with. He may be outnumbered, they may be huge and well-trained, but Luca fights like a man possessed, like someone who has nothing left to lose. If I had to guess who'll win this altercation, I'd bet all the money in my checking account, all $47.62 of it, on Luca coming out on top. With considerable effort, I prop myself onto my elbows in a half-sitting position and blink rapidly until my eyes refocus. Through the darkness, I catch sight of Cue Ball sneaking up behind Luca, attempting to trap him in a headlock. "Luca, behind you!" I croak, my voice breaking. He somehow hears my warning. With a brutal shove, he tosses Eggplant against the brick wall of my building. The man hits with a sickening thud, all 250 pounds of him, crumpling against the ground like a rag doll. It's a strangely incongruous sight, seeing a man like that broken on the pavement, like a cat swimming laps or a bear blowing bubbles. "Girl, how hard did you hit your head?" After dispatching Eggplant, Luca never pauses. Spinning around, he delivers an incredibly powerful roundhouse kick to Cue Ball's chest. The thug goes flying backward into a nearby parked car and falls into the gutter. He does not get back up. I blink and try to scramble to my feet, Fenway's leash still gripped tight in my hand. A wave of wooziness crashes through me. I hit my head hard, if the spinning is any indication. Luca appears, arms going around me to support my weight. His eyes are intense with worry and something else, something that looks a lot like fear. When his hand slips into my hair, it comes back out covered in blood. "Fuck," he mutters, scooping me up into his arms and sprinting toward the truck without waiting another instant. I can hear the jangling of Finway's leash as he trots along beside us on his short little legs, every now and then letting out a low whine that tells me, in no uncertain terms, he is not a fan of what's been going on for the past few moments and would very much like to return to regularly scheduled cuddle time. Thank you very much, humans. Luca yanks the passenger door open so hard, I worry it's going to come off its hinges. And yet, his hands are unspeakably gentle as he deposits me in the seat, cradling my head with care and placing Finway on my lap. He's not even winded from running with me in his arms.
"Stay here," he barks gruffly. "You will not move from this car without me. Do you understand?"
I nod. My voice is tremulous. "Yes." The door slams and he's gone, the locks clicking firmly behind him. I turn my head to watch him disappear into the night, racing back toward the men who jumped me. My heart is slamming against my ribs so hard, I think it might leap from my chest. My fingers sift into Finway's fur, hugging him close. He whines lowly. "I know, boy," I whisper, the words shaky and thin. "I'm worried about him, too." As it turns out, our worries are for naught. Less than a minute after leaving us, Luca climbs into the driver's seat and starts the engine. We race away from the curb and barrel down my street, the air thrumming with barely leashed violence. "What happened to them?" I ask, almost scared to know the answer.
Gone,
he grits out.
took off.
Shit. That means they're still out there somewhere, that they'll very likely try again in the future. The thought shakes me to my core. Where are we going? I whisper when Luca takes an unfamiliar turn.
To the fucking hospital,
He snaps.
You're hurt.
I don't need to go to the hospital. I look at him, at his hands curled around the steering wheel in a white-knuckled grip, at his clenched jaw and furious eyes, and realize he's still consumed by rage from the fight. Luca. He doesn't answer. Luca, I said I'm fine. I don't want to go to the hospital.
Too fucking bad.
Luca, my voice gets soft. Please, I think the bleeding's already stopped and...
You a doctor?
No.
Nurse?
No, but...
Then you don't get to have an opinion.
Anger sparks to life inside me. Don't get me wrong. I'm grateful you just saved me from some seriously scary dudes, but that does not mean you get to order me around. His eyes cut to mine in the darkness. Behind the rage, behind the unmistakable obstinance, I'm stunned to see fear in their depths. Luca Buchanan, who frequently steps into octagons and takes on actual giants without blinking twice, who grew up in foster homes and never lets anyone rattle him, who I'm damn near certain is half superhero, is afraid. For me. Because of me. It's an awful sight. I hate seeing it in his eyes. It haunts me, even after he looks away. Shaking slightly, I reach out and place my hand on his thigh. The muscle is corded with tension. Luca. He looks over at me again. Please, just take me home to your place. After Mimi, I swallow. I hate hospitals. Something flashes in his eyes when I make that admission. The truck's speed slows somewhat, and his thigh relaxes a tiny bit beneath my hand. He doesn't speak until we stop at a red light a few moments later. I hear him suck in a steadying breath.
You're mine, Delilah. I take care of what's mine. That means when you're hurt, I do everything in my power to protect you. In this case, that means getting you checked out by a doctor. Even if you don't want to. Even if dragging you there makes you pissed as hell at me.
If the bleeding starts again, or I start feeling sick, I promise not to fight you. I promise I'll go. I hold his stare. But I don't need medicine. Right now, in this moment, what I really need are strong arms around me. A warm cup of tea. I need to feel safe. I need you. His eyes flare. Luca, my voice is pleading. Please, take me home. He pauses, considering.
You start to feel even the slightest bit dizzy.
You'll be the first to know. He shakes his head as his hands tighten on the wheel. He doesn't look happy about it, but at the next intersection, he turns the truck around and heads toward the north end. We don't speak for the rest of the ride, both caught up in our own thoughts. 15 minutes later, we pull up outside his building. He's out of the cab, around my side before I even have time to remove my seatbelt. Taking Finway from my arms, he slings the doggy bag over his shoulder, then helps me down to the sidewalk.
I can carry you,
he offers quietly. I'm fine, I promise. He slips his arm around my waist anyway, and supports most of my weight as we walk inside. I must admit, despite my brave face, I'm happy for the help. My head aches, along with my back and bruised tailbone. My lungs are sore from the strike to my chest. And beyond that, I feel emotionally rattled, as if every shadow we walk by is concealing monsters who'll jump out and attack when I least expect it. As we step into his apartment, the fear ebbs a bit, until my fists uncurl and I can breathe again. I feel infinitely safer here than I would staying alone in my apartment, tossing and turning on a leaky air mattress, with nothing to defend myself should my attackers decide to pay another visit, besides a puppy who hasn't even figured out how to bark properly yet. Luca flips on the light, dumps Finway's bag by the door, and unclips him from his leash. He promptly runs off to explore the apartment, sniffing every square inch of the place. I'm too tired to chase after him. Luca takes one look at my face and leads me through the French doors into his bedroom, in total silence. My eyes sweep around. A large platform bed with a slate headboard dominates most of the space. The rest is pretty standard. Dresser, mirror, closet. He doesn't pause as he guides me into the adjacent master bathroom. There's a gorgeous glass-doored shower with a ceiling-mounted rainfall fixture on the left, a long black granite sink vanity to the right, and a toilet mounted against the far wall. Lifting me by the waist, Luca sets me on the vanity countertop and examines me with intent eyes. His hands run down my arms and legs, searching for scrapes and gashes. Finding none, he steps to my side and gently turns my chin to examine the back of my head. I feel his fingers parting my hair with care as he leans close to look at the wound.
It's pretty shallow. Already closing.
He moves to stand directly in front of me.
Head wounds tend to bleed a lot.
Got sick of the strawberry blonde. Figured I'd go for a redder shade, I joke. He doesn't laugh. Leaning in, he rests his forehead against mine. His breaths are labored. I can see the muscle jumping in his cheek. Can feel the tension still holding his every atom hostage. Luca, I whisper, lifting my hands to his neck, where his pulse thunders beneath the skin. I'm fine. Really. You were there. You stopped them.
Not fast enough.
His words are low.
Never should have let you walk alone.
This isn't your fault. His jaw ticks.
If something had happened to you.
It didn't. I lean a shade closer until our lips are parallel. I'm right here.
We should probably call the police. File an official report, even though I can track them down faster with Knox Investigations resources.
Maybe, I hedge.
Delilah.
Not now, okay? Right now, I need to think about something that isn't scary. Something good. Something like you. He stares at me, eyes swimming with words he'll never say. I have quite a few of my own unutterable thoughts spinning through my head. Things like, I need you. I want you. I don't know how I ever got by before you. I'm not sure who moves first. I'm not sure it matters. My knees part, he steps between them, and our mouths meet in an all-consuming kiss that reverberates through me like a mallet on a drum. I feel desire thrumming inside my bloodstream, a steady beat of rising passion rushing from my heart outward, until every vein, every vessel is bursting with it. Luca's mouth explores mine as his hand slides slowly down my body. It's different than it was earlier, when we were so full of haste, so fueled by lust we couldn't wait to tear each other's clothes off. Couldn't even make it out of his truck without a taste of each other. We've exchanged lust for longing, desire for need. I don't want to be with him. I need to be. I need it with every fiber of my being. There's a newfound tenderness in the way he touches me, a novel desperation in the way his lips slide over my skin, as if he's afraid I'll disappear at any moment, as if he has to memorize the feeling of me beneath his hands while he still has a chance. His fingers tremble as they pull off my heels, as they find the bottom hem of my dress. It stuns me that such a strong man could be made weak, brought to his knees just by touching me. Inch by inch, he slides the dress up my body, revealing my curves in slow increments, before finally pulling it over my head and tossing it to the floor in a glittering pile. His eyes rove over my bare skin, taking in every detail with such intense heat, it makes me shiver. The look on his face when he sees I'm completely naked beneath the dress is enough to make my heart skip a beat. Pure, unadulterated hunger. You get the answer you were hoping for in regard to my underwear? I whisper against his lips, reaching for his belt buckle. I feel his grin a second before he kisses me. With impatient fingers, I pull his belt from the loops and push his pants to the floor. He tears out of his shirt, buttons sent flying in his haste. and I can't help laughing as I watch them ping across the room like tiny plastic bullets. My amusement is short-lived when my eyes land on his muscular chest and work their way down from his pecs to his abs to the trail of hair that leads straight to his... Holy shit. His eyes glitter as my ankles lock around his waist and my arms wind around his neck, bringing our bodies together, skin on skin. I gasp a bit at the sensation. His hands slide beneath my thighs as he lifts me off the countertop and carries me into the walk-in shower, his steps never faltering, his mouth claiming mine without reprieve. Pinning me against the wall with his hips, he reaches over to turn a handle that brings a warm torrent pouring straight down on us from the ceiling, like a tropical waterfall. Beneath the stream, I stare into his half-lidded eyes as his hands move down my wet body, never looking away as he adjusts his stance. I inhale sharply when I feel him there, poised at my entrance, a millimeter away from wrecking me. One tiny shift, and I'll be lost forever. I'll be his. Arching my back, I murmur my challenge through kiss-swollen lips. You claim I'm yours, Luca Buchanan? Prove it. His smile is dark with anticipation as he pushes inside me, setting my nerve endings on fire with a single stroke. I swear, despite the water coursing down all around us, my whole body bursts into flames. And prove it he does. Twice. Chapter 13. Curious whether a guy is checking you out? Yawn. That shit is contagious. Delilah Sinclair, Decoding the Male Sex. I wake tangled in Luca's sheets in the middle of the night. My hand searches the space beside me, but he's not there. The blankets are cold beneath my fingertips. I sit up, wincing a bit, because damn, getting attacked by thugs and then fucked within an inch of your life really takes a lot out of a girl. My pulse picks up speed as I look around for Luca. Climbing out of bed, I ignore my screaming leg muscles and pull one of his t-shirts over my head. I see a thin line of illumination coming from the crack around the French doors, so I head into the kitchen. The track lights are on their lowest setting, casting everything in shadow. He's not here either. I'm starting to worry when I finally spot him out on the balcony. He's stiller than a statue, leaning against the railing in the full dark, eyes on the water, Fenway bundled in his arms. When I slide open the glass door and step out, I watch his shoulders go tense and immediately know that something is wrong. Something has changed in the hours since my eyes slipped closed, lying in the circle of his arms, our hearts pounding the same staccato rhythm. Mine, mine, mine. Luca? It's so quiet in the star-studded night. My whisper sounds like a scream. He turns to me with an unreadable expression on his face. He sets Fenway down, so the dog can run to me, but otherwise doesn't move. Hell, he barely seems to be breathing. Not exactly the reaction I was expecting after our passionate night together in the shower, and then in his bed, and then in the shower again. I take a cautious step toward him, shivering as a cool breeze off the water blows across the deck. Or maybe that cold is coming from his eyes, which seem to be full of ice as they watch me closing the distance. What's wrong? I ask, feeling tears build in my throat. Ever look back at a moment in your life and wonder how you didn't see a storm coming until it was already making landfall, blowing out your windows with hurricane-force winds?
What's wrong?
He laughs, but it's a bitter sound.
Are you fucking kidding?
Anger rushes into me. No, I'm not fucking kidding. Are you going to glare me to death? Or fill me in on why you're suddenly acting like a career tribute from District 1 of the Hunger Games? I tilt my head. Pegged you for more of a Finnick than a Cato, but I've been wrong about guys before. He lurches forward, as if battling the urge to physically shake some sense into me, but reins himself in before making contact. I blink at him soundlessly,
waiting for him to locate his standard sense of unflappable control, waiting for him to tell me what inspired this radical shift from adoration to anger. His expression is thunderous, full of so much fury, it makes me take a step back. I don't see how he shifted gears so fast, from the tender man who made me see stars to this seething Spartan, glaring at me across a narrow balcony. And I'm not sure I want to know. As I hold his gaze, his hands curl into fists at his sides. I jerk my chin up, temper rising. I don't understand what possibly could have happened between the moment I fell asleep in your arms and now. I snap, hating the way my voice breaks. What did I do? Maybe I forgot, watching him in dad mode with the twins, seeing him do battle for me in the streets, letting him make slow love to me with a level of intimacy I've never let myself succumb to before. That this man is not gentle. Maybe seeing him in a new light lulled me into a certain sort of complacency until I let my guard down, neglected fortifying those shields I always keep around myself. Maybe I was so caught up chasing that pulse-pounding, heart-in-my-throat feeling being with him inspires, I lost track of all the reasons why I should never get involved with someone like Luca Buchanan. Why I should never get involved with anyone. Whatever the case, it's clear I've made a miscalculation. Failed to see the time bomb ticking down the seconds until it's already exploded in my face. Just tell me, what the hell did I do? I repeat, voice stronger this time.
It's what you didn't do, Delilah.
What? My face drains of all color. He watches it happen, running a hand through his hair as his eyes thaw a bit.
It's what you didn't tell me,
he amends. Oh. The loan sharks, I murmur, biting my inner cheek.
The fucking loan sharks,
he agrees, anger rattling his chest.
Was so concerned getting you to safety. I didn't even put together why those guys looked familiar until about an hour ago, after you fell asleep. That's when I remembered the picture from the park. The tan sedan.
My teeth clench harder.
Christ, Delilah, how could you not tell me about this?
I didn't want to take the focus off Phoebe's wedding. I swallow roughly. I didn't want to ruin things.
It's a fucking wedding. I think your life is a bit more vital than centerpieces and Tool.
Have you met Phoebe? I joke weakly. He is not amused. Okay, I realize it may have been unwise to keep this a secret.
Unwise?
He practically roars. I made a judgment call, okay? My pulse is pounding. Maybe not a perfect one, but...
Perfect? No, not a word I'd use.
He steps closer to me.
You don't get to conceal the fact that loan sharks are after your shithead brother, and, as a byproduct, have placed you on their radar as well. Not from me, not when it concerns your safety. And you certainly don't get to make cutesy little jokes after I find out about it, and expect me to laugh.
For the record, I knew you wouldn't laugh. His glare intensifies. I cross my arms over my chest. You know, this brooding, brutish act is knocking some serious hotness points off your overall score. Maybe we should go back inside, talk things through. Possibly get back in that shower of yours, because, honestly, it's very hard to worry about anything under that waterfall.
Fucking Christ, Delilah!
Luca swears colorfully.
Not everything is a goddamn joke!
I wasn't joking. I sigh. I know you're pissed, but I really don't understand why you're at DEFCON 1 right now. I mean, DEFCON 5, maybe I could understand. Even DEFCON 3. But to jump straight to the highest level...
You want to know why I'm so pissed?
He takes a stride closer, voice vibrating with anger.
You knew, from the moment we saw those guys at the park the other day, that they were after you. Yet you still didn't tell me.
His eyes flash.
If I'd known, I would have been prepared. I could have prevented you from getting hurt. But you're so fucking determined to push me away. To do everything on your goddamned own. You nearly got yourself killed tonight.
He cuts me off.
I spoke with Nate. Had him run that license plate through the Knox Investigations database. Got an ID on the guys who attacked you. Justin Scarpetta and Tyrell Grafton. They work for one of the shadiest loan sharks on the entire West Coast. Worst kind of criminals you can find. Rap sheets longer than my arm, the both of them. Assault, battery, attempted rape, vandalism, extortion. The list goes on.
I blanch. His jaw clenches.
You still think your judgment call was right? Still think it was a good choice not to tell me? Because, babe, if I hadn't been there tonight to stop them, there's a very good chance you wouldn't be alive right now. Worse, there's a chance you'd wish you weren't alive after the things they do to you.
Tears begin to gather behind my eyes. He leans down, so his face is a few inches from mine.
So you see why I might be a little pissed when you act like being attacked is nothing but a blip on your radar. Something to laugh about now that it's over. Some fun little anecdote you whip out at cocktail parties.
He's breathing hard.
That's not my idea of fun. Your safety is not a fucking joke. Not to me.
Luca, I didn't. My voice breaks. When he sees how scared I am, some of the anger clears from his face. I hold his stare, trying desperately not to panic. I'm sorry, I finally force out.
Don't want you sorry, babe.
His forehead comes down on mine, eyes closing, nostrils flaring as he breathes me in.
Want you smart. That means telling me when you're in trouble. That means admitting when you need help.
I nod. I will. I promise.
Good.
His mouth is still frowning as it brushes mine in a hard, frustrated kiss. Though his anger has dwindled a bit, it's not gone yet. Not completely. I pull out of his grip and walk to the railing, looking out over the water with my back to him.
Delilah.
Don't kiss me when you're angry.
Always want to kiss you, babe.
His voice is a shade warmer, closer to his usual gruff tones, rather than the guttural grind your bones into bread growl he's been directing at me for the past few minutes. I feel his heat at my back, hovering close, but he doesn't touch me.
Could be screaming my head off at you, or vice versa, and I'd still want my mouth on yours and your hair in my hands.
Shit. I inhale deeply, affected by his words despite myself. I hate it when he's sweet. It totally ruins my righteous anger vibe. He comes around to lean against the railing beside me, pressing his side into mine as we stare at the sea of stars shining down on the inky black harbor. The lights of East Boston glow like fireflies across the expanse.
What did your brother tell you?
Not much. I sigh. I've known Duncan was in financial trouble for a few months now, but I didn't know about the loan shark stuff. Not until he showed up the other day. He said they were after him, but assured me they wouldn't try to track me down. I snort. Guess he was wrong.
Anything else?
He needed money. When I couldn't give it to him, he skipped town.
How much?
The wind blows long, tangled strands of hair across my face. I tuck it back behind my ears. He said 100 grand. I have a feeling it's probably more, though. Luca curses. I can't blame him. I feel like cursing, too.
Do you know where he is now?
I shake my head.
So, what was the plan, Delilah?
He doesn't touch me, but his tone softens.
You figured you'd somehow come up with the money? Somehow save your brother from his fate?
What choice did I have? I lift my brows. He's my brother. He's the only sibling I have left. Was I supposed to just let them kill him? Because he made some bad choices?
No, but you sure as shit should have asked for help. Did you really figure you were responsible for handling something like this all by yourself?
I jerk my chin higher, not responding. He already knows the answer to his question. Yes, that's exactly what I figured. Because I'm not used to having someone around who might want to be involved. Someone who gives a shit about me enough to help when bad guys with big fists come calling.
You are not alone.
His words are halting.
You don't have to do this alone, Delilah.
I nod in agreement, but my head is swimming with doubts. I've been alone for so long, I don't know how to function any other way. He stares at me as if he knows I don't believe his assurances.
I'll find your brother and drag him back here kicking and screaming if necessary,
he vows, tone lethally soft.
He's not dumping this on you.
He already did, I murmur, eyes stinging. I feel like the biggest of fools. Used, abused, abandoned. Not to mention a total idiot for alienating the one man who's been saving my ass all week. Luca runs a hand over his stubble, a tense gesture that underscores how hard it is for him to get out the next words.
I shouldn't have yelled at you. I know I was a prick.
His hands curl back into fists.
The thought of someone hurting you. I saw red.
I nod shakily. It's probably the closest thing to an apology I'll ever get from Luca. A typical alpha male. The man doesn't believe in saying I'm sorry even when he's wrong.
Tomorrow, we'll go get your stuff.
My brows shoot to my hairline. Excuse me?
Your stuff. Clothes, photo albums, knickknacks. Whatever other girly shit you filled all those boxes with. Plus that writing desk you've got wrapped in bubbles. We'll get it tomorrow, before the wedding.
And we'll be doing that because?
Till this shit is cleared up, you're staying here. With me. Don't want you alone.
Absolutely not, I hiss immediately.
Where else are you gonna go?
My parents' place in Nantucket.
I'll rephrase. Where are you gonna go that those two thugs, or others like them, can't track you down with one fucking Google search?
Shit. My mind whirls. For your information, the Maycombers offered me a room and a full-time nannying position. I can stay there.
One door down from the place you were attacked? Genius move, babe.
He shakes his head.
You're staying here. End of discussion.
You can't order me around.
Can. Will. Did.
I glare at him. You're being a jerk.
Delilah,
he growls, back to his angry smash-stab-kill tones.
Piece of advice. Don't fight me on this. You won't win.
With that, he stalks back inside, leaving me, both literally and figuratively, in the dark. I snuggle with Finway on the sectional, so pissed off I could spit. Glaring up at the ceiling, I think of a variety of creative ways to take my revenge on the mammoth man in the next room, now that I'm his unwilling house guest, also known as hostage. If he intends to keep me here, I'll just have to make it equally unpleasant for him. Switch his sugar out for salt. Cut holes in the crotch of all his sweatpants. Change his Netflix password to something obscure. Walk around nude, just to drive him crazy. Ha! That'll show him. And probably get me screwed sideways before I can blink. Which would be bad. Very bad. Right? Crap on a cucumber sandwich. I sigh and toss onto my other side. Finway glares at me from his spot on the cushion as if to say, "Human, I'm tired. Go to sleep already." Rather than risk alienating the other male in my life, I force my eyes closed and start counting sheep. I've only reached 4 when I hear the French doors swing open. I decide my best strategy is to pretend I'm already asleep, since fighting with him clearly does me no favors. Actually, based on the outcomes of our past arguments, I think arguing with him may make things worse for me. My sleeping strategy doesn't work out much better, considering Luca takes one look at me curled up on the couch, slides his hands beneath my body, and scoops me into his arms so fast, there's not a chance of squirming free. "Hey," I hiss, glaring up at his Adam's apple. "What are you doing?"
Bringing you to bed.
I was already asleep.
No, you weren't.
Well, my cheeks heat. I was about to be asleep. Bring me back to the sectional.
No.
Luca!
Babe, I'm tired. Don't want to fight with you anymore. Also, don't want to sleep without you in my bed. While you're staying here, you sleep next to me. House rule.
He lowers me onto his mattress and follows me down. I try to keep my frame rigid, stiff-backed at the edge of the mattress, but he's having no part in that. He reaches out, pulls me back into his chest, and curls his large frame around mine so we're spooning.
I have to admit, it feels pretty nice. You're bossy, I inform him sleepily, eyes drifting closed, despite my best intentions. A kiss lands on the back of my neck.
Yeah, well, you're a pain in the ass.
I smile in the dark, safe and warm and utterly content, wrapped in the arms of a man who drives me insane. I'm half asleep when a low whine reaches my ears. Without opening my eyes all the way, I murmur a command to my bossy big spoon. Luca, love, the dog. I'm so tired. I don't notice the way Luca's whole body goes still at my absent-minded endearment, as if I've said something that stuns him. My own eyes are closed, so I don't see the way his light up in the darkness. Very gently, he untangles his limbs from mine, leans over the side of the mattress, and pulls the puppy into bed with us. Finway settles in the spot by my stomach and immediately starts to snooze. I'm nearly asleep, slipping over the rim of unconsciousness, so I can't be sure if Luca's low growl is real or the fragment of a dream when it reaches my ears a few moments later.
Mine.
In the morning, he's gone when I wake. Again. I walk into the kitchen, experiencing a strange sensation of déjà vu, except this time there's no one on the patio, and bright light is streaming through the windows. I catch sight of a notepad sitting on the countertop beside a French press full of fresh coffee. I help myself to a cup as my eyes scan Luca's messy handwriting.
Babe, took Finway for a walk. Back soon. Don't go anywhere. L.
I sip my coffee and shake my head, amused and exasperated. Even in note form, his domineering side shines through clear as day. Pulling open his fridge in search of creamer, my eyes widen when I find shelves full of organic vegetables, Greek yogurt, 24 eggs, and a metric ton of fruit. The drawers are full of protein, chicken, steak, hamburgers. It shouldn't surprise me. The man is a fighter, after all. Clean eating is a vital part of staying in his weight class and maintaining those impressive muscles. Still, it's somehow hard for me to picture Luca cooking anything except banana pancakes. A smile twitches my lips up as I spot the bottle of syrup on his shelf. I reach past it and grab the creamer. After dumping a dollop into my lukewarm coffee, I zap it in the microwave for 30 seconds, then take my steaming mug out onto the patio to watch the boats drift by from one of Luca's lounge chairs. There's a Coast Guard base next door to his building. I spot several patrol inflatables zipping by, along with tankers, tugboats, and more than one sailing vessel. It's been ages since I made it out on the water for a sail. Not since the last time I was home in Nantucket. My parents have a 40-foot sloop, mostly reserved for impressing potential business clients in the cockpit, without ever leaving the slip. I'm afraid the boat has been even more neglected these past few years, since Mimi and Charlie died. They took it out more than anyone else. I have about 1 million memories of the three of us, racing through the deep blue waters of the Cape, laughing in the sunshine. I stand and lean against the railing for a better view, my thoughts consumed by the sudden flood of memories. Like it or not, Mimi is on my mind, and she doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon. Part of me would like to believe it's her spirit, trying to guide me from beyond. A bigger part of me knows my preoccupation with her and Charlie's tragic end is tied to the sudden developments in my own love life. Yesterday, at the rehearsal, I thought my panic was spurred solely by watching Phoebe practice saying I do. But now, with the benefit of space, I recognize it had very little to do with my best friend, and everything to do with the man who was standing directly across from me on that wedding dais. Marriage, as an institution, does not scare me. Luca scares me. This thing between us, whatever it is only getting more intense the more time we spend together. And he doesn't see the problem with any of it. In fact, he keeps pushing for more, dragging me deeper into this ocean of desire, until I'm so caught up, I can't tell which way to swim to reach the surface. If I were smart, I'd cut it off now. Walk away before we have another night like last night, before he can embed himself even further in my life, before I start believing him when he tells me I'm his. before I start wanting impossible things. Things like commitment. Things like love. The thought alone sends chills down my spine. I have not come this far protecting my heart to let it be stolen from my chest in a matter of days. Certainly, I cannot be this foolish. Can I? One night with a man, in his arms and his bed, has never affected me like this before. I tell myself it's just sex, just lust. But if that's true, why can't I bear the thought of walking away from him? Why can't I stomach the idea of ending this, like it's any other fling from my past? I don't know when it happened, or even how, but the idea of leaving Luca seems somehow intolerable. I roll the empty coffee mug back and forth between my palms. I have to admit, he's under my skin. Luca Buchanan has threaded himself into the very fabric of my heart, and I fear pulling out the stitches will be the most painful thing I've ever done. And yet, I have no choice. Sooner than later, I'll have to take scissors to the organ beating inside my chest and carve him out as best I can, even if it takes vital pieces of me along with it. Because the alternative, letting myself think there's actually a future here, letting that heart slowly shatter into pieces when this comes to an end, I guarantee that pain will hurt worse. 2 arms slide around my waist. I flinch and nearly spill coffee all over myself, but a hand reaches out to steady mine.
Whoa, just me.
Luca's mouth hits my neck as his palm slides along my stomach. The friction of his fingers against the fabric of my shirt, or technically his shirt, since I pilfered it from his collection, feels so good. It's hard to hang on to all the thoughts in my head about staying away from him, about putting an end to this before anything else happens between us. Very important thoughts about him and me, and his lips moving slowly up the column of my throat. Shit. All plans of holding him at arm's length go up in smoke. The only way I want to hold him right now is closer, until we're so intertwined I can't tell his limbs from mine. I'm weak, so sue me.
Good morning,
Luca murmurs, teeth scraping my earlobe. Where's Fenway?
Inside.
How was your walk? I ask, unable to resist leaning back into him. He chuckles, a low, sexy sound that vibrates against my back.
We attempted a game of fetch. It didn't go well.
He's barely mastered walking a straight line on a leash, and you expect him to retrieve a flying object for you? I snort. Good luck with that. He chuckles again, and I feel my stomach flip in response. Before I can talk myself out of it, I turn in his arms, so my back is to the railing, and drape my wrists over his shoulders. This is a pretty nice place to start the day, I inform him.
Oh yeah?
I nod. He leans in, until his mouth is lingering just over mine.
It's even better with you here.
His lips close the remaining distance to deliver a light, sweet peck. Tightening my hold around his neck, I push up onto my tiptoes to kiss him harder, deeper, a bit more desperately. If our kisses are numbered, I have to make the most of them while I still can. I'll be living on their memory for the rest of my life. My fingers slide into his hair as my tongue pushes into his mouth. Groaning in response to my sudden ardor, Lucas starts walking backward, his mouth never breaking away from mine as we move across the deck, through the door, into the kitchen. Our hands are ravenous for each other, sliding under hems and reaching for waistbands. We're almost to the bedroom when we walk into a wall of cardboard.
Fuck,
Luca curses, turning to push the stack of boxes aside. He looks back at me, eyes glittering with heat.
Where were we?
I don't react when he reaches for me. I can't, because my eyes are stuck on the stacks of boxes all around us. Familiar boxes. My boxes. The ones I left in my apartment. They definitely weren't here a half hour ago when I woke up. I don't know how on earth he got them inside without me noticing. He must have moved in total stealth while I was out sunning on his patio. All my thoughts and worries come rushing back as my eyes sweep around. The sight of my things, here in his home, is giving me heart palpitations. Every instinct in my body is screaming at me to run, to dodge, to push the eject button before this gets any more serious, before I'm led down a path that will only lead to tragedy. My wild gaze cuts to Luca's. Your note said you were out for a walk. A walk! Not out secretly removing all my belongings from my house while I was asleep, and thus unable to stop you.
We were out for a walk.
Luca pauses.
Didn't say which neighborhood we were walking in, or what we happened to be carrying while taking our walk back and forth from my truck to your doorstep.
I let out a scream. In solidarity, Finway attempts to bark from his bed in the kitchen, looking more than a little pleased with himself at the resulting yap. Luca, please listen to me. This is nuts. I shove my hands into my long red waves. I'll go to Phoebe's. I'll stay at a hotel. I'll put my stuff in storage. I'll give it all away at a yard sale. But this, I gesture around at my belongings. This is not happening. It can't.
It can't, or we can't?
He asks in a guarded voice. God, how does he always see straight through me? I swallow and look up at him. Both. His face adopts that intense, determined expression he wears right before he steps into the ring. Shit.
Delilah, hate to break it to you, but we're already happening.
I shake my head as if to block his words. I still don't understand why you did this. Luca's eyes narrow.
Your lease expires in 2 days. You had nowhere else to go. Nowhere I knew you'd be safe. So I moved you in, like we agreed on last night.
We did not agree on anything. You made a unilateral decision on my behalf. I laugh, a little crazily, as I look at my things covering the majority of his floor space. You do realize, of course, that this is insane.
Not seeing how, babe. You're mine. I protect what's mine. Simple as that.
Not simple as anything. I'm not yours. We barely know each other. We aren't dating. Hell, we're not even friends. And you think we can live together? Even temporarily? Are you nuts? His eyes get a little scary when I say that.
You do what we did last night with barely even friends?
He takes a step closer.
You come like that for barely even friends? You scream out the name of barely even friends and fall asleep with them wrapped around you.
I have no answers for him. None he doesn't already know. Otherwise, he wouldn't be asking. No, I never do that with my best friends, let alone my barely even friends. I never do that with anyone at all. Last night, with him, it was the first time I've ever been that intimate with a man. The first time I've let myself go, wholly and uncompromisingly. He saw the surrender in my heart as he consumed my body. And now he's using it against me. I jerk my chin higher, eyes flashing with defiance. He steps closer.
Come on, Delilah. Don't back down now. Tell me. What was last night to you, huh?
His voice is pissed.
How are you going to explain that away? Another lapse in judgment? Another slip-up? Just about the sex?
He glares at me.
Not buying it. It wasn't just about sex. If it was about sex, we would have fucked months ago and moved on. Case closed.
My lips press together. His eyes lock on them.
You might not be able to admit it to yourself or to me, except maybe when you're drunk out of your mind or half asleep. But this thing between us is real, and it's not going away.
I blink. What do you mean when I'm half asleep or drunk out of my mind?
Doesn't matter.
He shakes his head.
What matters is, I care about you. I care about you. Why the hell won't you just let me?
My eyes fill with tears. His expression softens as he watches them cut angry paths down my cheeks. I don't know how we got here, screaming at each other about moving boxes, when 5 minutes ago we were kissing. It's a mess. Can't you see how screwed up this is? I ask brokenly. His eyes are steady on mine.
Yeah, I can see exactly how screwed up it is, babe.
I get the sense he's not talking about boxes. He's talking about me. I dash the tears from my eyes. Don't turn this around on me, Luca Buchanan. I'm not the one who stole the entire contents of someone's house against their will and started this whole stupid fight.
Yeah? Well, I'm not the one with such intense commitment issues. She can't see something good, even when it's standing right in front of her.
I do not have commitment issues.
Delilah, you won't admit to loving the twins or your dog, let alone a man. You have bigger commitment issues than anyone I've ever met.
Do not.
Do too.
Do not.
Fuck,
He curses.
I'm not having this fight with you like we're in first fucking grade.
In case you haven't noticed, we can't go 5 minutes without fighting. Yet another reason we shouldn't live together.
Babe, half the time our fights are bullshit excuses for you to create distance between us. And the other half are foreplay. I already told you, I'm okay with the bullshit. Definitely okay with the foreplay, too. Since what comes after is hands down the best sex I've ever had.
My stomach flips. He leans closer.
So yeah, we'll probably fight. We'll probably drive each other half crazy. But I don't really give a shit, because I've never felt this way about anyone before. And bullshit aside, I know you feel the same way.
His words hit me like a right hook to the stomach.
You may want to deny it. You may not be ready to face it. But the fact is, you and me are together. And if that scares the shit out of you, fine, be scared. But do it here, with me.
I pull in a sharp breath. I don't know how to do this.
Neither do I.
I can't make eye contact. Maybe if you just give me some time to figure things out. His eyes narrow.
How much time? A week? A year? Enough to talk yourself out of even trying? Or maybe enough for me to give up altogether and walk away? Like you seem so convinced I'm going to do any minute now.
I wince at his biting honesty.
Delilah, I'd give you all the time in the world if I thought for 1 minute that's what you were really asking for here. If that's what this was really about. But it's bullshit. You don't need time to adjust to this, or space to figure things out. You want time to convince yourself it's not worth giving us a shot.
Why are you pushing this? I whisper, tears streaming down my cheeks. Why now?
Have you already forgotten about last night? There are bad people after you. Police are on the lookout for them. So is Knox Investigations. But until they're behind bars and we've dealt with the root of your problem, I'm not leaving your side. That means finding your brother before Scarpetta and Grafton do. Plus, making sure their boss doesn't send in backups when we take them off the board. Could take hours, could take days, could take weeks.
And after? I ask. A muscle leaps in his jaw.
After what?
After they're behind bars. Then what happens with you and me? I stare at him. We just go our separate ways? I move out? No harm, no foul? Back to our old routine of avoidance? My voice cracks. That's just going to make this harder when it ends.
Ah, and there it is.
His eyes flash.
The real reason behind all this. You're fucking terrified to get close, to get hurt. We've barely started, and you've already planned our ending.
I have to get ready for Phoebe's wedding, I say, voice clogged with tears. I push past him and start walking toward the bedroom. I don't have time for this.
Well, I don't have time for you to spend the next lifetime deciding if we're worth taking a chance on. Christ, you say I'm pushing you? Delilah, without a push, we'd be 80 fucking years old by the time you realize we're supposed to be together.
His voice is half roar, half plea.
Don't know why it's so hard for you to see that. I saw it the first time I looked in your eyes.
I freeze in the doorway. His voice gets soft. Not gentle, though. Soft like a blade sliding between two ribs. A whisper of steel that pierces your heart.
I know your sister died. I know you've never really gotten over it. But you can't keep using your grief over her life being cut short as an excuse to stop living yours.
I flinch as though he struck me. My shoulders shake a bit as an unstoppable sob moves through me. I know he sees it, because I hear him curse lowly under his breath, voice stripped of all anger and full of remorse instead.
Fuck. Delilah, I didn't mean.
He blows out a breath.
I was pissed. It came out wrong.
His voice is grave as he forces out two infrequently used words.
I'm sorry.
I don't respond. I don't show any indication that I've heard his apology. I simply step over the threshold, walk to the bathroom, and lock the door behind me, not sure who I'm more upset with, Luca or myself. Chapter 14. If you don't have anything nice to say something witty but emotionally devastating. Delilah Sinclair, plotting her enemy's destruction. How do I look? Gemma, Chrissy, Shelby, and I sigh in unison. For once, we're all on exactly the same page.
Beautiful,
Gemma whispers on behalf of the group.
You look absolutely beautiful.
And it's true. She does. Phoebe West, very soon to be Phoebe Knox, is standing in front of a full-length mirror in her perfect Vera Wang wedding dress and lace-trimmed veil, her dark hair swept into an elegant updo of coils and curls, counting down the minutes until her wedding. According to the clock on the wall, less than 10 of them remain. The smile that spreads across Phoebe's lips is brighter than the sun as she turns to examine us, clad in floor-length dark blue bridesmaid gowns. You guys are beautiful too. She pauses. I really picked some winning dresses, flattering on all of you. And I think the navy was a good choice. Classic. Much better than the mauve I was leaning toward at first. Though with the right bouquets it could have been pretty. I roll my eyes. Little late to change it now, Fee. True. Phoebe turns back to the mirror for one final scan of her dress. Though I, for one, am just happy you're alive and able to wear any dress at all, considering what happened last night. Phoebe, how many times do you want me to apologize for keeping the Duncan stuff from you? This is the 3rd time this hour alone. At least one more. She winks at me. Fine. I'm sorry I didn't tell you loan sharks were after me in an attempt to spare you from non-wedding related drama. Honestly, I wasn't trying to keep you in the dark. I just didn't want to put a damper on the festivities. You know what really would have put a damper on my wedding? Her eyes narrow. You being murdered the night before it, because you're too stubborn to let your friends help you. Have to agree, Gemma murmurs. Hear, hear, Chrissy agrees. I don't know, Shelby says, tilting her head at me. Might have made for a more exciting anniversary story. I flip her off. We're cloistered away in one of the smaller exhibit rooms, which the aquarium staff graciously transformed into a miniature bridal suite, complete with comfy white love seats, vases of fresh flowers, and several buckets of champagne. I arrived 3 hours ago to help Phoebe get ready and change into my own dress, still puffy-eyed from my fight with Luca, and the silent, stilted car ride that followed. She was so busy scolding me for not keeping her apprised of the Duncan drama. God, Lila, I had to hear about this from Nate. That she dismissed my atypical taciturnity as leftover shock from the attack. Not clear signs of a slow breaking heart. My eyes press closed as I think back to this morning. When I emerged from the bathroom, Luca was setting up a small penned-off area for Fenway in the kitchen, the floor lined with pea pads, a collection of toys for him to chew in our absence, fresh bowls of food and water. I wanted to thank him. I wanted to ask where the hell he found baby Gates on such short notice. Hell, I wanted to scream how sorry I was and throw my arms around him. But the words got stuck in my throat. We exchanged not a single syllable from the time we left his place until we reached the aquarium. Thankfully, the drive was short, a 5-minute trip down Atlantic Avenue. Any longer, I might have caved beneath the crushing silence and done something stupid, like beg his forgiveness for being such a colossal, commitment-phobic bitch. His words still echo in my head.
Delilah, you won't admit to loving the twins or your dog, let alone a man. You have bigger commitment issues than anyone I've ever met.
My hands clench.
You can't keep using your grief over her life being cut short as an excuse to stop living yours.
The sound of a cork popping pulls me out of my dark thoughts. Chrissy is pouring a bottle of Dom into flutes. She passes them around for one final toast, then hands a seltzer to Gemma. Our glasses are poised midair when a knock sounds on the door. Who is it? Phoebe calls, eyes wide.
Your future husband.
Nathaniel Knox, don't you dare come in here. Her voice is stern. You cannot see me in my dress yet. It's bad luck.
Whatever you say, Phoebe.
He sounds amused. Nathaniel!
Relax, I'm not coming in. Just dropping off your present.
Her breath catches. Now?
Yep, I'll leave it at the door.
He pauses, voice softening a shade.
See you soon, little bird.
Her expression melts, knowing the next time they're face to face, it'll be to exchange vows. Soon. She waits about 30 seconds to ensure he's out of sight before she races over to the door and yanks it open. We're all right behind her, eager to see what gift Nate has left behind. Flowers? Chocolate? Lingerie? Something old? New? Borrowed? Blue? As it turns out, all my guesses are wrong. Because the present isn't a thing at all. It's a man. Oh my God! Oh my God! Phoebe screams as Parker West swaggers into the room, wearing a perfectly tailored Hugo Boss suit and a wide smile.
Hey, sis.
You're here! She throws her arms around him with such force he's knocked back a step. You're really here!
Of course I'm here, sweet pea. It's your goddamn wedding.
Is Zoe here too?
Already sitting in the front row, saving me a seat.
His eyes crinkle up.
I'll join her after I walk my baby sister down the aisle.
Phoebe's eyes start to water. Gemma steps up to hug her half-brother and scold him all in the same breath. Don't make her cry. We don't have time to redo her makeup. Parker holds his hands up in surrender. His eyes drop to Gemma's swollen stomach.
Wow, Jim, you're about ready to pop.
Hopefully not for a few more weeks, she says dryly.
Am I getting a niece or a nephew?
Not sure yet. Gemma places her hands on her stomach. It'll be a surprise for all of us. Parker nods and looks around, grinning at Chrissy, Shelby, and me.
Lila.
His eyes twinkle.
I've been hearing some pretty interesting developments about you all the way out in the South Pacific. Zoe keeps me up to date on all the friend group drama.
My brows lift. Oh? He laughs but doesn't elaborate. There's no time to press him for details about his cryptic comment, because the venue coordinator appears at the door with a clipboard clutched in her hands. It's time. The guests are seated upstairs and the groomsmen are lined up, ready to go. Phoebe, if you'll just wait here for a few moments until Nathaniel is on the upper level. The rest of you can follow me whenever you're ready, and we'll get started. I glance at my best friend. Reaching out, I squeeze her hand. She squeezes back in silence, love shining in her eyes. I know in a few moments, Team Lila may be coming to an end. But I can't summon even an iota of sadness about it. When someone you love is so unbearably, incandescently happy, all you can do is shine with them. I'm ready, Phoebe whispers, straightening her shoulders and smiling wide. Let's get this show on the road. My heart pounds erratically inside my chest as we enter the main room and make our way up the spiral walkway around the tank, past a blue wall of tropical fish, turtles, and rays. Halfway to the top, we find the groomsmen. They're all stunningly handsome in their gray suits and blue ties, but my eyes cut straight to Luca. Our gazes lock instantly. I suck in a breath as I close the distance between us and take my place at his side. My fingers clench the stems of my bouquet so hard the tips turn white. Behind me, I hear Chrissy giving Winston, her son, a last-minute pep talk before he bears the rings down the aisle, accompanied by Phoebe's Pomeranian, Boo, who's wearing a navy bow tie on his collar for the occasion. Upstairs, the string quartet starts playing, a sure sign that things are about to start. I know I should look away from Luca, but I can't. Our eyes are having one of those wordless conversations we're so adept at.
You look beautiful,
he doesn't say. Not bad yourself in that suit. I don't tease.
Forgiven me yet?
He doesn't ask. I wish it were that simple. I don't admit.
Never been a fan of simple, babe.
His eyes glitter.
Nothing extraordinary ever comes easy.
My gaze snaps away as the music swells. Nate is already gone. Up ahead, Winnie starts walking, the ring box in one small hand, Blue's blue leash in the other. Gemma and Chase wait a few beats before they follow him, linking arms and walking in slow, steady steps up the spiral. They look stunning together. Luca's arm appears in my peripheral. I glance up at him as I slide my fingers around his forearm, then give a slight nod to let him know I'm ready. And then we're off. 2 redheads, arms intertwined, the facade of a couple on our way to celebrate someone else's happily ever after. It feels more like a death march than a wedding procession. Luca is standing barely an inch from me, but he feels a million miles away. I know there's no one else to blame but myself. You really fucked this up, didn't you, Lila? Eyes stinging, I stumble a bit as we step onto the aisle, buffeted on all sides by chairs full of smiling faces. Luca is so attuned to me. He feels me trip almost before I do, and steadies me so instantly, I doubt anyone watching even notices. My fingers grip his arm tighter as we walk down the aisle, up onto the platform. Before we part, he squeezes my hand. I haul in a deep breath as we file into our places, directly opposite each other. His eyes never shift from mine, not even when the quartet crescendos and Phoebe appears, looking statuesque and stunning alongside her brother. They don't move away when Parker hands her off to Nate and takes his seat beside Zoe in the front row. They don't waver as the minister begins the ceremony. I watch my best friend marry the man of her dreams. I see the look of pure love on their faces as they exchange gold bands and say words that will bind them for life. And I know, in my heart, that I've made a mistake. That Luca was right. Mimi wouldn't want me to live like this, afraid to experience that kind of love. She loved love. She exuded it from every pore. Using her as a crutch to avoid ever getting attached, or hurt, or heartbroken, it's a cop-out. I now pronounce you husband and wife, the minister is saying suddenly. You may kiss the bride. Nate sweeps Phoebe into his arms and kisses her. Her bouquet-bearing hand shoots straight up into the sky, a victorious, floral fist pump of celebration. Standing there, with everyone around me clapping and cheering for the happy couple, my eyes lock on Luca's across the din, as they once did in a crowded gym last December, the first night we met. For a single moment, with his eyes burning into mine, I let it in. The hope that one day this won't seem so terribly complicated. That one day I won't be afraid of this thing between us. That he'll give me time to figure it out before moving on to a girl who doesn't have issues. I'm not sure what he sees in my eyes at that moment, but the look he sends back at me steals the breath right out of my lungs. He's hopeful, too. I'm standing on the harbor deck, a glass of champagne in my hand, taking a break from the dance floor where the rest of the bridesmaids are cutting a rug. The groomsmen are clustered by the bar, far too macho to dance. As for me, I may be a hot mess, but I refuse to do the Macarena. It's a matter of principle. Despite Phoebe's fears of precipitation, the night is perfect for a wedding. Balmy but not humid, with a warm southern breeze blowing off the water. The surface glows gold and pink, reflecting the gorgeous sunset like a mirror. My eyes drift across the gyrating guests to the far side of the dance floor, where Luca is standing with a beautiful petite blonde in a knee-length pink dress. Zoe. As I watch, she throws her arms around him in a massive hug, and he lifts her clear off her feet with a broad smile lighting up his face. The sight sends a bolt of jealousy through me. It's silly, of course. I know she's with Parker, but there's a part of me that's always wondered whether Luca was a little bit in love with his oldest friend. They both insist their relationship has never been anything but platonic, that they're more like siblings than a couple. But watching them now, envy stirs inside my chest, unpleasant and unwanted.
They're quite the pair, huh?
The voice cuts into my reverie. Startled, I turn and find Colton leaning against the railing by my side. His blonde surfer boy looks even more attractive in the fading evening light. He's watching me with a smirk, clearly amused he's caught me spying. I wasn't...
It's okay. I won't tell.
His dimples pop out.
Always thought they'd end up together.
He pauses, taking a slow sip of his scotch.
No offense.
None taken, I murmur.
Still could, I suppose.
He says it in an offhand way, as if we're discussing the weather instead of the demise of two relationships.
Given the right circumstances.
I feel my temper spark to life. My brows arch at him. And what circumstances would those be exactly? Colton's good boy facade falls away. The dimples disappear. The easygoing smile flattens into a frown.
Listen, you seem like a decent enough human being, and ordinarily I'd have no problem with you dating one of my friends.
The words are blunt, emotionless.
Thing is, though, Luca isn't just one of my friends. He's Blaze Buchanan. He's the best fighter anyone's seen come up through the ranks in decades. He's got a real shot at greatness. Not just the regional league shit he's doing now. The small-time endorsements and payouts. I'm talking a UFC contract. Millions of dollars in his pocket. Every fight. An international audience. Sponsorships. Travel. More fans than you can fathom.
He stares at me.
It'll change his entire life.
I know that, I murmur.
Then you also know he's got a championship in just over a week. Fighting a mean-ass fucker named Jack Forrester, whose nickname is Lumberjack, because he's built like a damn oak tree, and even harder to knock down.
He leans closer, swirling the amber liquid in his highball glass.
Luca should be in the gym with me every day, either training or studying tapes of Forrester's latest fights. He should be in the zone right now, fully focused, fully dedicated. You know where he's been instead?
My throat feels tight.
With you,
Colton mutters.
Distracted, unfocused, off his training schedule. He's going to lose this fight, lose everything he's ever wanted, his entire life, because of you.
He shakes his head at me and takes a generous sip of his scotch.
Pretty selfish if you ask me.
I didn't, I snap, but it sounds thin. Colton stares at me.
Wonder how he'll feel about you when he wakes up and realizes you single-handedly ruined his life. That he threw it all away over a good fuck and a hot piece of ass.
He makes a sound of disgust.
Fucking crime, that's what it is. They should charge you with homicide for killing his dream.
Unwilling to listen to any more, I turn and walk away from him. I don't make it far. His hand clamps down on my elbow in a tight grip. I try to shake him off, but I can't.
Lila,
he says in my ear.
Might be hard for you to hear, but deep down you know I'm right. You should let him walk away.
You should let me walk away. I tug at my arm, but I'm still held fast. His grip bites harshly into my flesh until tears gather in my eyes. Before Luca comes over here and pummels you for touching me. With a sharp scoff, he releases me. His words float after me as I bolt toward the dance floor.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
I shake myself, wishing I weren't so affected by everything he said. I tell myself he's totally off base as I rejoin my friends on the dance floor, forcing a smile and shimmying my shoulders to the beat. But beneath my happy mask, where no one can see, my heart pounds so hard I can barely breathe. In lieu of the traditional father-daughter dance, Phoebe waltzes across the parquet floor with Parker, giggling as he spins and dips her. After a few moments, the jazz singer they hired for the reception issues a husky invitation into the microphone, inviting all others in love to step onto the floor for a slow song. I watch Chrissy and her husband Mark walk out, hand in hand. Gemma and Chase are close behind. Parker hands Phoebe off to Nate, then takes Zoe in his arms and begins to sway. With a fortifying sip of champagne, I decide to take a timely trip to the ladies' room. I turn around and bump straight into Luca, since he's standing about a millimeter behind me. Jesus! I throw a hand over my heart. You scared me! He reaches out, plucks the flute from my grip, and sets it on a nearby table.
Dance with me.
What? I ask, heart pounding.
Dance with me.
It's not a question. He's not asking. His hand finds the small of my back as he leads me out onto the dance floor, and then his arms go around me, pulling me close to his chest, so my head rests in the hollow of his throat. I listen to his pulse pounding and let him lead. The jazz singer is crooning an Adele song, the lyrics hitting a bit too close to home. I dare you to let me be Your one and only. We're in a fight, I remind Luca belatedly, my voice a whisper.
We're always in a fight.
I feel his grin against my temple.
We can fight again later if you want. Right now, I want to dance with you.
Should we be slow dancing if we're in a fight?
Call it a temporary armistice.
A ceasefire? I pull back to look up at him.
Exactly.
His lips brush the tip of my nose.
You want to tell me what happened with Colton?
I don't know what you mean.
Bullshit, babe. Saw your face. Saw the way he grabbed you.
His voice gets growly.
He took off after your little chat, but as soon as I track him down, he's gonna answer to me for putting his hands on you. I promise.
Please don't. You'll just make things worse.
What did he say to you?
I shake my head. Nothing important. Nothing I didn't already know. Luca's eyes narrow.
Not liking the sound of that.
I tuck my head back down, so I don't have to look at him. You don't have to like it. We're in a truce. That means you can't fight with me about it now.
Later, then.
I sigh as we sway, an odd mix of happiness and anxiety swirling through me. A whirlwind of contradictory feelings and desires I cannot sort out. Inside my head. I want to hold him so tight, he never slips away. I want to push him out of every corner of my heart, until I forget how good it feels to be cherished. I want to see him achieve his dreams, without ever once holding him back. I want to live those dreams at his side, never parted from him.
You're quiet.
Luca's voice is amused.
Never a good thing when you're quiet, Delilah.
I scoff. I can be quiet.
Sure you can.
He chuckles.
I just prefer it when you're yelling at me.
You really think it's normal? The fact that we spend the majority of our time together fighting?
Already told you my opinion on that.
Foreplay, I murmur. I remember what you said. But is it normal?
I don't know. Never done this before.
He tilts my head up to look into his eyes.
Don't have anything to compare it to.
Me neither, I tell him in a stark voice. But...
Delilah.
He cuts me off. Yeah?
Why the fuck would we ever want to be normal?
I can't help the smile that spreads across my lips, any more than I can fight the urge to rise up onto my tiptoes and kiss him, in full view of dozens of strangers and all my closest friends.
What was that for?
He asks, eyes warm. I shrug. Figured I'd make the most of our armistice while it lasts.
You know, it doesn't actually have to end.
And how would that work? We'd just get along? What a ludicrous thought.
Could happen.
Doubtful.
Delilah.
My brows lift. Yeah?
Saw the look on your face earlier, when you were watching me with Zoe.
I scowl. Is there anything you don't notice?
When it comes to you? No, not really.
I sigh. Figured as much.
Point is, babe, I saw your face. Saw the hurt there, when I was hugging her.
He leans down to capture my gaze, so I can't look away.
You know why she threw her arms around me?
I shake my head warily.
The way we grew up, foster homes tossed around by the system, no real family. It can make a person guarded, hard to get to know. Zoe's always worried about me ending up alone because of that, especially after she left.
His voice gets so soft I have to strain to hear him.
We keep in touch pretty regularly, even though she's halfway around the world. She tells me about her adventures, all the places she's been, and Parker. I tell her about my fights, New Knox investigations cases, Boston's current events, and, sometimes, about you.
Me? He nods.
See, she knew, even before she left, that I was intrigued by you. Felt pretty sorry for me, too, considering until recently, I was damn near positive my feelings were one-sided.
Luca.
But tonight...
His voice deepens.
Told her something new.
My heart pounds erratically. He leans forward until his mouth is at my ear. His whisper is meant for only me to hear.
I told her I'd met someone who makes me laugh like no one else and curse like a sailor, who breaks my damn heart every time she cries and heals it every time she smiles. I told her I was in love with a beautiful, broken girl named Delilah.
He pulls back to scan my face, eyes gleaming.
She was so happy, she threw her arms around me. That's the hug you saw, babe.
My feet stop moving. My breaths are coming too fast. I feel like I'm going to explode from all the emotions rushing into me at once. Joy, grief, pain, ecstasy, hope, and love. Most of all, love. It scares the shit out of me.
Delilah?
I'll be right back. I need some air. I gasp, hyperventilating. I spin out of Luca's arms and race from the room, cutting a path past my friends, who were all wearing identical bewildered expressions. I don't know where I'm going. I can hardly see straight through the tears suddenly glossing over my eyes. I run and run and run on my high heels until I round the corner and find myself alone in a dark exhibit, breathing hard. Tanks loom overhead on both sides, creating a tunnel of aqua water lit with fluorescent lights. Purple-veined jellyfish pulse electrically all around me. Their tentacles trail through the water like deadly, translucent fingers. And it's the strangest thing. As I watch them pulsating, a sort of calm comes over me. Alone, without the crush of people, without the pressure of Luca's eyes on me, awaiting an answer I'm not sure I can give him, I'm finally able to hear myself think. Luca Buchanan loves me. His words from yesterday echo in my head. Before the attack, before the night we spent together, before the fight this morning, before Phoebe got married, before Colton warned me away, before we danced together. Feeling hopeless, I'd asked what the point of finding your soulmate was, if they were just going to be snatched from you. I didn't expect the answer he gave me. I didn't even understand it in that moment. Not really, but I do now.
Life is a beautiful, broken mess. Closer to a Shakespearean tragedy than a Hollywood happy ending, in my experience. I don't have an easy answer to your question about the point of it all. I think the only person who can give you that answer is you. It's not something anyone can tell you, and it's not something you can learn from an instruction manual. It's something you have to discover on your own. Something inside yourself.
I get it now. That thing he was talking about? That answer I was seeking about the point of it all? It's love. The point is love. Whether it lasts 5 minutes or 50 years, fleeting or forever. Any time you get with your soulmate is something to be treasured, not feared, not pushed aside or avoided out of a misguided attempt at self-preservation. Luca was right. You can't refuse to live because you're so afraid of history repeating. You have to look into the future with wide eyes and a full heart. Like he once told me.
Visualize the outcome you desire.
My outcome? It looks a lot like him. I wouldn't trade these past few days for anything. And even if the universe conspires against us, even if we don't last forever, it can't negate my feelings or eliminate my memories. It can't erase the love. I am in love with Luca Buchanan. I've been in love with him for months, and I don't need more time or more space. I don't need anything except him, us, together. I seize the realization with both hands. Suddenly, I can breathe again. The panic has faded from my bloodstream. The fear and the worry are still there, but they're crushed under so much hope and happiness, I can barely feel them anymore. I have to tell him. Now, this very minute. Hearing footsteps, I turn with a smile already on my face. I half expect to see my handsome fighter coming around the corner, seeking me out. Instead, my heart flails inside my chest. The smile falls off my lips. Because it's not Luca. The man standing there in a crappy, ill-fitting suit, wiping blood from his knuckles, has a mottled birthmark on his face and is staring at me with revenge in his eyes. Shit. Chapter 15. Some people think feminism is a movement to crush men's spirits. I like to think of it as more of a personal hobby. Delilah Sinclair, describing her extracurricular activities. I try my best to get away. I really do. It doesn't go well. The last thing I see is a flash of purple, the instant before my head is slammed against the jellyfish tank. The blow knocks me out cold. I'm not sure how long I'm unconscious, but when I come to, ears still ringing from the impact, I'm hanging face down, being dragged by the wrists and ankles through a dirty hallway with all the gentleness of a field hand hauling hay bales. Wherever they've taken me has a cave-like feel, high-ceilinged, dark, dank. There's a wet, stale smell permeating the air, mildew and stagnant water. The walls drip with moisture. The floor below me is damp with puddles. I turn my head a tiny bit to the left, not wanting to reveal I'm awake, and see several old scuba tanks and a few bait bins, the kinds trainers use to pass out mackerel to the penguins and sea lions at feeding time. I'm still in the aquarium. My heart pounds erratically. I try to hear their murmured conversation over the roaring pulse between my ears.
I told you to bring her out the side door. The basement wasn't part of the plan,
Cue-ball's saying.
Now we'll have to go around and get the car. We can't exactly drag her across the main parking lot.
Eggplant sounds exasperated.
No choice. There were 2 guards stationed at the side door. Couldn't get out that way. Lot of security for a damn wedding. Tell me about it. Bumped into at least 3 security details patrolling the site on my way to grab her. Got around 2. The 3rd wasn't so easy to sidestep. Did he see you?
Cue-ball asks nervously.
Relax. He's not seeing much of anything by this point.
He laughs.
My stiletto blade in his side guaranteed that.
My heart clenches. One of the Knox Investigations guys is hurt, badly. Maybe dead. Please don't let it be Luca. Please.
Why do they have so much security? These people rich or something? For her sake, better hope so. If her brother doesn't come up with any cash to settle his loan, she's gonna need someone else willing to pay the boss on her behalf. Otherwise... Maybe we should leave her. Try the parent angle again. Or his ex-girlfriend. From what I can tell, Sinclair isn't even close to this girl. She's a sister. So, I hate my sister,
Cue-ball murmurs.
Don't tell me you're backing out, Grafton. Boss won't be happy to hear you left me high and dry to handle this alone. I'm not, but I've been watching these guys all day. They're highly trained. Personal security, surveillance, you name it. If they catch us, we're fucked.
Eggplant scoffs.
They're not gonna catch us.
We reach the end of the hallway, and they drop me in a heap on the floor. It takes effort to let myself fall like dead weight, without bringing my hands up to shield my face. I land with a jarring thud, my forehead banging against the concrete, half my face coming to rest in a brackish puddle. I can feel their eyes on me as I lie there like a stone, barely breathing as I struggle to keep my face clear of all emotion.
Stupid bitch is still out cold. How hard did you hit her? Hard enough.
Cue-ball is relegated to guard duty, while Eggplant slips out to retrieve their getaway car. I don't dare open my eyes again, even a sliver.
Watch her!
Eggplant barks at his partner before shoving a door wide, its metal hinges screeching. I hear a low electrical buzz as a lift gate clangs open. If I had to wager a guess, I'd say we're at some kind of truck loading zone, or a back door used for supply drop-off. My mind whirls as I consider the few facts I know for sure. They said we were in the basement, probably down below the main exhibit floor then. Maybe even below sea level. It would explain the moisture in the air. Eggplant mentioned his stiletto blade, but nothing about a gun. The fact that they can't shoot me raises my odds of survival incrementally. I hear Cue-ball pacing back and forth, muttering to himself. I count his steps as he makes laps. 10 toward the door, 10 back to me. 10 to the door, 10 back to me. Like clockwork. It might be my only chance. When I hear him start another circuit toward the door, I crack open my eyes and see him walking to the metal gate. Heart in my throat, I roll soundlessly from my side onto my knees, bunching the soaked hem of my dress in one hand, as I lift into a crouch on my 4-inch heels. I wait until he's almost at the gate before I scramble upright and start running in the opposite direction, back down the narrow hallway. It's dark, and I have no idea where I'm going. but I figure bolting in the opposite direction of the scary bad guys is as good a choice as any. He hears me running as soon as my heels click against the concrete. So much for my head start.
Hey, stop! Get back here, bitch!
As if, bucko. I pass the pile of rusted scuba tanks and buckets. Pausing for a moment, I turn and shove the heavy cylinders with both hands. They fall with a massive clatter, like 50-pound dominoes, rolling across the floor to create a momentary roadblock. I grin as I spin and start sprinting again, grabbing my dress hem to keep from tripping. I hear him cursing as the tanks roll toward him, but don't risk turning around to watch him struggle. At the end of the hallway, I finally spot what I've been looking for, a metal exit door topped with a sign that says stairwell. I slam into it full force, grasping for the handle. No matter how I twist, it doesn't budge, either locked or simply stuck shut. Shit. A scream of frustration rattles in my throat. I can hear Cue Ball coming. He sounds enraged from my stunt with the scuba tanks. I whirl around, seeking an alternate route. There's another door to the left, slightly ajar. I squeeze through the gap in a blind panic, hoping I'll find a window, another set of stairs, anything that might help me get out of here. Instead, I'm confronted with a maze of storage rooms, one leading straight into the next. I soon discover an underground labyrinth of aquatic equipment, each space stacked to the ceiling with discarded instruments, empty tanks, replacement parts. There's no end in sight. I cut a path through room after room, eyes straining to adjust to the dark, trying to move as silently as possible. I hear the screech of the metal door behind me as Cue Ball follows me into the maze. His steps are methodical as he moves, checking each room to see if I've stopped to hide behind a shelf, inside an old tank, beneath a pile of rubbery wetsuits.
Come out, wherever you are!
He calls in a sing-song voice, chuckling.
Don't you want to help your brother, Delilah?
Shit. He's closer than I thought. I pass into the next room, this one better lit and full of massive pipes that flow from the floor into the ceiling. Each is wider than my waist. A power grid with switches and a complicated panel of gauges dominates one wall. It's a maintenance room, filtering water for the exhibit tanks. There are signs of life here. An employee badge lying on a desk, someone's leftover sandwich sitting beside it, an empty coffee mug. That must mean I'm getting close to an exit. I make my way to the next door, yanking it open and slipping inside. My mouth goes dry. I'm in a huge high-ceilinged room, standing at the beginning of a metal catwalk that extends out over a series of massive holding tanks. The catwalk is maybe 80 or 90 feet long, and about 5 feet wide, suspended with steel support beams from the ceiling. My heart pounds as I catch sight of the sign on the wall. Quarantine Center. This is probably where they keep new arrivals, until they're healthy enough to join the main exhibits, or cordon off sick creatures until they recover. I can see things swimming in those tanks. Big things. Gulp. The last thing I feel like doing is walking out there in high heels and a dress, with only a narrow metal guardrail to prevent me from falling in. I'd almost rather take my chances with Cue Ball. But, on the opposite side, I see another metal door. The hope that it might lead to an exit spurs me into motion. 90 feet. Just 90 feet. I can do this. I picture Luca's face smirking at me, conjure up the feeling of his arms around me.
Babe, you've got this. Piece of cake.
Without another moment of hesitation, I step onto the metal catwalk and start to pick my way across the grated steel bars. I keep my eyes up, not wanting to know whether the things swimming beneath me are akin to the friendly sea creatures from Finding Nemo, or something out of the movie Jaws. Just keep moving. Almost there. 80 more feet. 70. 60. I'm halfway across when the unthinkable happens. My strappy slingback stiletto heel slides down into the space between two of the metal grates, pinning me in place. My forward momentum sends me tumbling forward, head over feet. I wrench my trapped ankle as I fall onto my hands with a clatter. A scream of agony pops out as I land, pain searing through my twisted joint. Worse, though, my eyes now poised directly over the metal mesh walkway, spot 3 fins in the water directly below me, confirming my worst fears. Friendly fish don't have that many teeth, as a general rule. I twist around into a sitting position and attempt to yank my heel free, but it's jammed in tight. My eyes water as I reach for the clasp on my shoe strap. My ankle throbs excruciatingly. I can see the joint is already swelling, and pray to God it isn't broken, thinking things can't get much worse than being pinned down 5 feet above a tank full of man-eating sea monsters. The door squeals open, as if to prove me wrong. Shit. Cue Ball steps out onto the catwalk, grinning when he spots me in the middle.
Aw, is someone stuck?
I tear at the clasp with panicked fingers and extract my foot with a sharp tug. The ache that results is enough to make tears spill down my cheeks. There's no way I'll be able to put weight on it, let alone outrun him again.
Having a rough day, aren't you?
He advances on me, laughing as he sees me scooting backward along the catwalk as fast as I can, using my good foot to propel me. My fingers claw at the metal grating, dragging my body along. What do you want from me? I glare up at him. His steps are leisurely. He's in no rush. He knows I can't escape.
Just what your brother owes us. We aren't unreasonable.
I scoff. You're kidnapping me. You don't think that's a little unreasonable?
Your leverage. Nothing personal.
You attacked me on the street, slammed my head into an aquarium, and dropped me in a puddle. Felt pretty personal. He shrugs.
Cost of doing business.
I dart a glance behind me and see the door is still 30 feet away.
You come quietly. Things will go better for you.
He looms over me, mere inches away.
And your brother.
Thanks, I hiss, but quiet's never really been my style. With my good foot still clad in a razor-sharp stiletto heel, I kick up and catch him straight between the legs. He goes down with a groan of pain, falling to his knees. I scramble out of range before he can grab me and drag myself into a standing position, using the metal guardrails to support most of my weight. Blinking back tears of pain, I keep my injured foot aloft and start hopping toward the exit, screaming my head off the entire time. Help me! Please! I'm in the quarantine room! Somebody, please! I hear Cue Ball clamoring to his feet. His voice is thick with rage.
You little bitch!
My eyes are on the door, 20 feet. I can make it. Almost there. But my progress is painfully slow. His hands find my biceps, spinning me around to face him. He presses me back until the railing digs into my spine. I'm bent so far over, I fear I'll plummet into one of the tanks. His dark eyes are narrowed in vengeance as his grip tightens to the point of pain. I'm so focused on him, I don't even hear the door clicking open 20 feet from us.
Gonna pay for that,
Cue Ball sneers, eyes still smarting with tears of pain from the blow between his legs.
Sorely.
Worth it to see you crying like a baby.
Bitch!
He rears back to punch me, and my eyes close, awaiting the impact. Except, it never comes. A wall of heat appears at my side. I crack open my eyes to see a giant fist enveloping Cue Ball's hand in an iron grip, halting his punch midair. Turning my head, my eyes widen when I see it's Luca. Relief sweeps through me in a wave. He's here. He came for me. Luca makes short work of placing the smaller man in an unbreakable headlock. His eyes never shift from Cue Ball, but when he speaks, I know it's me he's addressing.
Are you okay?
His tone is strained, almost savage in its bleakness. Just hearing it makes my mouth go dry. I'm okay. He nods, a slight, tense acknowledgement.
Take the phone out of my back pocket. Call Nate. Tell him you're safe, and that I've got the second one in custody.
I nod and pull out his phone with shaky fingers. Scrolling to Nate's name, I dial and hold it to my ear. It barely rings before Nate's voice cracks over the line.
Did you find her?
It's me, I breathe, gripping the guardrail to support my weight. Luca found us.
Where?
Quarantine room. He clicks off without another word. Luca's hold tightens on the man in his hands, increasing the pressure against his windpipe until Cue Ball is wheezing for breath.
We've got your partner. He'll pay for what he did to Theo. That's a promise.
His words are a dark vow.
But you touched Delilah.
Eyes flashing with fear, face reddening from lack of oxygen. Cue ball claws at Luca's arms in a desperate bid for air. Luca never flinches. His hold never loosens as he methodically chokes the life from him. He's going to kill him. Don't, I whisper, horror consuming me. He's not worth it. Luca ignores me. Please, my voice breaks. Please, love. At the endearment, Luca's eyes cut briefly to mine. There's a harrowing look in them. Don't throw our life away over this asshole, I whisper, never blinking. Then he wins. Some small sliver of logic permeates Luca's bloodlust, because his hold loosens, just a shade, until Cue Ball can draw a desperate breath into his lungs.
Fuck you!
He rasps at Luca, struggling against his hold but unable to tear free.
Think this is over? My boss will just keep sending us. Won't stop till he gets his money. Or his revenge. Your pretty little Delilah will never be safe again.
A dangerous growl moves through Luca's chest, and then, before I can blink, he's lifted Cue Ball up and body slammed him against the catwalk at my feet with such little effort, you'd think he were made of paper. Luca pins him with one knee in the center of his back and holds his head tight to the metal grate.
Don't talk about Delilah ever again. Don't say her name. Don't look at her. Or I will throw you in the shark tank and let nature sort things out.
Thankfully, before he can fulfill that threat, the door swings open and several badass-looking Knox Investigations boys run out onto the catwalk. Luca drags Cue Ball to his feet and passes him off to Owen and Alden, who promptly zip-tie his wrists together and start dragging him away. Cue Ball struggles, screaming at the top of his lungs.
You're private security! You've got no jurisdiction to hold me! But I do,
a dark-haired man in a suit says, stepping into the fray. I recognize him instantly as one of Nate's work associates, and an occasional attender of Phoebe's dinner parties. His intense blue eyes sweep around the group, not missing a single detail. He reaches into his suit pocket and pulls out a badge.
Agent Connor Gallagher, FBI. Organized Crime Unit.
His gaze fills with what can only be described as excitement as he watches Owen and Alden drag Cue Ball through the door. Following them out, his voice echoes back to us from the stairwell.
I have some questions I'd like to ask you about your boss.
I shake my head, drawing Nate's gaze.
You good?
He asks. You invited the FBI to your wedding? Does Phoebe know about this?
She's the one who invited him.
He shrugs.
She's determined to set him up with someone. He's been single for about a decade, and now that she's found true love, she thinks it's her duty to make the rest of the world equally happy.
That's Phoebe West for ya. His eyes get warm.
Phoebe Knox.
Right. My eyes sting. Of course. He looks at Luca, who's hovering by my side in silence.
You okay? No.
Luca says bluntly, blowing out a puff of air.
I'll get there, though.
Nate nods, as if he understands.
I'll handle things with Connor. You sort things out here.
With a final glance at me, Nate turns and walks away. In the silence that follows, I glance up at Luca and find his eyes already locked on my face. There's a look in them that scares me. Luca, I whisper, voice breaking a bit. Luca, The words never make it past my lips, because he pulls me away from the rail, into his arms, and crushes me to him in a rib-cracking hug. His forehead hits my shoulder, and I hear him release a huge, shuddering breath.
Thought I'd lost you.
I ignore the stinging pain in my ankle and tighten my arms around him. I'm right here.
They could have hurt you. They could have...
But they didn't. I'm right here. I'm okay. His grip flexes, and I get the sense he's barely hanging on to his control.
Delilah, you don't understand. Never had a family. Never had a home. Never had anyone who belongs to me.
His words shake.
Most of my life, I never thought that was even in the cards. Not a possibility. But then I met you, and I started to see a different kind of future than the one I'd mapped out for myself.
He breaks off, voice muffled against my skin.
The way I see it, you're the best chance I've got at building a life, a family, A real one. Because when I'm with you, I'm home.
My hands move from his shoulders to his neck. Gently, I lift his chin so I can see into his eyes. They're swimming with so much warmth and love and worry. It breaks my heart. Earlier, you said something to me. Something that freaked me out, made me run. But the truth is, I've spent the past few months running. From you, from the truth, from the way you make me feel. I swallow. I don't want to run anymore, Luca. His eyes flare.
Babe.
The thing is, I think I knew the first moment I saw you that I'd fall in love with you, if I let you get too close. So I pushed you away. I knocked over Jenga boards and made shitty excuses and told myself I could never have you, that it would never work out. Because things in my life never really seem to work out. Why should love be any different? His hold tightens. I was a bitch to you. Tried every trick in the book to keep you away. And even still, you saw straight through me. You've always seen straight through my bullshit, to what's really going on. Even before you really knew anything about me, you could tell exactly what I was thinking without me ever opening my mouth. One look in my eyes was enough. I take a deep breath and drop all the guards I keep up around myself, filling my stare with everything I've ever felt for him. All the faith and the trust and the sheer inescapable love. I pour it all into a look. I love you, my eyes tell him. Wholeheartedly. Can you read what they're telling you now, Luca? I see victory flare in his gaze, hot and hopeful, as his face drops down to mine.
You love me,
he growls against my lips. I love you.
No more running?
No more running. Crushing his mouth to mine, he picks me up and spins me around in a circle in the middle of the catwalk. I don't think about the fact that we're standing over potentially lethal sea creatures, or that I've basically ruined Phoebe's wedding reception, or that there's still going to be fallout from the loan sharks after Duncan. I just let the man I love hold me close and kiss me until there are stars in my eyes. When he finally sets me back down, I'm breathing hard and grinning like an idiot. The grin wavers a bit as my weight lands on my twisted ankle.
What? What is it?
He's instantly alarmed. Nothing, I murmur.
You're hurt.
It's nothing. He ignores me, bending to examine my ankle.
Christ, Delilah! Why didn't you say something? You need a doctor.
His fingers move over the bone lightly, but I still wince at his touch.
Not broken, but definitely sprained.
See? No break. I'm fine. He glares up at me.
Why didn't you tell me you were hurt?
Hello? I was a little busy making a sweeping declaration of love? Or did you miss that? He rises to his feet, smiling as he wraps an arm around my waist to support my weight.
No, babe. Definitely didn't miss it.
Oh, good. Because I'm not very good at long speeches, and it was one of my better ones. I'm not sure I could repeat it with the same amount of emotional oomph. You know what I'm saying? He shakes his head.
Not remotely.
If I didn't love you, I'd probably hate you.
Love you too, babe. That said, you're still going to the doctor.
No, I'll put some ice on it. Good as new.
Sure, we'll ice it. After we go to the doctor.
I sigh. Isn't there some kind of memorandum about you not being able to boss me around anymore, since we're madly in love and everything?
No.
Well, that just sucks. His lips twitch as he bends and sweeps me up into his arms without further ado, like a bona fide damsel in distress. Which I'm not. Anymore. Damsel in recent distress? Damsel formerly in distress? Now over the moon with bliss? Hey, I can walk! I grimace. Sort of. Actually, it's more of a hobble, but I was managing quite well before you stormed in.
Babe.
I literally feel his chuckle as it rumbles out. I'm cradled so close against his chest. Yeah?
Calling a ceasefire.
I smile as he carries me up a set of stairs. Why do I have a feeling our happily ever after is going to involve a lot of ceasefires? Luca carries me back into the reception room, which has emptied of all guests except the bridal party. Setting me down in a chair,
He lifts my injured ankle onto a low table and passes me a bag of ice with stern orders to keep it elevated. His lips brush mine in a soft, sweet kiss before he crosses the deck to where the remaining Knox Investigations guys are standing with Parker and Chase. They're engaged in a serious discussion about Theo, who's currently en route to the hospital for treatment of his stab wound. On our way upstairs, Luca assured me it wasn't a fatal strike, that he'll make a full recovery. Still, I can't help feeling responsible for his injury. If not for me, he wouldn't have been in harm's way in the first place. Luca's barely left my side when my friends flocked to me like seagulls to a French fry, all squawking and jabbering at once. "Oh my God, Lila!" Chrissy. "I called it. You and Luca are so together." Phoebe. "Are you okay, honey?" Gemma. "Did they catch those assholes?" Zoe. "Do you need a Xanax? I think there's one in my purse." Shelby. I waved their concerns away, adjusting the bag of ice on my ankle. "I'm fine. Seriously." My eyes cut to Phoebe's. "I'm so sorry I ruined your wedding, Fee." "Are you kidding?" She snorts. "It wouldn't be a party with this group if someone wasn't kidnapped or held at gunpoint or going into premature labor." She glances pointedly at Gemma's stomach. "But seriously, don't do that. I want to go on my honeymoon, so that bun has to remain in the oven for at least another month, until Auntie Phoebe is back to spoil it rotten." "I'll do my best," Gemma grins. "Guys, I'm starting to feel left out," Shelby murmurs, plucking a bottle of champagne off a nearby table and taking a swig straight out the top. "I'm now the only one of our friends who hasn't been attacked by bad guys. I might have to start hanging with a shadier crowd, just to up my odds of something dangerous happening to me." "Hang in there," I say dryly. "Your time will come." "So," Phoebe's eyes dart over to Luca. "You too?" I give a tiny nod. They all start squealing again, thrilled by this development. "I knew it!" Phoebe. "So happy for you!" Gemma. "How long has this been going on?" Chrissy. "Have you guys done it yet?" Shelby. "Don't screw it up." Zoe. I look at the petite blonde, the closest thing Luca's ever had to his sister, and strip away my guards until she can see the sincerity burning in my gaze. "I won't." I suck in a breath. "I love him." The group erupts in happy squeals again, and a slow smile dawns on Zoe's face. Holding my eyes, she nods, and I know she's given me her blessing. I look around at my best friends, feeling love pouring in on me from all sides. They may not share my DNA, but as far as I'm concerned, they're the best family a girl could ever wish for. Chapter 16. If I have to parallel park, please don't invite me. Delilah Sinclair, acknowledging her strengths and weaknesses. 1 week later.
"So, you're really gonna be our nanny?"
I grin at Harry across our picnic blanket. "Yep."
But you're not gonna live with us?
Potter asks. "No." I run my fingers through Fenway's fur, smiling absently. "But I'll be right in the North End. That's not far at all." We're at the park around the corner from their place, having lunch and enjoying the perfect summer weather.
I think you should just keep your apartment.
Potter sounds displeased.
The new lady who moved in there is old.
How old? My brows lift.
Like 40.
I shake my head. Uh-huh. Talk to me in 20 years, kid.
"Will you bring Luca next time?"
Harry asks shyly.
Harry thinks Luca is the coolest.
I laugh. I think so too. Most days. He's busy today, but I'll try to drag him with me next time. He'd love to see you guys again.
Yeah.
Potter nods.
We're pretty awesome.
I noticed. Done with our PB&J sandwiches, the twins push to their feet. Fenway leaps up as well, tail wagging, all too eager for another round of fetch. The tennis ball is already in his mouth. I swear he's doubled in size in the last week alone.
Come on,
Potter says, tugging me up.
Let's go, Slowpoke.
I'm coming. I stand and brush the grass off my butt.
Lila.
The sound of a throat clearing makes me glance up. I blink in surprise when I see Duncan standing there, looking much more himself than the last time I laid eyes on him. The black eye is mostly faded. He's showered and shaved, and his clothes no longer look wrinklier than an octogenarian's ass. Kiddos, I say slowly, go throw the ball with Finway by the tree, where I can see you. I'll be there in just a minute, okay? The twins are happy to oblige, grabbing Finway's leash and walking over to the clearing. I watch them for a moment, before turning to look at my brother. He's staring at the puppy.
Finway?
I shrug. He needed a name.
I'm glad you kept him.
His eyes move to mine.
You'll make a much better owner than I would have.
Duncan, what are you doing here?
I needed to see you.
He swallows.
To make things right.
Did you get my messages? There are some bad people looking for you. They came after me, nearly kidnapped me from Phoebe's wedding.
I know. I'm sorry.
Duncan's face is the picture of remorse.
I didn't think in a million years they'd actually target you.
I dart a glance around, on high alert, just like I've been for the past week. My phone is rarely out of my hand, always ready to call for help if necessary. Duncan, you need to be careful. The two who attacked me are in custody now, but there could be more of them.
There won't be more.
My brows lift. What?
I took care of it. Paid off my debt.
You took care of a $100,000 loan. He nods, looking speculative.
Almost 200,000 actually, when all was said and done. Interest is a real killer.
Where did you get that kind of money? I feel my face pale. Oh my God, you robbed a bank, didn't you? He snorts.
No, I didn't do anything illegal.
Explain.
Thinflection,
he tells me, voice hushed with excitement.
My patent. I sold it to a huge beauty supply company. They think it's going to be huge. Bigger than peel-off face masks.
As in, the mirrors that make you look skinny even if you're not? I ask doubtfully.
Yes, I told you if I could just find the right market.
Are you serious?
As a $10 million heart attack.
He grins and tosses his hands up.
I'm rich, sis.
I blink at him in total silence.
That's what I've been doing these past few weeks,
he explains.
Finalizing the sale, clearing my debt, buying a new place out in LA. It's sweet. You have to come visit when I'm all settled in.
Wow, I'm really happy for you, I say, but it sounds hollow. His grin fades a bit.
I don't blame you for being pissed at me. Frankly, I deserve it after what I put you through.
True. I can't help but agree. He shoots me a look.
But if you'll give me a chance, I want to make things right.
How do you mean?
I already paid back Mom and Dad. I'd like to do the same for you.
He pauses.
Plus interest. In the form of $1 million.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
He grins.
You can keep your apartment. You can have your old life back, Lila. Or hell, buy a better one. Everything can go back to how it was before I messed things up for you.
Wow. Of all the ways I expected this conversation to go, this one has caught me totally by surprise. I think about his offer for a minute, mentally tallying all the things I could buy with $1 million. Lifetime supply of MAC cosmetics, a new Mini Cooper convertible, all the designer bags and shoes I sold on eBay, my pretty Crate and Barrel couch, a bright pink moped with a sidecar for Finway. The inventory flashes through my mind like a slot machine spinning numbers. The prospect is so tempting. Not having to worry about money, restoring my life to its former chic glory. And yet, as thrilling as the prospect of unlimited funds is, in theory, the more I think about it, the more I realize I don't want to recreate that life I used to live. I don't want everything to go back to the way it was, even if it means living below my means. 6 months ago, I was a lonely party girl surrounded by pretty things, with a closet full of designer clothes and a heart full of crippling fear of abandonment. I couldn't commit to anything more serious than an ice cream flavor, consumed by worries that loving anything meant dooming myself to a life of loss and misery. I don't miss that girl one bit. Now, I have a job I adore, an adorable puppy who is growing so rapidly it makes my head spin, and an amazing man I'd sell my soul for if he asked, which he won't, because he loves me, unconditionally, flaws and all. Would I trade that in for $1 million? No, I murmur. My brother's brow furrows.
What?
I appreciate the offer, Duncan. I really do. I'll accept the money I loaned to our parents, but not a cent more.
But why?
I shrug and smile at him. I don't need it. I've already got everything I could ever want. The crowd pulses like a living organism, giving off so much heat and sound it makes the hair rise straight up on the back of my neck. The ring is ready and waiting, spotlights trained on the center. Octagon girls, the MMA equivalent of cheerleaders, strut back and forth in spandex bikinis, revving the crowd to an even higher decibel. The front row of spectators is full of sports photographers, journalists, and UFC scouts. Shaking my head at the madness, I slip back inside the back room where Luca is waiting. I move in silence, not wanting to disturb his pre-fight ritual. Zoe told me he likes to be alone before a bout, to keep his head totally clear. He's sitting on a bench, head bowed, eyes closed, elbows resting on his knees. I don't make a sound, but he senses my presence. He reaches out blindly and grabs my wrist, tugging me around to stand in front of him. His forehead presses against my stomach, and I run my fingers through his short crop of hair. I didn't mean to disturb you, I whisper, feeling like I've infringed on a sacred space.
You're not.
He breathes me in with deep inhales.
Ever.
I know you like to be alone.
That was before.
His eyes lift to mine.
Things are different now.
My brows go up. Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Not saying I want just anyone back here with me, screwing up my energy, messing with my head.
He shrugs.
You, I don't mind. You don't steal air from the room, Delilah. You breathe life into it.
My heart flips. It's crazy out there, you know?
Always is.
My eyes start stinging. Is it lame if I admit I'm worried about you?
Very.
He pushes to his feet, so he's towering over me. His hands, wrapped with fighting tape, brush a rogue tear from my cheek.
Don't worry, Delilah. Not going anywhere.
Stuck with you, huh? He nods. Never should have let you pick me up from jail, I tease.
Oh, bailing you out wasn't the night I decided to pursue you,
he says casually. What? What do you mean? He shrugs.
After the bachelorette party, when I carried you home and tucked you into bed, wasted on tequila and half asleep in my arms, you did something that made me realize I wasn't going to spend another day without you in my life.
My heart is pounding. And that was...
Rapped every lyric to Juicy by Biggie Smalls when it came on the radio.
I smack his arm. I did not.
Oh, you did. I have videos.
Luca Buchanan. He's grinning.
I'm kidding.
I blow out a relieved breath. Prematurely, it turns out.
Oh, not about the videos. I'm keeping those until I die.
He laughs.
Just about what you did that made me want you as mine.
I smack him again. Tell me. His eyes soften.
We pulled up outside your place. You looked over at me with those big, beautiful brown eyes of yours already half closed. And, very simply, in a slurred voice, you murmured, "If I ever decide to let someone break my heart, I want it to be you, Luca Buchanan."
He bumps his nose against mine.
One sentence. I was a total goner.
A tear escapes the corner of my eye. Drunk Lila is a real blabbermouth. I need to have a stern word with her.
I like drunk Delilah. Like all the Delilahs I've seen so far.
You haven't met PMS Delilah yet. She's a gem.
Looking forward to that.
We both glance at the door when we hear the crowd's cheers swell to a crushing roar. I think that's your cue. I whisper against his lips. He nods.
I'll be back before you know it.
Cupping his face in my hands, I stare into his eyes. You've got this.
No, I do, babe.
Don't let him break your nose.
I won't.
My eyes are glossy again. I'll be in the front row with Shelby. He nods.
I'll look for you.
I chew my lip worriedly.
Babe,
He says, amused.
why are you freaking?
I'm not freaking. He pins me with a look. Okay, I'm totally freaking, I admit. I'm just worried about you. I love you and I want you to win and I believe in you 150%. But I also don't want you to get hurt because, like I said before, I love you. And he's really big, like freakishly big. Have you seen the size of his fists? They're like hams.
I'm faster than him. I'm a better fighter.
His eyes are full of certainty.
I know it. He knows it. A few minutes from now, everyone else will know it too.
I envy your sense of calm, I murmur.
Easy to be calm when you have nothing to lose.
My brows go up. What do you mean?
Delilah, don't you understand?
He leans down and kisses me.
I've got you. Whatever happens in there, I've already won the most important fight of my life.
I watch him as he crosses to the door, his bare back muscles on full display as he rotates his shoulders and cracks his neck to stay loose. I hear the announcer giving introductions, the telltale sound of Luca's music starting to blare from the overhead speakers. I'm shipping up to Boston. Oh. In the doorframe, he turns back for a final look at me, and we have one of those discussions we've become so good at, where we carry on a full conversation without saying a single word. Come back to me, I don't whisper.
Always.
He doesn't promise. This concludes Take Your Time by Julie Johnson. Narrated by Stephanie Wiles. Copyright 2017